for you. Oh, I regret for losing the one who loved me, for who I can't go back to. Walking through all the dust, memories and frame a past we simply let fade. Oh, but I don't close the door, waiting a chance for when we'll be back again. You make me feel so crazy, still in love with you. You make me feel amazing when I'm next to you. You make me feel so crazy, my heart breaks for you. Can't help but knowing that I'm still in love with you. You make me feel so.
On time streamer ही कह दे. What is up? 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 गोट आ गया है क्या? WCM, I love you. Give some prediction. डर के जीतेगा भाई. There is only डर के. बंग्स भाई आज की गेम सेक्सी था. लव यू यार. मजा आ गया. हेरोइक टीम को 3-5 हरा के. केतन भाई बिना मेंबरशिप के आपने कैसे देखा हिटर?
It is the reigning champions of Emea stepping back onto the stage, fresh
Harsh bhai,
from the
बंद वक्त
global
दीजिए
event, going up against a Giant X that have had
Hello,
a
बंग्स भाई,
lot
कैसे हो?
of
सब
time
बढ़िया?
to fix things, to get better, and this is a very important map, Veto.
Yeah, absolutely. Oh, Icebox is going to be instantly banned by Giant
With
X. Our
Lotus?
first map is going to be split, then into
तीनों
Lotus.
अच्छे
I'm
map,
surprised
तीनों
that this
अच्छे
is
map,
not going
नजर ना लगे ये में.
the other way around, because I remember...
अब
Oh,
मैं
yeah,
किसी
never
को
mind.
देखेगा.
I read it wrong. I read
Pips
it wrong.
banning Icebox? Is this allowed?
I think that maybe
okay?
it's because of the meta is still not being established and them already struggling enough. Maybe
बहुत
throughout,
बड़ी streamer
kickoff.
बनूंगा अभी.
But I was also
इसका और
very
aim का
surprised to
कोई
see
connection नहीं है
Purple with
यार.
his new
Hello.
haircut. It looks pretty good. Just in case you saw someone and you didn't recognize or you were missing some white hair, looks good on him.
Yeah, I think
बहुत
you
पार्टी से
make
knowledge
a
मिल
good
सकता
point
है,
of,
aim
like,
नहीं.
you know, Icebox, like maybe choosing to not play it, because I think even though maps are coming back into the pool, we need to consider all the different aim
Love you,
combinations
love
that you
you.
can play. Like
Public
they're so
kitchen पे
diverse
देखा,
now,
oh.
right? So maybe they're just not fully comfortable on
Nice
what
fun, man.
they
Game
want to see
playing
what others are
afternoon.
playing
Love
first, right?
you.
So they can set those expectations, I think.
They were one of the teams I was actually really excited about for Icebox.
क्या लगता है
I'm
close
sad.
जाएगा या
But let's talk about let's
40
talk about
मारेगा
the
डर
maps
के?
we will
क्या
see
लगता है?
here. We didn't see GX that much at all, so it's
If
even
I
a little bit
हुआ,
difficult to
excuse
read
me?
into what they can bring,
Yeah.
which is why I think that is incredibly exciting.
Well,
I think that we will see
ठीक
surprises
है.
no matter what.
Hello,
As
Goats,
you were
hello.
mentioning, Stu, Giant X did play this map
कौन
with
सा
the
भाई?
Vice
रोहित भाई,
and the
hello.
double controller Sky and Raze. We've seen that. We also have seen it in
Bugs
game
by
changes for that
Durkee
matter.
की
And
जगह
I think that
आपको
there's
खेलना
very
चाहिए.
big learning points,
आया
especially.
था, call आया था.
I'd see them leaning maybe towards something that Pips did in the past, also using that double duelist.
If you play more
Yeah,
members
potentially. I think they have
only,
players that would be
emo
able to
3
jump onto
पक्का.
that. And I
More
think
कैसे
as well,
खेलूं?
like the big question was they were running the Sky on the split as well, right? Which we were a little confused by. But listen, do you know what? Going from no Teho at all in kickoff to jumping
भाई
in,
मेरे को
I love
सच्ची
it.
क्या देखने का पता है?
Sivov going on the Omen.
Safe
he does
और डर
not
के
have experience as a
दोनों
controller. He's
dealers.
only played
Last
controller
time खेले थे.
3 times in his life.
Yes.
Twice harbored last
Breach
year.
Theo
2023
हर मैप पे
on
होने
like
वाला है
Pro,
भाई.
and he
जब
played
तक
like
ये
one
nerf
Omen
नहीं होता
in
ना एजेंट.
2021 when
जब
we were
तक
still
nerf
doing
नहीं
like
होता ना
qualifiers
यही
and
मैटर
everything
है.
free franchise. And so
जो
maybe this
नहीं
is one of
लिया
the
ना
solutions
एक
that
और,
Team Vitality
वो
has
noob.
found moving in him into the roster.
Yeah, I think
क्या बोलते
that's a
हैं?
great point to make. Sivov, we did not expect
Loading
to jump
होता है
onto that
गान
controller, as you say, with the few times that he's played it.
Mirror
But I
card.
just have to gravitate towards Giant X. You know, having
Mohit bhai,
Purple on
thank you
that
for the
Garmin
membership.
wasn't having great time on the other duelists in kickoff, and I think as well, Cloud on that Teho will be really interesting to
भाई ये
see.
लोग का भी टीम अच्छा है. ये लोग का
But
भी
we
टीम
don't
अच्छा है.
want to do
रनर
the
ये लोग
meta
बहुत
stuff. They
मारते हैं.
do the meta stuff right off the bat.
CSK
Very
और
tough. But it's
RCB.
time to jump
नहीं,
into
मुझे
this
काहे
game and
डाले हुए
throw
हैं?
this over
हाँ?
to your casters. Show them some love. Here's Mitchman and Tombi.
क्या बोलो जी को? Excuse me.
Thank you so much, folks.
Yeah,
Yes, we've got a
man,
beautiful
matlab.
game lined up for you here today. Vitality and GX. Sivo coming in on the Vitality roster as well. Going to be put to the test down on that stage.
Yeah, he's been pretty mean in the
एक clone
past
करेगा आज?
when we saw him playing in EMEA
नहीं
challenges.
करेगा लग
Like,
रहा
he
है।
had some
Toronto जा रहा है,
crazy
नहीं रे।
matches. I think it was a 38 kill breach game, but they've actually gone and play in the smokes. So it's definitely a little bit of a role switch from what he's been
Yes,
playing recently. But
इसी team में
I think
players
that was the
अच्छे हैं।
reason he's in this roster. Flexibility.
Players अच्छे,
Now on the
players
other
अच्छे।
side of things, I think GX were even posting about it, how many sort of
It's
pracs
a
they've
new-
had, how much
new
work
squad.
they've been putting in behind the scenes.
कुछ players
This
हो गए,
really
but
is the ultimate test. You've got a team that hasn't
new
had
squad.
that much time based off playing at Masters, but also they played at Masters. This is the top team coming out of EMEA, even if they didn't win. And we'll have to wait and see if they're going to be able
ये
to
referee का
reset,
काम करता
recover,
उधर,
even
referee?
with that new player, and come up against Pipson, who, as said, you know the drills have been going on while that break has been on.
Well, before the barriers go up, Tom, split
Hey,
Lotus
Newcom
Haven.
नहीं है,
That's where
same
we
ही
ended
है।
up today.
Same ही team है
I'll
ना?
ask you in a moment. Do you think
Purple
the
Honor
veto
Cloud
has
Top
favored
West
either
side?
team if someone's
Same
coming
team
in
है शायद।
feeling that little bit stronger?
भाई
For
टफ
now,
देंगे ये लोग GX।
barriers are up, and the game is away.
GX
1:30
tough
on the clock, Vitality on the attack side, and already a lot of presence towards this A side. In fact, Durka's gone in with the spike, I believe, going for the plant now after that pick, and they have got the site wide
spike
open,
लगा
looking
अंदर
for
गया
more
भाई।
control though, up towards Heaven, but with a flash in hand, Tix goes down, and the trains go GX's way, at least for now.
Good opportunity for them to get back into this one. Yoru clone throw now. Sivo
ना
doing
मान
well
रहे।
to find one back and give
ये
them that
नया
extra
player है
advantage.
Vitality का।
Still though, Cloud lurking in from behind. He's been spotted though. That's all the information that they needed. He was going to go running into the
Excuse
smoke.
me?
Wanted to try and take that fight versus Cloud. But now in the
Neutral
post,
में को
it's
जानते
going to
हो
become
क्या
so difficult to
Gordon
clear
player
that
नहीं
remaining
रहे?
player of Durka, already wrapping all the way back round into
नाम
position
देखा है
for
सिर्फ,
exactly
जानता
where
नहीं।
the plant is in. And in fact, he's managed to bait the steps enough for him to let go of that defusal, knowing that Cloud is not going to be on it,
हरामी रेडर की।
waiting for that
Nah,
additional
Rami.
tap. The time is too far gone, and well, it's just going to be the ego peak at the end to close out the round.
Well, that is a beautiful start for Durka. He opens
बस
and
Cypher
closes
नया
the
बंदा है ना?
round, playing with the time in the 1v1. The opener here, straight into the site. Teammates flooding
मैं
through
got
main,
player,
but
लेकिन
it
मैं
was all
जानता
down
नहीं
to
हूँ।
Durka. If he falls, spikes on the floor,
मैं
and
जानता नहीं हूँ।
problems can come from there. But instead, it's a nice, easy finish, if you want to call it that. Couple shots from up in heaven that put them across the line. That's a 1-0 start for Team Vitality. And now we've
भाई
jumped right
Cypher
into a
Omen
tech
खेल रहा है
pause.
तो
This
Omen
works
क्या
out well
खेल रहा
for
है?
me, Tom.
Question वही
Looking
है।
at the veto and how we've ended up, split Lotus Haven. Do you think this is going to favor either of these teams, or is it all up in the
League
air?
It's
officials are
difficult because, going
investigating.
into this match, obviously going to favor Vitality. Like I think that GX have always been that sort of
Is it
middle of the
happening,
pack
guys?
team. Like we saw a couple of years ago, being able to slightly move themselves forward, getting to like a champs position, but last year being fairly underwhelming.
इसका
I
check
think
कर रहा
they've
है?
got the players to make this one competitive. I don't think this is going to be a whitewash, an easy win, like a dominant performance. But looking at the maps that have come up, okay, sure, you saw some weaknesses from Vitality when they played against the best of the best, like losing a map to the likes of T1, but then they beat a DRX. Like they've played the best of the best at this map and been able to show it. The same for the next. They looked incredibly good on
table पे
Lotus.
देखना है, love you
I
यार।
do think that I'm always going to come
Stage
into
पे
a
आके
match like
नाचूंगा।
this and favor Vitality because of the caliber of players, because of how they performed recently at a Masters, and because we
Saga
haven't
today,
seen that
thanks
much
for
from
3
GX.
months with Jan
But they are
today.
just one of those teams that no matter what form they're in, I always put a roster of these 5 players as a dog.
मगर वाले
Like
क्या
they can
language
easily
है?
go on a run, make this group really interesting as if it isn't already, and maybe steal a map. Do I think they can win it? Well, they're going to have to be on a different level to where they were at kickoff.
Okay.
They've had the time.
So steal a map at expectation, perhaps, but taking the series, that will be an exception to the rule for GX. Coming in, I mean, we've already seen
क्या मारा
Clouds
बोले
popping
ना?
off, but losing out on the
Red
pistol
flag का
here,
निकाला आपने,
Vitality's
love
map pick
you.
would have been a nice start, but very, very early days still.
Red
Get that
gameplay
tech
देखकर
pause out of the
performance
way
diamond
as
के
the
जैसे
players
देते
mount the
हो।
stage. Now, I think the thing for Vitality is, you know,
Excuse
you
me?
talk about that turnaround time, going to a Masters event, it takes out that month-long preparation. You're playing on old patch. You're having to run it down with some of the best teams in the world.
इसका
And
issue
people at
लग रहा है, I
home,
think.
well, they ain't got much else to do but practice themselves
Players
and watch
को नहीं
what
शायद.
you've been up to. And I think changing your identity
अच्छा
in
vibes है,
that
अच्छा
short
vibes है.
turnaround once you touch back home,
डर के बैक शायद feel कर
especially
रहे हो क्या?
we've had this conversation before. Some teams have said that they feel like the deeper your run, the more at a disadvantage you are coming in. I think KC previously as an example in Madrid, it definitely causes well, a lot of new challenges. It's not that you can't overcome them, but most players won't have experienced coming in on that kind of a back foot of preparation. The thing is, though, with Vitality, not just in terms of the support staff that they have, I remember seeing them in Liquid down on the stage. Rob, the manager, was saying some, or GM, what was his official title? He told me earlier, I can't remember.
I think he likes to be referred to as King.
King, yeah. King of Vitality. He was down there, him and Eamon from Liquid were going back and forth about the support staff, the difference in the background, right? Vitality bring a team with their team. Yeah. And so if there is someone that's going to be able to tackle that quick turnaround and the challenges that come along with it, I'd expect it to be a squad like Vitality, not just because of the individuals that are on the server, but also, like I said, because of the support staff they've got, because of the depth that they bring to this kind of an environment.
I'll also say as well, I think it depends on the team. Like, there's certain teams that I think after you go to an international need a break. Like, maybe if you've got a trophy or two under your belt, or maybe if you're in a scenario where you just get burnt out a little bit.
Been on break for a while now.
But you look at someone like Durka, what was Durka doing in his spare time? He's streaming ranked. So it's like, it's like the first thing I saw when like Waylay came out was just Durka just playing Waylay. Like that was what he was doing with his day. So it's like, yeah, there are teams that you go, okay, it's important to have a break, it's important to have some rest. But if it so happens that your players, when they rest, just play Valorant all day, you are going to have a leg up on other players. It's just how much you grind the game, and that's where I do think that this team is always going to be fantastic, because you just have those players who are grinders who are going to sit there all day long playing and finding out new nerdy little tech. And then they brought in a young gun from the tier 2. Those are the people who want this more than anyone. They've just got their spot, and you know when it's Vitality, hey, they had Trex. They didn't need to make a change from the outside. The guy was incredible on the server. He's always been fantastic. They are looking to be the best of the best. So for Sivo, this is an opportunity, and he needs to grasp it.
Absolutely, with both hands, and no doubt he will. From what we saw of him over in Challengers, he was drawing our eye, even on a support.
It's funny because
this role,
we've got the little like transition of fire, but
the
fire has been put out, it seems.
कुछ लोग बोलते थे ना COD best game क्या हालत हो उनका
love to see it.
Another red comment.
Valorant best game हो बे
We want more of that from Tom. Give him the time. Well, 1-0 for Vitality. They started out winning the pistol. Durka opened and shut the round, and now GX, well, they don't look to fight back. It's a very weak buy. There's some sheriffs here. Potential.
ना मान रहे.
I suppose a lot of this will come down to early map
Cloud with the sheriff.
Playing for those orbs. Yeah,
I'm ready for
the
-1.
sheriff, sure, he's already got 3 kills, but it's too big of an ask, surely.
इस बार मैं prepared.
Okay. They're forced back by some of that early utility.
Purple with the sheriff.
मैं बोला ना Purple बहुत
that I
मारता.
heard you.
Runner भी मारता, runner भी मारेगा.
Similar play style, you know.
सभी मारते वैसे.
I actually do really like him playing the Teo as well. Like him having a more aggressive role within the team. Like there was a world where, if you think back to when Cloud was on Na'Vi, yes,
rotations
Cloud was
on point.
Na'Vi, for those of you who've only been here a couple of years, he played the duelist at times, and his neon was nasty. So giving him an initiator with aggressive utility and a chance to be a bit more brawly, I think that might be his calling, which is something else he does as well.
What I really like here from GX is the opening pick doesn't result in them stagnating late into the round. With these weaknesses, you want to group up, use the numbers, and we didn't see that at the start. It was map control, look for orbs, and see what happens. Well, Purple got his orb on A, rotated around to the B site, and he's ready for the fight. The flash, good. And he's down and out of the round for now, but he has teammates. And this is where the numbers come into it. Swinging in with weaker weapons, but overwhelming with the numbers. It's down to the new gun, and he's gonna find it. Keeping Vitality on the straight and narrow, but it has to be a Red Bull clutch for Sivo to put 2-0 on the board.
भाई ये Sivo कैसे है?
It's not a comfortable round whatsoever. You're not going to sit here and smile if you're anyone else as a Vitality fan looking going, ooh, okay, that was a little bit dicey, but
वो बंदे में बहुत लेटर से भाई Cypher है उसका नाम.
Like getting your team a clutch that was pretty well needed, if I'm honest.
Oh yeah.
Come on for GX. It's not a bad round whatsoever. Sure, it's frustrating that they don't take it over the line, but they are now going to invest back into those rifles and have a chance to do some real damage, because there are a few extra guns being brought back up here by Vitality.
Yeah, well, I mean, we came into the last round
Let's-
saying that
let's
GX
get
weren't
us,
looking to fight back, and, well, it seems I was very wrong about that. Like you said, though, great start. Recivo, you're coming in thinking, you know, you want to have impact, and, well, you certainly did. That blind catches Durka, but he still wins the fight. I don't think that even caught West Side. It didn't actually, you can see. That's a remarkable fight. We saw the same play in the pistol round, but doing it here, Tom, in a round like this with a rifle as well. It's audacious, but it's worked out in Purpo. Well, he's taking a leaf out of his book, trying to retake A main. A side, I should say, but Vitality have gone back to main, fought up into heaven now, and they've got free space for a B rotate.
GX have got their whole team committed to A. Every single player is currently sat within that site. That is one of the quickest rotations I think we've ever seen from a team. But I think they're starting to realize Tomazi will be, well, basically the one defender. This is looking like a team that's gambled while having the low buy. GX are the ones that have the guns.
Normally we talk about these rounds as a pump fake, you know, you pretend to throw it and then maybe they think you did. They threw a fake ball this round. The A site was gone, overrun, boots on the ground, back in elbow. And then they've rotated into heaven. Now, granted, been slow since then, but that might even work out in their favor. It all depends on how Tomazi holds this B site. He's isolated, but 12 seconds left. Caught with the paranoia. Bought himself a little bit of time. TP's backside as well, but they've got him. Safe's looking the right way in heavy traffic, and that gets a plan for Vitality.
Sivo, knowing that staying alive is far more important when you've got a player like Dirk. You don't need to be getting aggressive. He'll do that job for you. And one for the remaining two of GX. Yeah, it does start to question whether or not this spike is worthwhile.
GX new team है क्या? नहीं.
I'm just going to try and fall off this, of course, but Sivov, this really is a chance to just do some extra damage. He's expecting players to still be within heaven. They have fallen back completely and just looked to save. But all in all, a fantastic round from Vitality, but it does scream a few danger signs for me that GX was so heavy in that rotation. Like they, sure, there was quite a lot committed. Obviously, Dirk was within the site before they fell all the way back. But
French
to basically go all into
French
that
team.
manner and have no clue on the other side of the map other than, okay, can Tomazi stop their whole team?
कौन सी टीम में खेलता तो इधर से
It's
तो
a little
रहेगा ना.
worrying.
Support from UK, love you.
And he couldn't move backwards because they'd also put the salvo on the board.
And it's genuinely fish in a barrel at that point. You might be blind, but
Vitality
where's he
team
going
बनाया,
to
एक
go?
player
Left
change
and right? It's kind of tough in
Cloud
that
Uzi
little
player है, yes.
narrow
पहले भी
alleyway.
खेला
A 3-0 start for Vitality.
He's not
And I
new.
agree with you. GX going for that rotation, it's not a good sign from our perspective, but God, I can understand it from there. It's the
second.
exact same thing that happened to them
Is
2
he
rounds ago.
the
You think this is the
Same
pistol?
coach GX का.
He's
Who we
also found
loved
the
to
pick.
watch.
So even for most teams, if you're going to go, okay, let's go in, let's fake it, and then either you TP out, or if you die, we'll just rotate anyways. When you get that kill, that's often going to be them going, oh, okay, maybe we just commit. Maybe we just finish the strat now. The dominoes are already falling, and these mistakes happen. GX would have been ready for that, but instead they fought tooth and nail for a site that was wide open.
ये थोड़ा
So
थ्रो
sad
कर
that
सकते हो
Pipson
please.
doesn't have his outfit from the video the other day. Have you
I
याद आ
have,
गया,
yeah,
याद आ
Demon Slayer,
Demon Slayer intro?
get up. They were looking
Yeah.
good.
I think that's honestly the best Pipson's ever looked. I think he should bring it back full time.
I'm not sure he'd agree with you on that.
He definitely doesn't. He
coach, vibe
responded
है,
to the
vibe.
tweet saying he doesn't.
Oh, okay.
But he was very clear with
It's
the
like,
fact
oh,
that
well.
I think he said something along the lines of, no, but maybe we can make some sort of deal. That was not to me. That was to a staff member.
यार जो भी लोग
GX.
stream देगा
So,
like
hey,
कर दो और
maybe
subscribe
they
कर
qualify
दो.
to
But you're
champs
here
that
to
comes
let him
back.
know today that you're down to make a deal with him too.
For sure.
Get him in that costume. I understand it.
Must support दे रहा है यार
3-0 for
लेकिन.
Vitality. It's
Six.
been a good start. GX
Kalam bhai,
don't
thank you for
really
the
have a
membership,
lot to
Mijan.
battle with, but they made it work with less, or very nearly. Starting off with the aggression on Purpo, one of the rifles that they have, looking for A main control. It's sent Vitality scurrying in the other direction. There'll be no fake to the back of A, and there'll be no Durka for the late round either. He gets picked off in a trade for mid
भाई
control.
4 phantom
Might
मतलब
leave
तुम लोगों को
Vitality
पता है
worse for
कितना
wear without
spam
their
होएगा
Yoru.
I think there was a trip just behind the smoke. So I think he's walked directly into that. And he was revealed. There's a very, very easy kill for the defensive side. Now they've kept on to some of this aggression. Obviously,
मारना
take
ही
gambles
पड़ेगा
in a round
Purpo को,
where
मारना
you
ही
don't
पड़ेगा.
really have
Option
too
नहीं है.
much to play with. I don't believe
ब्रिज वेट करेगा तो मजा आएगा, लौटे लग जाए।
Maybe a stun, hoping to come through, but no, it's just a raw fight among. You give that to any player on Vitality, there's a good chance they win it.
Running ahead of the aftershock, it's
See
a
ya.
dangerous game. Kicks, punishes runner, and now the A site is overtaken, and it looks like the round is locked in. Beautiful shots from Les to close it out, 4-0. And yes, there were some dangers here. GX brought them to the table, but they were swept away with a 4-0 start. With a couple dangers for Vitality, but those treacherous waters navigated expertly. GX is going to start to feel the pressure to put a round on the board fairly soon, or at least have more control over how the round is going. It feels like we're playing Vitality's game.
Yeah, for sure. And that's the thing. I don't mind a lot of these initial setups that we're seeing from GX, like to try and, okay, I'm going to use the salvos early in the round, like start that time to get them back for any sort of retake or delay, but with those aggressive pushes not working out and ultimately them being shut down later, I was going to say maybe be wary whether or not they continue to go for it. The answer is no. Holding onto the rope with his butt cheeks, Durka's going to find that kill.
It's surprisingly good stabilization on that spray, I have to say. Expected a bit more recoil in every direction. 4-0 is Vitality score, but we're looking for 5. GX, 3 rifles left to try to hold strong, and it seems like they're going to put all their eggs in one basket. That basket is the B site, and it looks like A is the one being taken. So for Vitality at that point, when Spike goes on the floor,
5-0.
possibly even safe to plant it, getting the ultimate online that pretty much locks in the round, I really wouldn't be surprised. CGX just call for the save at that point. 5-0 down. Economy, if they lose these rifles, will be unrecoverable moving into the next end. Really just not in a pretty position for early days on Vitality's pick.
Hey, hello.
Yeah, especially with you getting that defensive side start, a lot of the time you are going to see if there's a dominant half, that's where those rounds are racked up. But for now, at least, this is looked fairly comfortable. As said, like, any of that aggression has been kind of shut down, and it seems very all-in, almost as if, like, okay, we're expecting to meet some resistance, but this more sort of passive hold in the first, like, 15 seconds really works. Because, again, like, if you don't have depth to what you're doing with the Teo utility, it does become fairly telegraphed. So, okay, they're going to use them immediately because they want to get them back later in the round. So if we just wait more passively, they're probably just going to keep pushing. And that's what's happened. Like there was the last round, the same thing happened outside of A, and then they re-hit it later in the round. All they had to do was clear. This round, I think it was just a passive Suez fire. It's like, okay, you've pushed.
There was a good try, though. He tried to TP with the timing, so Safe would be looking the other way. It very nearly worked out. The Safe was certain. Why would he TP into the salvos? But then we kind of realized, yeah, why would he TP into the salvos? He died.
Yeah.
So
top वाले membership एक साल का पहले ले लेता था.
He went forward. I'm not certain he would have been safe at the back anyways. I
think that might be why I like. I think he was like, oh, I've got to move.
Yeah, I'm in trouble.
Love you and congratulations मेरी जान.
Great.
कभी आएंगे तो जरूर बताएंगे.
Vitality looking like the new player, and potential lack of prep time is affecting them.
क्या नाम है होटल का बिना membership वाले लोगों को नहीं लेता हूँ.
Positively, perhaps.
Yeah, maybe.
बाहर उसने board
Like
लगाया.
they're having a great time. The Sivo's had a
No
couple of
membership,
high
no
impact
entry.
rounds.
नीचे
I'm liking the control as well, because a lot of the time you'll see a new player come into a roster and their goal is to like make a name for themselves.
Yeah.
He's been very happy to play these more passive, like, okay, this is my staple player. This is the guy who's not taking massive risks. He's just in a spot and holding down map control.
भाई BT है ना
He's been doing a very good job of it so far.
Well, what was it, round 3? He has the Sheriff here, and maybe complimented him for backing off. Him backing off meant that the two players in Heaven split into 2 1v1 fights, and Durka took the fight in Heaven without a trade possible on the other side. So even though he didn't get a kill directly, he impacted the fight, and I think just a smart player. And finding his reward for it. GX, one pick and a couple rifles to play with here. It's definitely far from lost at this point. Ace sight. And usually when we hit 40 seconds on the clock, either Spike is down or save's being called. GX with some legs to stand on, and they're avoiding a lot of that utility that will come in, obviously with the Armageddon completely overrunning that A site. It's the Heaven hold for GX. It's Cloud and West side. Well, Cloud has just gone West side here to save the day. It's one man left on that attacking side. This was looking like a stacked scenario in Vitality's favor, but this has quickly spiraled out of control.
10 seconds left.
a chance potentially to make a name for himself. He's got to try and stick this plant through, otherwise there won't be enough time. And well, it now just comes down to the last couple of kills, trying to bait someone into a fight. Definitely crispy with the aim, but not knowing where runner will be. He's made it costly, he's made it seem interesting, but ultimately GX, they're now on the board.
Well, now I know why they're calling them Zaiwu. The kid's got
किसी भी
skill.
love you के पहले तोड़ना जरूर है क्या? नहीं
That was the thing, he was talking about the pronunciation of his name.
There's a lot of debate.
आप पे dislike डालेंगे कलमकार वाले ये जोक के वाले. Excuse me.
Yeah, basically saying that it was Saivov, Sivo,
भाई Cypher मारता है ना?
or Zaiwu, depending on what name you like.
Esports?
So he's aiming high. I appreciate that, you know.
Oh, absolutely, absolutely. He's shooting for the
You gotta go
stars.
for broke.
Shooting for the stars. From what we've seen, he
हमेशा
doesn't
top
miss
पे
much.
देख
So let's see how time.
And maybe
time's
Serial will
time
go
to-
for brokey.
We'll see. We'll see. Deep play towards the spawn.
Rude ने cute हो यार.
That
Love
was
you,
just
love you
the
यार.
ultimate rather from Purpo, clearing out that space, being a bit of a
आपका
recon
was
dart
low
for
है?
himself and pushing
कहाँ
that
से low है
A
भाई?
hold much further back. For Vitality, it's not changing the approach of the round. Still very much set on this B site take. We've seen the salvo stun combo be deadly so far. It's caused a lot of problems for the side of GX. Losing Cloud in the previous round, despite the fact that they recovered it, was an advantage that they gave away. They've avoided the early danger, and now it's the scrappy fight on the choke point, and they are winning, passing it with flying colors. The spike is left in the open, even though Durka gets out. He's got to go back in, and in the process, he is mowed down. Less the last man standing in. We said GX need to get their hands on the reins pretty soon. Seems like it's mission accomplished.
This is all about how much damage can Les do. Position known. Financially, this team's in an excellent spot, so taking away anything that he can would be massive, but I think definitely a little bit more wary about positions behind, wanting to try and
got married to
re-spot
Binks so high
some of
to
those players could
leave.
be. If everybody's watching his direction, the chance of him winning some of those fights are slim to none. The fact is, though, I think a really stellar round in general. I think this was much better in terms of how they actually utilize those salvos and alongside the stuff. They basically
those membership मेरी जान के टोटे हैं.
into a clump with the rest of his team. And then when they actually went to fight, I think there was
भाई
an
daily goal
excellent
ये है
start
कि 10 जन को
that came
फंसाना है,
through
समझ रहे हो?
from runner, which just made it nigh and impossible from then onwards.
एक फंसा 9-2
And a lot of this utility being in position towards that B site comes off of the early
Love
information
you,
they got out of Purpo, chasing a player into their spawn, seeing that that was the cipher and there was no one else around. You know it's a lurk, you know likely the hit is coming in towards that B site. Calls were made, boots were on the ground, and the welcoming party and its arms wide open for Vitality. 5-2. The lead is still theirs. They're up by 3. The attack side rounds are slowing down. Now we see that A main presence fought for in the same way as the first couple rounds. There was great success there, and there almost was here as well. Purpo's just down to 28 HP, and they're having to bring Cloud in to cover that gap now that he can't quite fight through those smokes.
Another early engagement that hasn't
भी
gone
जाएंगे ना मिड करके. मैं सोच रहा था अपग्रेड करने का. जेरियो पे कर सकते हो.
For the side of GX, but it's going to be that hard reset again. It seems like a lot of early battles are based around those salvos, what sort of positions can be crafted, and just basically delaying as much as possible with utility. The use of the aftershock just to force players back. It does mean that still this static sort of default, maybe even some re-aggression. 4 players currently centralized around mid, but it seems like GX are going to break off this. I am always nervous though when I'm watching Purpo. It feels like a lot of his aggression has just been met with death. Like, we haven't seen a lot of success from him so far.
Maybe not in this round either with the early tag up, but
that's really good.
Side of the map, it's the A side pressure split through mid. Cloud forced out onto the Raptors. If he goes walking back, he's not gonna like what he finds there. Vitality though, they give up that control.
15 seconds.
Leaving
क्या
less
कर रहे
behind, or
भाई?
at least
Hello.
staggered somewhat with 12 seconds left. They're getting into
Impossible
heaven,
भाई.
and GX have not moved. They've kept the 3-man stack on this side of the map. Durka grabs one, runner down low.
Impossible.
They still need to deal with Tamazi, and they do just in time.
भाई
That
चोट.
will come in with half a second left on the clock. That is a narrow margin. I can't believe they called that rotation.
That's outrageous. Like this reminds me, if you're like an old school CS fan, you could watch Pronax and he would call like the most outrageous thing with like
Hello?
7 seconds left, but it was like, it's fine because I've got all of my stat. He'll just headshot. That's
He's
Durka
sick.
right there. Just runs in, jumps down, insta headshots the guy, TPs away, and then his teammate just gets the next frag on the re clear. Like that's absurd. Like that was literally half a second off them doing like an old school KC round where we're just calling them melons.
Yeah,
Instead, because of the players they have, it's genius.
भाई
Risky
कैसे
to
नेक्स्ट मंथ अपग्रेड करता
was after
लव
taking
यू
heaven.
यार पटेल
What did we
भाई
see on
लव
round
यू
3?
यार
They put a player on site.
दो
The whole
जन
team
से
was there.
8
So
बाकी
they're thinking, we can rotate, we can open.
That's so stupid.
Oh!
That like if
मैं बोला ना कुछ भी मारता
if you're
डर के
Purple, you just want to alt F4 the game.
We might
देखा ना?
pause.
You have to bear in mind as well,
टीम
the
जब क्वालीफाई किया
difference
तो
between them winning
मेंबरशिप
that round was
दूंगा
half a
कल
second.
वरना नहीं ठीक है
So if he
ठीक
doesn't
है
do that, that's a GX round.
Well, also the third player just stays tucked in an extra half a second. As a result, yeah, round is over. And unbelievable. The gall from Vitality that
Hello?
Stuns caught him last is in trouble, and he still got Purple. Those early engagements
blind
really
था
have
क्या?
not been going Purpo's way
जब वो
so
cross
far, but
कर रहा
this
था?
one, I'm pretty sure Les was stunned up on the initial fight. Elsewise, why would he not be around the corner?
Well, also, I think he ran
By
straight past
purpose
Durka,
ज़्यादा
so even if he
unlucky
had
आज
got
कोई
that kill,
नहीं
he
है।
was dead anyway. Durka was in the corner, just
बंदा
sat
हर
behind. Like,
You take a trade in
गलत
that
चीज की वजह
scenario.
से मारा है
Well, I suppose they got it in the end with Durka
yeah,
down.
that's the thing.
Could have
Like,
been the 2-1.
Of all of the early engagements
I
we've
think
seen,
वो blind
I was
था
about
भाई।
to say it's
लेकिन
going well,
sound
but
तो आ
now
रहा
it's going
रहेगा,
very
कूदा
well.
वो
Les
left
has
में।
fallen. He's been able to dominate a lot of this
कूदते
A
गया
ramp
भाई।
control, be it with the
उसको
cam set up just to watch if anybody tries to reclear.
क्लोन के बुंडे में
Again, they're going
स्प्रिंग
to
कैसे
put a
कूदेगा
lot on one player. It's west side on the other side of the map. The thing is, the last couple of rounds, they've been a lot more split in their defense. It's not been this full gamble like we saw in some of the early rounds. That's why they had those 3 players there towards the end.
63
But
months हो गया 63 months
the question is, how much can Westside do? He
अभी
had a
सोचा है upgrade
fantastic round
करने
a
का।
couple ago where he was able to hold the line almost individually.
63 months
I
बहुत
think
होते
it's
हैं
going to
ना
have to be the same thing here.
TP committed.
Yep.
It
वो
is
तो मैं कितना गाफ
fully
दे रहा हूँ
committed. Again, the goal
एक और
on
मारेगा
Vitality
भाई
right now.
एक और
Sivo
मारा
to
उसने
take
हेलो
another. And that leaves
Batamesh,
Runner
bye.
on 15
Love
HP.
you.
No chance
Thank you
to
for the
deny that
membership,
spike
Jan
is what I
Gitotes.
would have said if we didn't switch to see the salvos. They came online just in time. 8 seconds now. Safe catches one, and they try to deny the plan.
Please tell me we have Tamazi's death.
Doesn't work.
Because you see a player running towards Sivo,
Most
that's not the
senior
player that
member
died.
who
The player
by-
that died was Tomazi, who used
Magnum भाई
from the
5 साल
shadows,
से मेरा
TP'd
stream
in and got
देख
insta
के
headshot by a guy I
आपने
don't think
लाइफ
he
में
knew
क्या
was
क्या
there.
अचीव किया एक पैराग्राफ लिखो प्लीज
It's this, and then this.
Oh,
That's the kill. That's the kill. He literally
भाई,
TP'd
ये
to where
भी
his
मरता
teammate
था,
was
10
and gets
HP.
killed for it. There's a pretty much a double set of errors there. Fantastic play by Sivo again. And what Tomazi, he's 0-8 right now. He's having a real rough time.
was that even a collat on Runner that took him down so low?
Yes, I think it was.
A collat on the
आज
TP.
मैं घंटा देखते ही ये कभी
don't see it every
स्ट्रीम
day.
खत्म हो गया
But
वैसा
what
तो
a
नहीं
game
होगा
this has
क्योंकि
been for
मैंने इंस्टॉल
Vitality
नहीं किया
so
वो
far.
सब
This
गेम्स
map pick certainly working
सिर्फ
out.
वैलो
Their
खेलता हूँ
prep
मैं
is definitely holding up to the
लेकिन
task.
देखते हैं
But
ये स्ट्रीम के
for
बाद
Sivo as well, as a
मत
new
करो,
player
मैं
coming
almost
in,
फंस गया
the weight of expectation on his
Is he
shoulders.
going to be on the board? 0 kills.
Get
There we
across,
go.
There we go. Tomazi's got one. And he'll get out.
Sometimes it takes a judge, you know? Sometimes you
व्हाट्सएप
need
कैसे
just
ज्वाइन
a
करें
cheese
मेरा वो
kill
देखो
to get the engines.
लव यू यार वो
We'll see.
मतलब
Maybe this can be the start, because
Community
that's
course.
really unlucky. Like, that last round is really, really
Stage
unlucky
1
at the
depression
time.
से
I'll
stage
say as
3
well, I'm guessing they didn't hear
मत बोलो
teleport from Sivo, or they just didn't think he would stick it. But that's the thing I'm enjoying, is like, again, a lot of players either come in with something to prove or lacking confidence.
माफ करो मैं भूल गया था
He's
VCT
doing
डालना
neither.
Not at all. Not at all. And also, like you say, with the something to
VCT
prove, it's just the
baby.
fact that he's a smart player. He's made the right calls. We see a lot of cracks
I
in
think
young talent
जो
when they come
मिस
to this
किया
level,
वो
but
बहुत मिस कर
very
दिया
few showing here, if any,
क्या
for
बोलते हो?
Sivo. There's
हाँ, आज का
Les
game जाते
opening
हैं।
up onto Purpo. Brings it back to a 4v4 at least. The numbers not looking
एक
too
अच्छा लगा
bad.
कि
And
give up तो
Cloud
किया
on
है
West Side,
बाकी दो
they've
जन
got
ने भी
full
ना
control up in heaven.
भले
The spike will be
3-5 था,
planted
लेकिन
and it's
किसने give up
safe
नहीं
up top, looking for Zolt with one more orb, one kill,
2v4
one pick.
लेकिन डर के
And he's in the game, but he also loses salvos if he
1v3
dies.
लेकिन
There's
डर
the
के
ult
है।
online, but not for this round. The pressure falls onto Durka's shoulders. He's got the first kill, surely. No, never mind. West side on low HP. They just wanted to trade him out.
सामने भी तो
They
pro
didn't
player
need
थे
to.
भाई.
GX 7-3. The game's far from over.
Yeah, I'd say that's
भाई
down 2
close
rounds that
नहीं
you
लग रहा है
can
ये
put down
7-3
to
score line है
West
लेकिन
side on
close
his
नहीं
own.
लग रहा है बहुत
A
unlucky
couple
हुए
of
GX वाले.
3Ks that have been highly impactful in scenarios where, yeah, I think some of the fights are not necessarily favorable.
भाई
Like they're
Cypher
going
बढ़िया
into
player लग
trades
रहा है
or
मेरे को.
in that case, just taking an opening duel.
ये Cypher मेरे को upcoming
Something for
star
GX.
player
And
type
that's the
लग
thing,
रहा है.
like, although there's been a lot of big plays, a lot of big rounds from Vitality, I don't want to say GX have been, like, slaughtered. At least the last,
Marvel
like,
का
5 or
sponsor
6
आपको
rounds
call
they've been
कर
in
रहा
this
है. अबे
map.
कौन Marvel?
They can get the last couple. This one might just become competitive.
Well, coming into this round, Vitality, a lot of ultimates online already. One going to be
मुंडे को
put
मैं मर
in
गया.
towards this A side. They want to fight, and they want it to be purple,
लड़ा,
leading
इस
the
बार
charge.
लड़े,
He
इस
grabs
बार
his,
लड़े
he
पे.
grabs his kill and runners in with the utility for
Please
another.
मेरे को
The
ये
A
मत
side
बोलो कि वो
crunch
कैमरा
early,
देख रहा
just
था
a great
लेस.
read. Vitality have been
जब
going
भी
for that
उसके नीचे
spot either with
Fruit
a
लावा
lurker
था.
or with the whole team. This time, well, there's a couple players towards middle looking to take that space late, but GX don't want to give them the fights. The advantage is already theirs.
Aftershock used to clear the trip, but not really been a switch up of position. They're happy to play this 3-man crossfire.
वेले allowed है क्या इसमें? नहीं सिर्फ
Hold
pro
in
players allowed है,
position.
वेले लोग allowed नहीं.
Vitality going to try and go towards the spawn. It's unorthodox. It's not
Sorry,
expected
sorry. है वेले allowed है.
by anyone
खेल
other
सकते
than
हैं, वेले
West
खेल
side,
सकते
who's probably the exact man you'd want in this sort of position. First shot, easy does it. Looking for a little more, won't
almost.
find it. But with the paranoia through and players completely split, 40 seconds left now for them to try and find something.
Well, they've got to win two 2v2s, essentially. No matter where they go, there's bodies waiting for them. Time is against them.
30 seconds left.
Oh, just now they've managed to find an
Nice
isolated
blind
fight with
to
the utility that was
David.
being lined up. The salvo's avoided in the site, being taken. Cloud stomps his way in. They heard him surely move towards the site, but do they expect the close corner? No, they don't. It's an easy pick,
Okay.
but Kicks gets his third. The plant will
Nah.
be the end of him, surely. They're waiting for it. No, he gets the spike down. I was waiting for Tamazi to round the corner.
का
Now
क्या है?
Kicks is waiting for exactly that. They're lined up, but the first is his. The fourth of the round and the ace on the cards. It's only Purple. A tough game so far. Fake TP out his steps, give him away, and Kicks is posted on the angle. He only catches the shoulder.
Ult भी
The
है.
Rolling Thunder, though, still online, will buy him all the time he needs. He's seen the angle.
Oh my
It's Kicks with an
God,
ace to put
कैसे?
Vitality miles into the lead.
कैसे?
11 rounds for Kicks to put the first
Hello?
ace of stage 1 onto the board. I think there'd be quite a lot of people who would have bet
कैसे
that it would be a
भाई?
Vitality player to do it, but I don't know if they would have necessarily bet that it would be Kicks, but this is the problem. Like, again, I feel like there've been
चार
moments,
बंदे को
plenty of
मारा?
moments where you'd look at this game and go, okay, GX are in it. They're competitive. They're fighting for these rounds. And then a guy who was on 2
ये तो volume
kills
बढ़ा
prior
है
to this
production.
round
हम लोग को
aces your
समझ
team
में आ गया
above.
उसने ace
I think
मारा.
it all goes out the window.
Normally, if you see a clutch like that, it's a lot of 1v1s, and I know in the
भाई
end, those two
2v5
players,
जीते वो
they
लोग.
were isolated. There was like a 2-second window that was perfectly exploited to catch that fight. But most of the others were
Plastic.
looking even playing field. I think second and third it was that he found
Don't
on the
support by
site. They
तेरे
traded
achievements,
perfectly. The timing was
enjoy
there,
के
but
लिए
Kicks just
और
knew
कुछ
he
नहीं
was already
किए.
aiming at the
Love you,
second
यार.
angle. 8-3.
Nice
One round
interior.
left in the half, and GX are coming in with next to
Manan,
nothing.
thank you
A
so
lot of
much.
weaknesses, but ults, well, the ult that they have, Runner might be able to claim them some space towards the site. Whichever side
मेरा
they
watch
decide
hours
to
में
go
नाम
for,
नहीं आ
but
रहा है.
it looks like it's going to be
Just
sent
मतलब तू
in
देखता नहीं
straight
है
to
मेरे को
middle.
इसमें.
GX don't get much for that, really.
Side again.
Notice कर रहा
A
हूँ.
lot of the rounds they won have been down to him. Cloud was just walked into the
Gaya
open.
na,
Maybe not
Cypher gaya,
expecting
Cypher
anybody
gaya.
to be there. That's a lot of utility for Westside to try and escape. Still standing, gets 2 for
अभी
1.
तक गया नहीं, अभी तक गया
Again,
नहीं.
he seems to bring them
अभी तक गया
back
नहीं है.
when it looks like there's no hope. Safe though has put another in the grave, and you can already see these lurks. Look at where Sivo is currently standing. He is waiting behind them. Tomazi, another fight that he's
Cypher
never going to get
bolte.
the chance to take. And while we've just seen an ace from one side, it needs to be another for West
Ab
side,
gaya.
and he is going to find
Last tak
absolutely
zinda tha.
nothing.
What a masterclass this first half has been. Attack side on split. Many people will
जिसको
complain
पहला
about the
मरना था वो
challenges
लास्ट तक
here, but
जिंदा
it's
था.
nothing but triumph for
comments?
Vitality. Everything has been working out for them. A couple bumps in the road,
भाई
but
पता
the
नहीं भाई
suspension's
वो वाला
held
वाइब
strong.
नहीं
We'll
आया
see
इसमें ना
if they can
9-3 वाला
continue
वाइब नहीं
this
आया.
win
ऐसा लगा
streak
कि
in the
क्लोज
second
6-6
half
टाइप
after the break.
गेम गया करके. क्लोज गया गेम करके ऐसा लग रहा है. ओमेन है, ओमेन का नाम साइफर है. ये लोग को देख के ऐसा लगता है काफी आसान है ये गेम. इन्फो के बेसिस पे खेलेगा तो एक्चुअल में आसान है. बिजी हो गया था थोड़ा, माफ करो, कोई सी नहीं. लव यू यार, विश यू मोर सक्सेस. आई एम फ्रॉम कनाडा, आई कैन नॉट सी जॉइन बटन, मेंबरशिप लिंक. परम भाई टेंशन मत लो, मॉड्स लिंक दे दो भाई, कनाडा से है, कनाडा लिंक दे दो. So my mods will give you one link. You have to click there and then scroll at the bottom because there are 2 types of membership. Okay, just check it, make sure. English Canada से भाई. Hey Paramba, I will pin it for you, just in case you miss it. I pinned the chat. You can check my pinned comment and clicks.
Welcome back, folks. It's time to dive into the second half and really sink our
Sharam karo
teeth
bhai.
into it. And certainly
10
that
से
will be the
11 members
conversation for
होएगा तुम लोग
GX.
को.
They've come out of the
अच्छा नहीं
first
लगेगा.
with 3 rounds on the board, but there were some moments where it seemed like there was hope. Really, though, it felt like Vitality were the ones dictating the flow and the
कितने लोग बचे? 7 लोग और. 7 लोग और बचे guys. Love you यार, love you यार, love you.
Most of it seemed to come back down to like some good
परम भाई
calls and
OP यार, hearts
the
to you,
individuals
hearts
that
to you. कि गांड मराने गया.
we know
Loading
and love on the
ने loading
Vitality
पे.
side. Now, as you said, GX getting to
Love you,
dictate
yeah.
the pace a little bit more, although I still expect to
मैं भी
see
करूँगा
quite a bit of
अपने
aggression
नेकी और पुच्ची पुच्ची.
out from this defensive side already. Some utility expended. West side, he seems to have the right
Shot
idea.
बे.
A great start to the round.
परम
Dirk
भाई,
has got
thank you for the 5
advantage.
gifted. मेरी जान के टोटे.
one to open and shut the first pistol
परम भाई,
round.
make sure to join the
Door
WhatsApp
shut
group.
firmly in his face. 5v4 to start with, and Purpo, well, he's looking to do exactly the same as was done to them. Go in for that aggressive TP, take control over the site, and the cavalry follows suit. He's been spotted. Cam up above revealed him. Last just firing into the dark.
Arre,
That
almost.
flash was perfect. Zivo though manages to at least find 2. It's doable. It's difficult, and he
भाई,
almost
क्या
makes
मारता
it look
है
possible,
साइफर?
but not to be. GX
Huh?
with a pistol that is very much needed, and the climb back can commence here.
I thought he was not money-minded streamer, but
that's
see
the
him
thing.
now.
Like, getting that under
Streamer.
their belt is so
not
important. But
money-minded,
otherwise, this
I'm
map is done.
membership-minded.
I think even if they don't manage to turn this building into what will be Lotus, which, as said, you're looking back to some of the more recent results, is a pretty decent map over on the other side as well.
Good job.
You saw a strong showing when they faced off against T1 and Liquid, and then it was a close defeat to G2, who, well, we all look at as one of the best in the world right now. Clearly, GX put the work in. That's not the start they were looking for, though. Stunned up in the early seconds.
भी low है.
He also tagged desperately low. Like, this is starting
Oh
to look
my
very
God.
worrying.
Oh my God!
More safe with the classic is more dead.
भाई निकाल सकते.
Running whatever gun you
मेरे को
like.
आज तक कौन सा
That is now
reply
another
दिया
low
English
player.
में? Excuse me.
And bear in mind, Mitch, this was just classics. They didn't
ये क्या
invest
DP
into
है?
a sheriff or 2 or a few extra pieces. This is literally 5
अरे he's
classics.
new ना. Understand it's
And
no
already,
man.
look at the plan on the other side. For GX, 2 players are running away, taking the spike elsewhere. They'll have to cross mid, but again, it's just a classic.
ये
fold.
देखो
The
wife
real
पे आके
concern,
कनाडा सुनकर. Excuse
right
me.
side is left alone. If he goes down, there's 3 weapons to be recovered. I'm not sure of what of those are actually rifles.
भाई सोच रहा हूँ membership का नाम change करके Bikaw fam डालूं.
Finds the first. They know there's a target there.
Cute fam
He
and
was the
Bikaw
one to
fam.
turn his attention in
क्या
that direction. He's being pincered though. They're coming from both sides. GX have played this well. They've won their fights. And
अच्छा
now
isolated
3v2
है.
up against weaker weapons. Classics for now.
हाँ?
A plant that should be secured.
Let's see.
अच्छा
Kicks
isolate किया, मस्त isolate.
looking if there's anything to be had. I'm guessing that there isn't a mob. Because shenanigans will meet the same
Strong
fate.
feeling
It
आ
was
रहे, close जाएगा.
incredibly dangerous, but I like the fact that GX slowed down. They didn't overface, they didn't overreact, they didn't go looking for crazy fights to try and turn the tide. They were patient. That patience has been rewarded. Speaking of it, Kix is going to try and be patient himself, knowing that the chances of winning this round now fairly slim.
Choose between
Might be
Rega,
able to take a gun.
Snacks, Joker. क्या चीज के लिए लिखना है? इससे ही मतलब. Choose करो एक.
Damage is tempting.
क्या
No
चीज के लिए?
steps are heard moving right towards him. Lands to the slaughter, perhaps. The
भाई
stun is
इधर में
good.
शायद
It's great.
बोल दे
In
एक बार
fact, they have an
member के
idea that this is a danger
पढ़ोगे
zone
वैसे
and it's
भी आप
cleared
proof
by
streamer
West
बन
side.
चुके हो. ऋषभ भाई मैं
Very
सबका
well
पढ़ने का
done,
कोशिश
considering
करता
in that 3v4, 3v5.
They will scurry.
You know, there was one player
मेरा नाम
isolated,
भी नहीं
surrounded
लिया
by
आज
classics.
तक
That can
भाई,
easily
छोटी
spiral
membership
out of
लिए.
control. A retrieved
देवाशीष भाई,
bulldog,
मत
and who
करो
knows
यार
where we
ऐसे.
go from there. They've managed to put that one together, 9-5.
Best
The
streamer,
gap
thank you.
slowly closing in
अच्छा
on
उन
Team
तीनों में से
Vitality.
Yeah, this is the way you kind of expect that
क्या था?
things
Rega,
will change
Snacks,
a little
Joker.
bit.
Best streamer
Have you got
मेरे हिसाब
yourself
से
Those
Goldie
saved
Pie.
over guns from the prior, that maybe they can
Best
throw a little
streamer.
bit extra in for Tomazi.
क्योंकि तुम लोग तीनों
He's going to
का
be down in
वो
the dumps,
देखोगे ना
and that's the thing.
content,
I want to
उसमें
see
एक
if
ही
he can
चीज
have
common
a
रहेगा. Goldie Pie
resurgence
का
going
प्यार.
into this attack side. I think a lot of the time the
W
fights he
answer.
was taking, we saw the sort of rundown on him isolated on one side of the map, or when you're trying to teleport, you get shot.
Yay! I am a part-time student and work part-time, but you are my god. By part-time करके आपने $14 और काश दोस्त membership ली यार. Love you यार. Every month we'll work extra 2 hours for you, my man. अच्छा एवरी मंथ एक महीने में तेरे को एक्स्ट्रा 2 ही घंटा काम करनी है ताकि तू काश दोस्त मेंबरशिप ले. मेरे को लगा हर दिन मेरी कान पड़ गई थी. मैं अब भी बोलने वाला था नेक्स्ट टाइम रिफंड करना करके ऐसा. लव यू परम भाई, लव यू थैंक यू फॉर द 14 Canadian
So I
Australian
thought that
millionaire
neither, but I don't have
dollars.
that choice.
Dog food's generally dry.
I don't know why you're
W by
actually
W.
thinking about it. It was more of an analogy
W.
rather than a I don't want to know your answer. Because weirdly, you've probably tried both.
No. I have managed to hold off on that urge for a long time now, Tom. But this question,
I don't want to cook dinner. That dog
There is
food's
a
looking
can
pretty.
little can
WhatsApp
opener,
group
it's all
कैसे
good.
join
Well,
करें?
opening
mods
duel
help कर
for
देंगे.
Sivo. He has managed to take Purpo out of the
Mods
action
जो
at
दो खास
Yori.
दोस्त
They
membership
cause a
उनको भी
lot
group
of
में डालो ना.
annoyances as we saw in the first half, but not this time around.
ये मारेगा वैसे.
Very low in HP. It's an
चला ना,
easy
मारेगा,
pickup.
मारेगा.
West side having
लोग
a hell of a
पूरे
game
इनको
so far. GX have
भाग के
been
जाओ,
struggling
एक ही है,
in
जाओ.
that first half, but he was a
भाग के जाओ.
standout performer
अब
in
रुक
it.
के
He may
वापस
just
कीजिए.
carve a path towards the site
Can
for
तोड़ो,
GX
can
this time
तोड़ो.
around. That pick and vent sends
Can
them to the
तोड़ो.
A site, sends them towards less.
बस अब walk करके
Perhaps with
वापस.
this extra element of control, they'll be brave enough
मेरा
to
call नहीं
take
सुनना ना,
on
लग
this
गए, हार
setup.
गए लोग.
Take on this man already being
हार गए.
caught by a trap. They know he's close. Les smells
गए,
the
मैं बोल
blood
रहा
in the water, and he calls in for
मेरा कॉल
Durka
सुनते तो
to
जीत
help
जाते.
him
ये
out.
100% हार गए.
Creep up though,
हार
now it's
गए
being
बे.
spotted.
ए,
Runner,
हार
you better
गए.
get running. Kicks, takes him down.
हार
And
गए.
Spike is there as a result. It's West Side trying to cleave back some element of control as Cloud takes over the site. They'll get a plant out of this and a man advantage.
Kick so desperately low. Sivo not much better off. They're going for the element of surprise, but that element has completely gone. Another triple kill
Thank you
for
for the
Westside.
shout out,
I
yeah,
feel
love
like he
you.
almost has as many
Yo,
as they
ये
have
बात.
rounds at this point.
ये साथ
The
member
amount
ही
that
है
he's
पर
being able to
members
win.
only
I will
stream
say
पे 500
though,
like.
I think Runner was a little bit hard done by because I think his spam lit
He's
two
so like,
players to
bhai,
like sub
language.
20 HP and just didn't get either of the kills.
Updated रहो भाई.
Show up on his
क्या कर रहे
ACS,
हो?
I suppose.
You know, that was him getting 5
वो
HP
like
from
bot
1 down
है,
to
सच्ची.
5.
And really, from this point, GX felt like they were trying felt like they were trying to claw their way back into this, but now, well, the ground's looking a bit more even. The
भाई
uphill
इसमें
battle.
हिंदी कॉम्स क्या हो रहा है भाई?
More gentle stroll. Durka straight down mid to Cloud. It's not a great start. This is a low buy
ये
for
क्या
Vitality,
बंदे हैं?
and they did a lot with the classics. Now they've got full sheriffs and a couple shields floating around. It's
भाई ये सब नहीं
a lot
देखना
more
भाई rank
dangerous
games
for
में,
GX to
please.
face off against in those
ये
1v1
क्या बंदे
fights,
हैं भाई?
as Cloud just found out from behind a wall.
Also, just look at the position of Sivo. Like, it's a deep push into mid. Point to B, sorry. And he's already going to win one of them. Okay, doesn't
Chalega,
get out of
ek
there,
mara.
he bought time. Now
One
they can
and
throw
done
the
is
salvos
good.
in, delay that a little bit further. And that's the thing. In these sort of rounds, okay, those cheeky plays are going to be great, but it depends how much you can burn off that clock. Okay, at the moment, we're at 50 seconds. But you look at the position of
Your
these
favorite
attacking
weapon,
players,
gold by mortal and
they
that
don't have
choose
any
one.
ground.
One choose karna, I'll choose
And
one
yeah,
and
they
only
gotta fight
asset will
for
my
it
friend.
somewhat blindly up against pistols, playing into Vitality's hands, but the clock is forcing that play.
W
The
one.
B site seems to be the
They're
target. They know
passing it.
Cypher's been on A. It's a little easier. They don't have that Sentinel util waiting. Flash from Runner. Hopefully get them up to heaven. The delay's
second
been
में
good. We've got 25
तीन
seconds left.
ना,
Vitality
जो तुम सोच रहे हो,
rotating players
GX,
in.
ना,
Salvos just
ना,
came
20
online for
seconds.
safe as
ना,
well.
low
This is a
लग गया.
big deal that GX with 15, they gotta go. We gotta make it to the site. They've got delay utility. You've got to run through a Cypher setup. You've got a player pushed in on main. 8 seconds left. This is outrageous. Vitality may have pushed the boat out when it came to timing, but the blatant disregard for the clock at the top of their screen, they'll get their kills. But Vitality won that with pistols, and they didn't even have to use them for the most part. Oh, that one's going to be talked about in the VOD review.
The pay save card, thrifty. But yeah, this was exactly what I was talking about at the beginning of the round. It's when it comes down to those late round decisions. Like, okay, you lose some of those early fights, you lose some map control, you lose some positioning, and we've seen it before, they just pause. But last time, you saw Vitality, okay, they had the need to get aggressive. Like, they were playing with literal classics. In this scenario, they had all of their utilities. They had everything still online, and that's where you need to force them into making some of those fights. Instead, well, you've given them a round, you've gifted them a round. And now they come in with a buy.
The safe must have been sat. They're going to have salvos, they didn't need them. They didn't need them. Just hold the cross and pop a stun. Beautiful stuff from Vitality in terms of
Shot,
patience.
babe.
Westside's coming in
Good.
with a fire in his belly after that
Nabine.
last round. He's been dropped
Okay.
though. Tamazi tries to make the sneaky play up close. He's giving it away.
The
Never
blue.
mind. They don't turn in time. And the quick double answered back by Safe doesn't even put Vitality on the forefront. In fact, with him falling,
Close
this
जाएगा
was
baby.
looking done. A 3-piece needed by Sivo on the way back through. He's coming from heaven, and he's up against a strong setup.
This is how we give
Stuns,
around. Excuse me.
flashes. Every player has something. In fact, 2
Excuse
stuns,
me,
2 flashes.
Pinky.
They've got everything they could
मेरे को
possibly
एक
want
बात
to work with.
बताओ, आप घर में यही करते हो
Sivo,
मतलब
perhaps
this or that
round is
game
already out of his hands. Unless he gets
Huh?
an opportunity gifted very soon.
बताओ
Could just be a game of playing
or
those
that,
exits.
this or
I
that,
think that's
this
what he's
or
going
that.
for.
I think also in this scenario, the money is actually a bit more important. Having his weapon,
I choose both.
making sure that that's not removed, have something to fight with going into the next. So making it a little bit more costly, but really good recovery from GX. I think that last round is enough to shatter your mental in a lot of positions, but we didn't see a pause. We didn't see them slow things down. They just went right back to what they were doing. And even seeing a little bit from Tamazi. As I said, like, it's not just him. Him and Purpo. I think Purpo, I don't want to say he's lost every single opening duel, but I want to say he's lost like a solid 70%. Like,
Time
it's shouting at the new guy. He's just first time on the stage.
for that,
It's
is
just, all right. Cloud.
इतना मेरे को
A little bit
पता है
toxic, but you know, I'm here for it.
Vitality
10-7.
lead
Come on,
पे है
I think this is a
और
pause. Yeah, it's going the other way.
defensive
So
map
just
में
as we thought
defense-sided
maybe
है.
there was an opportunity for GX to call a pause, that is an immediate response from the Vitality camp. Because
Excuse
again,
me?
you're talking about what, a 9-3 half. There were a lot of clutches. There were a lot of big moments that
भैया
went
जी
their
को
way
जब
that could have very
तब
easily
तक
made
का
it a lot
meaning पता
closer.
चलेगा ना
But now we're not
be too
seeing
late.
those as much. And that starts to worry, because
Huh?
the difference
It will be
now
too
down to
late.
just 3. GX, it seems like, well, I'd say some of their players are starting to come alive.
Binks
One of
and
their
you
players
are
has been
very
alive
famous
the
here in
entire
Emea,
time.
Valorant,
Westside is
Indian
having a
cute
game,
couple
and
they
that's the
say
thing.
here ए तू पहुंच
Obviously,
गया
you're
तू
gonna
उधर है
look
क्या
at Zivo as that. Oh, he's the
ए, तू
new
उधर
kid
है
on the
क्या?
block. He's the guy coming from tier
चल
2
प्रीमियस
to
भाई
tier
दिख रहा है
1.
क्या
Bear in mind, Westside's only played, what, like 3 or 4 games in the tier 1 setting at kickoff. Then he was right back out to practicing again.
I think it
So
was 3, yeah.
the fact that they're coming in here and he's looking this good,
हाँ
this is
सच्ची
what we were sort of
कुछ
promised.
crazy
And
सा
he had
करना है ऐसा
glimpses at kickoff, but not to this degree.
जैसे कैमरा देखा खड़ा होकर
GX
डांस
opening
करते हैं
game
वहाँ
was
पे
the
सब लोग बैठे
BBL,
हुए
right, where we sort of way underestimated BBL's
Yeah,
power
yeah.
level. Like, he's had a rough start
चैट में
at
कैसा
that
होगा
level,
फिर
and
वहाँ
right now
होते
22 and 11. First half, he was a standout. Second half, hasn't really changed much. It's good to see
क्या
West Side
बात
on this
कही है
form, and
पिंकी ने, वहाँ पे
GX,
नहीं
will they
चलता,
get a
इंटरनेट
good
नहीं है वहाँ पे।
opportunity on the back of it? They're just down by 3. Vitality of weak weapons.
जाओ लो
I
ब्लॉक्स
mean,
के
maybe
लो
the biggest enemy for GX will be the clock. It
Katri
certainly was
kaddu hai
last time
tu hai.
this happened. And this time, of course, the rifle save for Sivo gives them an opportunity. And a few ultimates as well in play. Looking at Safe in particular, there's dangers,
Shot.
and the biggest one has now been dealt with.
Time to jump.
Oh, Urka in the corner,
चैट में खींचते हैं अगर वहाँ
shooting out
पे
the utility. That was enough to give the game
Oh,
away. Kicks
bhai.
it, only with an SMG, and well,
crazy
that's a hope
crazy
for a miracle
crazy
at this point. Unless 1v5 on a classic. I like this, even a little bit of orb management. Just gonna get Purpo ever closer to that ultimate, this time not earning it
crazy
via
doubt
just deaths.
We both come in bit of a mood today. haven't we?
You know.
Ready to go.
It's just
Yeah, question,
it's
but
day
जब
one.
मैं
If you
confused
don't
हो गया था,
come
एक
in how
second के
you're
लिए
going to
मुझे लगा,
continue
हाँ,
throughout
ये
the
कैसे
year,
हो
a
सकता
little
है?
bit toxic, then what's the
No
point?
punches pulled. I feel like I'm playing Viper over here. It's very toxic in the caster booth. 10-8, and yes, GX climbing their way back. Ults online for both teams. It could be a chaotic game. I do like, as you said, the idea to give these
Doubt room
orbs
में
to
आके solve
Purpo.
करेंगे, मत करो।
Having that ultimate online here for the attack side, coming into a big
भाई,
round
नजर
as
ना
well,
लगे,
where
लेकिन
there's
GX
lots of
अच्छा
dangers
खेल रहा है, क्या
on that
बोलते हो, Jack?
Vitality side. They can obviously use this as a wayfinder. This is exactly what Durka did. Allowed them to sell fakes. It allowed them to sniff out the dangers ahead of time.
तू कह रहा
One of those dangers in this round hopefully will be seen. No, they
मस्त
broke
क्वेश्चन था लेकिन
drone on
सच्ची
its way up. The fact that Durka's tucked in that corner is
Action में अच्छा
nasty,
question
but he always has a way out.
Even all the way back to the
एक
pistol
और
round,
बार
they
ऐसा
were predicting him to
position
be there.
आता
The
मैं रो
West
देता
side pretty much pre-fired him, so I don't think they're going to be caught off by too many of these shenanigans. Stun through, I like it. Good
Oh,
opportunity, even with the salvo.
oh,
That's wonderful.
W, baby.
Fantastic opener onto Kicks, who's been really
Retake,
working with the
Cypher
squad
retake.
with that supportive utility past
घुस
the
गए।
salvos. They'll go pop flash into the back of the side, and even throwing out that tail ultimate, which could cause some
लग
issues
गए।
for Cloud. He's been caught.
Down B.
Now Safe might
Dikkane
meet the
de
same
raha.
fate. Never mind, it's a big play on backside. A
the
shutdown
only
from
thing का banner
Sivo
दिखा दो,
again
excuse me?
with the 3-piece under his belt. 11 on the
Not
board for
giving you views
Vitality.
now, going
You know,
to
we
visit
talk
the
a big
official
game about
channel.
nerves on that stage, especially when it's your first time.
लेकिन मेरे को तो एक बात बता मैडम, तू अगर तू यहाँ पे है घर में तो तू ऑफिशियल चैनल पे कैसे जा सकती है?
Unbelievable performance for a debut. And look, it's not over yet, but they are on the right path from what we're seeing
But
here.
You're 2 kills off Safe, and you're 7 kills above Durka. Debut doesn't go better. Like, I'll be
No, it really
They-
doesn't.
Imagine 7 kills above the best player in the league. You know, it's gone pretty well, but they're going to want to close this map out. Of course, this is their choice. It's where they wanted the game to be, and I think GX have definitely made this maybe a little bit more competitive
अरे हाँ?
than we would have expected after the first half. Trouble for Purpo, who's being hit with so many pieces of utility, but actually,
पैर
it's
पे
the
गोलियां
attack
लग रही
side
थी
to come out on
पर्पो
top.
के।
Sivo caught out.
भाई ओटी वाला फील आ रहा है मेरे को अभी, मजाक सेट कर ओटी वाला फील आ रहा
Where GX can take this, they've been pretty good at bouncing back. Kicks
है। किक्स तो अकेला होल्ड नहीं कर पाएगा,
They had
योरू
some
टिक
struggles in
मारेगा
the last
लेकिन
round
साइड
with
खाली
the
है।
utility combo, but this is what GX have been doing a lot. It's just this find something, pause. Basically playing the default to
दोनों साइड
as much as you can see it. Again,
पी जा भाग के।
just patiently waiting, but that clock is ticking and they've been seen.
35.
20 सेकंड 20
Look at
ब्लाइंड
leaders.
का
Presumably not going to be a
भाई,
huge
कोई तो
change
मार
in
दे।
direction, but they haven't got the ground they need just yet to commit. Pick has to be found. Durka uses his flash just to slow down the game a little bit. Same thing from Kicks. They know bleeding the clock is the main goal. But Purpo comes up
comeback
huge.
ball
If those players are still alive at this stage, the round is under a lot of threat. But instead,
सेक्सी
a
खेल रहे
5v2.
भाई।
what should be an easy cleanup from this point forward. In fact,
भाई गेम का पता नहीं लेकिन
turn
ब्रीच
their back
वर्सेस
on the
ब्रीच
site.
हो रहा है
Looks
सिर्फ।
like Vitality are making what, looking at the
Not
economy, is the
crucial
right
agent.
call. Getting out of here, saving those weapons for the next round.
Finances have not been bolstered at all throughout this defensive half. Well, you have to bear in mind they've only had 2 rounds. Like it has been, there's a 9-3 attack, and then from the second half it has been blips, and what has been a majority GX victory. And again, at times it feels like GX overplaying their hand, like running out of time, or in the last round trying to flash through the smoke, and there were players on the other side of it. For now, though, it's all about holding on to those guns, and that's exactly what they'll do. GX now just
saying members only. मैं आपको hate दे रहा था.
And again, this is Vitality's map choice, a map where if you look at that first half, they were having fun, they were thriving. Now, it does seem like they're struggling a bit.
A strange face to split we're seeing in this matchup. Nothing but attacker-sided rounds being claimed, and even looking at GX, a lot of the things that were going wrong for them in that first half, Purpo was just being shut down every time they looked for opening aggression. That's a bad sign. When you move onto your attack side of split, you really need to be finding your early round aggression successfully. I think the recovery from that point has been remarkable, as evidenced by the fact that he's just taken down Dirk in another opening duel.
भाई एक और टाइम आउट है before it's too late.
I feel like Durka is meeting the exact same problem though. It's these patient defaults that GX are running, the same that Vitality were doing, a slow paced, okay, let's wait out some of that early U2 that we know is coming. And Durka's trying to pop flash himself into those angles where there are 4 people waiting. And they're so prepared, like I said, when he was playing on the edge of that box, that has been cleared every single time by GX. They've been methodical in their approach to dealing with positions he likes to play. Shutting him out of the game is something teams rarely are able to do, but they have been able to do it. And you look at what they're doing with all their utility here, they are making it very difficult for players to make a play.
Online here for the side of Vitality, Breach putting in the rolling thunder, but they're inside the smoke with a shorty in hand. Purple, it's nasty, but the shot doesn't land. And now Vitality flood in through the gates, left wide open by that pick. Oh, Runner's even blind in the corner, caught by the util and forced into the open. Vitality, there were struggles here, and it seemed like GX were hot on their heels, but now they've landed all the way at the finish line. Just one more step, and they can move on to Lotus.
Even though it needed to be preceded by another start, it definitely...
अरे बहुत सही कि तेरे डीपी से मालूम पड़ता है तू शर्टलेस करके, समझ रहा है? तेरे डीपी में तूने कपड़ा नहीं पहना है ना, तो तू किधर भी जाएगा तो लोग वही बोलेंगे कि तू शर्टलेस है, किसको ऐसा अलग से नहीं दिखेगा कि तू कपड़ा पहना है करके.
Now though,
एक तो बंदा नंगा है और बोलता है कम्युनिटी में लोगों को लगता है मैं नंगा है. तो है.
I say slightly, but there we go already.
मरा क्या हो?
Fantastic utility damage.
Purple left दिखने रहा है
within inches of his life, and well, eventually the job just gets done. Safe, less, combining.
GX अच्छा खेला यार.
As Runner and Cloud are left to try and pick up what is a shattered vase of a round.
Now, if I see Westside still alive here, I'll give him 50-50 odds. But GX, well, Cloud tagged up, Cloud dealt with. In fact, it's all on to Runner. Vitality, they had a huge lead. They stumbled. They didn't trip and fall. Right back onto their feet. Runner has managed to slip up behind them. He's got 2 kills lined up in front of him, and he'll connect those nicely. But still, another 2 to go. The spike to be retrieved, and utility to fight through. Kicks has everything. With 35 seconds on the clock, there's still a paranoia. No doubt the fault line to come through soon for Kicks. Runner, he has his work cut out for him.
Any of these closer angles are free to walk past. 20 seconds left to try and make some sort of move, make some sort of play, and they're playing on this sort of elevated angle. Both players in the corner, but the paranoia is going to make things awkward. The reposition might make it difficult for him to take these fights and more vitality when it comes to 2 players peeking at the same time.
Not clean, but
spot on.
Good fight by
from Vitality here on
ज़्यादा round actual में जीत सकता था
the first half, but a bit more of a battle in the second for GX. It's a good sign. Their map pick of Lotus up next. For now, though, we're off to a break.
They actually played well. एक वो टाइमर वाला राउंड पता नहीं वो लोग क्या किए, थोड़ा क्लूलेस वाला सीन हो गया था, लेकिन उसके अलावा तो बाप खेला. वो टाइमर वाला राउंड एक्चुअली दोनों टीम को हारना ही था ना, ये लोग कैसा जीते एंड सेकंड में पता नहीं वाइटलिटी टेक्निकली वो दोनों टीम को हारना था
But can you tell the crowd to quiet down a bit? That's the rank demon right there.
Bro, the crowd went wild.
क्राउड वेंट प्रिमस भाई चिल्ला रहे हो वहां पे हाँ ये क्या फोटो है लिटमस लिटमस के पास भी गर्लफ्रेंड है यार जितने भी लोग स्ट्रीम पे ना हैशटैग के साथ शर्म करो हैशटैग के साथ जो बंदा सबसे गाली खाता है यहाँ पे उसके पास भी गर्लफ्रेंड है हो गया मेरा अरे उसकी बहन होगी ये हो सकता है ये हो सकता ये हो सकता भाई गाना बाप है ना
No, I don't wanna stay the same, yeah. So I keep pushing through the pain, yeah. That's the only way.
भाई गाना बाप है फुल वॉल्यूम पे
Every day and train, yeah. It'll all be worth it. One day it'll all be worth it. So I keep pushing through the pain, yeah. That's the
मेरे
only
पास
way
पैसा है
to
तेज भाई सच्ची
I've had enough.
तेज भाई आपने बोला आपके पास पैसा है बट आई थिंक मी विद अदर व्यूअर्स वुड लाइक टू डिसएग्री कि पैसा जिसके पास रहता है ना वो दिखता है करके समझ रहे हो वीपीएन पता क्या होता है वहां पे दिनार सेलेक्ट करके 10,000 दिनार तब मानेंगे या +1 या वी एग्री या 100 गिफ्टेड एटलीस्ट उस लड़की की छोटी बात मत कर पैसा है उसके पास रुक हाँ माइक क्लिक हो गया था हाँ तो मैं क्या बोल रहा था 10,000 दिनार हाँ
I'm on the climb to the crown in my prime right now. Hear me loud, I've been spitting for a while now. All by myself in the
कम से कम 500 ये हुई ना बात
I've been beating out labels and money and budgets. It's funny, I do all the work, yeah, keep it 100.
देखो बैठ करके काज दोस्त लिया बिस्सी
For these things, I believe in myself. I refuse to be weak. I like to feel
लव यू यार तेज भाई व्हाट्सएप ग्रुप ज्वाइन करना लेकिन काज दोस्त का
legacy of helping others find they feel things. Of my
आई थिंक दोनों ने आया ना अभी तक ग्रुप में आ गया दोनों आ गए वेलकम बड़ी
Team Vitality, they are back to their winning ways. I'm your host, Yingsu. I've got Kakuka and Billy here with me in the studio. Now, a great start for Vitality, but I can't help but feel like GX maybe could have had it at some point if the first half went a little bit better.
You know, one thing that actually was throwing
Famous
me off
by
a bit is
Victor
that even though the
Ramadhan.
times that they were losing, you would see a Giant X so happy, like they were enjoying every single moment that they
भाई,
were on the stage,
मजाक
and I was
से
like, damn, are they
हटकर
that
एक चीज
confident?
तो है।
And at some point, as you're saying,
friends
Giant
are
X brought
very
it
cute.
very, very close. Vitality manages to close it out. What a great debut for Sibov.
Oh, completely. And I think as well, when we look at Westside's, like the performance that he was able to have, let's not forget, he was a VCL player last year and this was his Tier 1 debut coming into kickoff. So I think looking at these two performers going into this next map is going to be really interesting. And it's so nice to see them up at the top of the scoreboard as well.
It is, and Mitch and Tom mentioned it a lot of times when we're looking at Team Vitality's new player. There were no nerves, no pressure, cool as a cucumber, no mistakes either, really. That was remotely egregious from him.
No, absolutely. I think that the interview was a great showing. He was, you know, he was very comfortable having
So
a
chill,
conversation, knowing also the mistakes and the kind of team that he's feeling into. This is not top of the board. This is not even mid board. This is a team that's supposed to be winning. And definitely with this attitude, they can definitely do it.
Oh, 100%. I think I was a little concerned about the sort of flexibility coming into this and like what role is he actually going to jump onto. But I was very, very impressed. You know, you brought it up in the pre-show beta. He's only played controller 3 times, 2 on Harbor, once on Omen. So I think that it was a really good showing, and I'm excited to see how he can perform in the future.
I do wonder if they just stick him on the controller though, because I think they should.
I think that we still have that question, and probably even though we might have an answer for like the first weeks, I want to know if that also is going to evolve with the rest of the stage, because I think that most of the teams are going to come in with this idea of just running the breach and the Tejo all the time, and maybe things change or maybe they don't.
We'll see. But I'm glad you mentioned Westside, Billy, because he was doing his goddamn best trying to keep his team in that game. But again, if the first half, if they just won like 2 retakes, I'm not asking for much, just 2, it could have been gone differently.
It's difficult because when you look at the way in which Vitality are playing as well, they're so explosive, right? You can only like count on Westside to be able to do so much, and he was doing his job. You know, he was able to anchor that B side. I think he did a really, really good job, and I think that mechanically he's just so gifted as well, right? He's hitting those shots. I don't know what he's eating, but he's hitting those shots. So yeah, I think he did his best nonetheless.
I also liked from both of the teams, yes, Westside performance was off the charts. So I love to see that he has it to make it, but I like the different approaches that we were seeing. I think that at times, especially when that second half, when GIANX was playing for the attack, because of the conditioning that we had seen from Vitality, how they were using the tempo so well to scatter the utility and use up all the time that they had available for them. We saw them making some mistakes, losing on some anti-egos and whatnot, and that is, at the end of the day, after you figure out the meta, what makes a great team of others.
I know you said that the GX boys, the mood was good. There was no way in hell Pipson was having a nice time. There's just,
he was smiling.
Oh, I mean, after the 2 5v3s they lost, 2. Every single time we talked to him, he's like, I just want one day that we don't lose just one 5v3. But you know, today wasn't a day for them on that map. But let's talk about the Duelist head-to-head, because there is definitely a bit of an experience diff when it comes to the Yoru. What did you guys make of this?
I can't remember the last time we've seen Purple on Yoru, right? It's not something that he played during kickoff, and I think as well that he was maybe a contributing factor in not being able to get those first kills and was actually being one of the first deaths, right? In comparison, when we look at Derka, yes, he didn't put up amazing numbers or numbers that we're used to from Derka, but he was getting those first engagements, right? He finished on 7 first kills and 5 first deaths throughout that map, so I think he was being able to fulfill his role essentially.
Yeah, absolutely, and for him it was about getting the first kill. Sometimes he's going to succeed, sometimes not, but he was, in most of the cases, he was successful. And thinking about this and the importance of each player for their teams, we're speaking about a Derke that even though they were 4th in Bangkok, he was still top in ACS and in ADR in the entire tournament, because he is a animal. He doesn't seem to have a bad day ever. And on the other side, you're looking at a Purple that, especially, I'm going to say quote-unquote, the old GIANX and what we saw on kickoff could make or break their success.
They could indeed. Let's talk about the next map here and talk about what we could see, because like you said, Billy, Purple, he's only ever played Yoru on Bind, Breeze and Pearl. So if he whips it out again here on Lotus, I think it would be a bit of a surprise for us. No one has played Waylay yet, but I don't expect Dirk to. I think it would be a strange choice for him. He's got other options.
I think for me, I'm looking at Vitality's roles again and trying to figure out how are they implementing Sivov, because it's usually Kicks that jumps onto that Omen on Lotus, right? So are they going to keep Sivov on the Omen, or are they going to put him on that breach, because he was a fantastic breach when he was playing for Mandatory. It's just what way do they decide to sway?
Yeah, and not only him, like what are the other changes that we're going to see, because in this first split we've seen both of the teams leaning extremely heavily into that breach. Are we going to see the same moving on to Lotus, or are we going to see Vitality just playing that double controller with the Vice? And as you're saying, where does Zivov fit into all of this?
I think he is flexible enough to do either one of the options that you spoke about. But I did like the Omen. I felt like the ultimate was good. The TPs were good, especially on a map like this. I think he could do something flashy with that Omen. But let's take a look at Agent Select and see what we are going to get. And what we are going to get is the Omen and then Kick sticking with the breach.
Yeah, exactly. So apparently they are going to be leaning onto this. Their moves away from that race and onto that Euro and safe and kicks. Save
Oh,
also
garam
had
chai,
a
ऊपर क्यों
brilliant
गिराएगी तू?
first
ची,
half
ची, ची.
there
Side it
on
off.
split. So if he's able to replicate that
Oh,
now
hitter.
onto Lotus, I'm
She
kind of
doesn't
surprised.
like you, chat. She hates you.
Dynex,
तेरे डायसन टूटेगा साइड आउट.
and they decided to stick with the same comp that they were running. I was like, you know, with the surprises that we were expecting, and also what we saw on split, I thought that for sure for this one we were going to see the change.
Do you know what? I don't
सारे
think it's a
पैसे
terrible
पेस
combo
भाई
though,
के
right?
पास है.
Because I think when we're looking at the Vise, at the Fade, at the Rays...
मेरा भाई होटल है उसका. मेरा भाई thank you for the 40 मेरी जान करना है. X-Man thank you for the 8 months. पैसे मेरे पास ऐसे करके भेजो तब मानेंगे. Excuse me, अभी 6 months. Deepak Hodwani, thank you for the 40.
If it's not broken, don't try and fix it, you know?
I also love the way the Vitality have just brought the G2 comp back. You know, if you can't beat them, join them. And I love this. I think this
यहाँ
is
से इधर
super,
5
super
मिनट दूर
strong
मेरा
from
घर पे जाने को नहीं हो
GX.
रहा
It is
मेरे
a
को.
map choice, so Mitch and
नासिक जाना
Tom,
है
we're
मैडम.
expecting some better performances here on the server.
बोल ना वो गेम
Well,
खेलने
I'd
का लोग
settle
ब्लॉक.
for just that second half performance when it comes to GX. They played really well in second half of split, a little quiet in the first. I have to say, when it comes to these comps,
मेरा दोस्त का अकाउंट हैक हो गया, रिकवर हो
About
सकता है क्या?
GX
क्या
are
सॉल्यूशन है?
running.
सॉल्यूशन एक ये मेल भेजने का.
That was, you told me
वो
to
लोग
be
को
ready
ईमेल
for
भेजो.
that.
ईमेल.
yeah. I wanted to see your reaction. I wanted you to be in the moment, and it was wonderful.
पिंकी जी को भी
Okay,
लेके
that's
आना.
what
डन
ADS
से
clipped
डन
out for me.
Right.
Just the look of shame
जब भी
and
आएंगे जरूर
disappointment.
बताएंगे मेरी
They're
जान.
running exactly what they ran last time. But
I'm a big fan of Vice when it comes to
हेलो
Lotus.
बंकिया कैसे हो?
Not
बढ़िया.
bringing in a Vice to a couple
ऋषि
of
भाई
maps that are
400
in the
गिफ्ट
pool,
करने वाले थे.
you're just trolling.
जी
The
जीतने
amount
पर
that you lose, but then you look at Vitality.
के लिए
There's
रुका
going to be a
हूँ.
whole lot of ideas around this.
जी
And
के मैच डे से
I mean,
पहले
in
अगर
general,
नहीं आया
right
ना,
now, the meta
बट
seems
से
to be
400
very
नहीं,
heavily
200
going
देने वाला.
towards what
50%
Kicks and Save
डिस्काउंट
are
दिया था
running.
मैंने.
We'll certainly see
Good
a
hard
lot of
discount.
impact. The question of whose comp is better, well, we can try and answer it here all we like.
तो scam
We
हो
answer
गए हैं.
here on the server. GX already pushing on the runner. She'll run no more.
they do say walk, don't run.
ऐसे गोट बोला.
Whoever listened to that. Cloud's done well. Westside also hiding within. Utility wasn't expected, but it doesn't matter. The kill will be found anyway. Cloud back on that fade.
Spike planted.
And their performance versus KC, he had one hell
वो रिवील है ना
of
फेंकता
an
था ना.
individual showing. It was
Distraction
definitely a
में मार
man
सकता
and an
था.
agent that he feels incredibly comfortable on, so definitely a player to highlight. In this scenario though, a lot of delay. Vitality using that utility fairly early in that brawl, and after clearing out towards the defender side, this now becomes quite an awkward retake. Aftershock used, Kick gonna find one, in fact, the
ना
second
मान
as
रहा
well.
भाई kicks.
And now the man highlighted. Cloud try and face versus two. Only knows where one of the players is. Has to try and work out where Durker is, and that doesn't even
by
matter.
Kicks,
Kicks
Kicks
with
ले रहा हूँ.
another multi-frag as Vitality.
वाला मैच
Find
देख के
another
मजा आ गया.
pistol.
Love you.
I mean, it seems like they're really onto something in these early halves.
फ्री
Picking up
स्किन
the
स्कैम
first
बहुत
kicks,
चल रहे हैं भाई.
3
देखो
and
सिंपल है. कोई भी स्कैम से बचने का ना एकदम सिंपल है. कोई भी ऐसा स्कैनर देके स्कैन ना करो. सबसे पहला. सबसे दूसरा आईडी पासवर्ड किधर देने का नहीं. सिंपल. लिंक पे कोई क्लिक नहीं करने का. सिंपल सिंपल है एकदम. इजी. स्कैम से बच जाओगे. समझ रहे हो?
all of his utility, the familiarity with the kit is off the charts. You'd expect that, of course. You'd criticize him if it wasn't, but all the things, I suppose, working against him or stacked on his shoulders, he's still delivering such a wonderful
मेरे
game.
को आता था पता
Kicks
केबीसी
still
के
in the
टाइम
show in
पे
the first
आप
round.
जीत गए हो 1 करोड़.
Into round 2 with Vitality.
अमिताभ
Already taking
जी
a
से.
lot of space on B.
Yeah. I want to talk as well about that Vitality.
मैं बोला मेरा
'cause it does
जी के
seem
पता है
like
क्या तेरे को?
a general theme is starting to arise where
मैं जीत
maybe
गया.
the
बहुत सही.
removal of Trex was more so to free
एक
up
मारेगा.
Safe. Because we saw Safe playing
Yes.
a lot of
वो
different
मार
roles.
दी
On
भाई.
this map, for example, he was playing a Vice. Now, Vice
चलेगा.
is one of those
Flawless.
roles where you're
Flawless.
sat in a
Eco
position,
talic.
you're holding around your utility most of the time. You're
यार
not
मैप
getting
भी
up
जाएगा
in
मजा
people's
आएगा.
faces and taking jewels.
Yep.
Teo, however, is the polar opposite of that.
ये
And if I was going
membership
to
link
put Safe
जो
in one of
पिन
those
किया
roles, it's
है
the
वो
latter.
भी नहीं
I
करना
want to
था.
see him play that
Excuse me?
aggressive role. So I think that that could be one of the major reasons for the shift, other than other things
Membership
mentioned,
link.
is that
अरे मेरे इसमें करो. मैं रियल में
he's
तुम्हारा
now
चैट
in
पढ़
that
रहा हूँ.
spot. Sivo can take up that controller role. We know how good a player like Kicks can be. playing on the initiator, very good at supportive utility. I think that's where he thrives the most.
One of the best initiators.
So it's like, okay, this
भाई
seems
वो वाला
to
scam
fit
मेरे साथ
slightly
हुआ है यार.
better as a puzzle
40,000 का
if
20,000 भी नहीं.
Zivo can hit that level
40,000 का
for the
scam हुआ
controller.
क्या
And to be
हुआ
honest, I think he was signed for the
Return
exact
भी नहीं आया,
reason that
पता
he's
है.
incredibly flexible.
I think you could make the argument for Kicks within our league being the best breach.
उसके बाद से
Certainly,
मैं
like, when you look
shopping
at some
करने
other
बंद कर दिया
players that
Instagram से.
historically, especially like cracks on a KO, maybe there's arguments elsewhere, but in terms of breach, he just every team I've seen him play a breach on looks fundamentally better for him being in that role. For Vitality, and there's a couple players you can look to with those kind of skills, those kind of pieces of communication in those critical moments. For Vitality, 2-0 start, decent buy coming into this as well. I mean, they're not pulling any punches when it comes to these individual fights. Durka is looking for a duel, and Runner is looking to give it to him with a jump spot. How has he snuck up that close? Pixel perfect timing. And they get a whole sight as a result. He's going. He's still going. He's almost caught another player off guard. I think he did, but Westside reacted.
Just about quick enough.
बोलेगा मेरे ये
Especially
लोग
when you
नहीं
look
मत
at the
करो यार
level of this
इतना.
bonus right now. This becomes quite
chat
awkward.
पढ़ रहा हूँ, देखो,
Well,
super chat भी पढ़ा
fantastic
फट से.
utility placement.
30
Even
seconds
caught by
left.
the
I am
seas, it
real.
doesn't matter. Hicks is going to win that fight.
Mara,
Does he
oh,
escape?
catch
Just
me,
about. He's able
fun.
to hold the line and hold on to his life.
Another body to throw at this situation. GX, they really want this round. Time goes on. They need a pick to get it. And there's still utility there. Paranoia goes in to buy time. Smoke down as well. They've got to push right through that. The stun is waiting for them. That counters out the snake bite they put into play, and now they've got nothing to fight for the site with. They leave. Turntail after dumping utility, and this is just Vitality's ability to delay, and then you have to add to that. What happens if they kill the players on site, and they're now going for the defuse, salvos will come in. And again, the round will be lost. Just beautiful play from that attacking side.
Oh, yeah, I think for me, that was the scariest prospect of this map being chosen by GX, is that you have to go into a Vitality attack side. Again, obviously the composition has changed, but I don't think it has changed for defensive reasons, putting Durka onto that Yoran safe onto the Teo. I'm sure it gives you more ability to be aggressive on defense, but it's still going to thrive on the attack. 8-4 when they played versus T1, 10-2 when they played regionally versus Liquid. They are very good at this attack side, and I think that bringing in what may not be new overall, but new for their squad, not what you'd expect when they have already a pretty good setup on this map overall. I don't know if GX are necessarily ready for this one. Also, the fact that they've made no change themselves made me think that they're just comfortable in their own gameplay rather than specifically looking at Vitalities.
I think ultimately that previous round, you can't lose Runner like that. This aggression from Durka can be cancelled out with a gate crash, at least gets rid of the Vice Wall, but it's prompted aggression on the other side from GX. They go walking into that battle. Luckily, they're able to walk out of it as well, but the movement towards C site. Okay, last round, Runner goes down. What is the big advantage of Vitality's comp here? They can punch through, take the site, reset baseline cooldowns, and then stop your defuse. They have aggressive and defensive utility in the one thing. It's a double-edged sword. For GX, if you're pushing into that Vice setup, that's one of your best chances to stop that push, to punish them for the aggression they're going for. But Runner got picked last round, and this one is no different. At least he's not surprised quite so much, but the utility coming his way, it locks him into a lost scenario. Purpo might just be in the same spot. He's being revealed now and quickly dealt with. Vitality are checking all of the boxes, and GX really not having a good start. This is the same as the previous map. This is their pick.
Oh yeah, I wouldn't even say this is the same as the previous map. The previous map had resistance and had some close rounds.
Round 2.
This has not been close. Not a single of these rounds has been close. You're talking about a team that has 5 deaths in 4 rounds. Like, these have been very, very comfortable, methodical, and clean rounds. Yeah, so this is much worse, and I'm glad we're seeing an early pause, because right now they're getting blitzed, and a lot of it comes down to, I think that the comp that we're currently seeing from Vitality is actually, especially Durka on that Yoru, I almost wonder if they looked at this map and went, yeah, a lot of people are going to run Vice. How can we completely ruin all Vice setups? Okay, let's just run past the wall and TP out. And he's done that at the beginning of rounds, and now you've got Runner. Okay, I'll jump spot, and look for him. Dead. okay, I'll
You know,
try and play
streamer
passive
एक
around my
member
utility.
games ये
Like, he
देखकर
is struggling to
दोस्त
be that site
दिया
anchor.
पर दे नहीं रहे
And when you have a
Simon.
three-sided
Dennis
map,
भाई,
you need a site anchor. You need someone who's going to hold
मैं
that
कितना
line.
कुछ
So
करता हूँ members
they
के
swapped
लिए.
him to B, they swapped him to C. Maybe
हाँ?
they'll try him on A, probably
उसका
not.
क्या?
I feel like that'd be
You know,
बताओ.
the worst of the bunch.
I think the tough thing for GX is though, right, you got caught with the jump spot initially.
not.
That's a round in the bin. Then you get your economy back up for one more.
Hello,
And the
कैसे हो सब
solution
बढ़िया?
early is to take the early A main fight, which means no one is there to punish the walkthrough on the wall. Like, Durka still has to walk through that wall. He still had to take the space, be isolated, and that is your chance. But players haven't been there to capitalize or weren't in the last round. And the round before, your chance was him catching a player jump spotting. So you ain't really going to get out of that scenario smelling the roses. Things haven't worked so
अच्छा
far, but
लाइव
that
स्ट्रीम
doesn't
करते
mean
हैं.
that
लव
the
यू
game plan
भाई. मेरे को
is
ये
full of
है कि
bin.
मेरे को ये
GX,
साल
they get right
लास्ट
back
ईयर का
into
रिकॉर्ड
things.
तोड़ने
A
का है
decent
और
buy-up as well.
500 लाइव स्ट्रीम्स
Reddit's
करने का है.
in a middling
गुड लाइव
position with
स्ट्रीम्स है,
lost
इससे
bonus. We
नहीं
should be
करने
okay
के
for
लिए
the
करने
next.
वाला नहीं.
Guardians give them a chance,
देखते
but
होएगा.
it's the Sheriff to take the opening fight alone. It doesn't work out. A Guardian falls as one player, Tamazi, TPs to
इसके बाद
sight.
reset
Another's
करना
looking
पड़ेगा
to fight.
JX
I mean,
को.
this is
अभी
all
भी winnable है.
individual fights, and
They
it's
can
not what you
still
want to
win
see
4 rounds
in the rounds where there are
minimum.
those gaps in investment.
अभी भी winnable है.
Yeah, I think this is also something that if you go back to previous matches,
Will
I think
Vitality win
Cloud will
100%?
do sometimes, where it's
ये
like,
मैच
okay, I'm
या
going
एम ही
to
है. ये मैच तो
try and
जीता
put the round on my back. Now, in a round like this, I don't mind it as much. You got pieces missing, you're buying next round, you're going to take a risk. But I want to see how much of that develops, because a lot of the time, if you're going to have that aggressive position, you're going to do it maybe with an omen,
जिस
so
दिन
that
मैं
you have
Valo
some
खेलता
sort of
हूँ
get out of
normal
jail
सिर्फ
free.
उस दिन मैं नहीं
That was literally just like full committal, can I
उस दिन
take down
मैं
players
वो
with
वाला
the
गेम
Sheriff?
खेलता हूँ. वरना आज हम लोग दोपहर
But
को
I
वही
think you
किया
have to
था.
look
मैं
at
Warzone
why.
में Valo किया
Those
था.
players were moving quickly to the B
3
site, where I
घंटा
think it
Valo
was going to
किया
be a
था.
paranoia into a push to try to catch them on the back foot. They
30
didn't think
seconds left.
A main would be fought for like that. They could leave a player embedded. Didn't work out. Player
Oh, ये
inserted
GX
and
जीत
taken
सकता है.
out of the
अच्छा
round.
position में.
Now the site
अच्छा पोजीशन में.
least found one
Blind
pick on
थे.
West
Side's
Blind
still
थे.
here.
West side's
Blind
tucked in the
थे.
back, like you said. and
W
that is-
blind. आई दोनों
not
को
as
मारना
beautiful as
था.
it could have been, but time is the main thing here. 12 seconds. They'll reposition for the plans. Only West Side can deny it. They're holding the smoke that he looks to walk through. Bit of a risk taken with the spams and the walk in. They're ready for the duel. 5-0 we end up nonetheless. A bit more
फिर क्या
resistance
bugs
from
by
GX,
full
even on
support. He's
lower
been so many
investment,
members
even
of the team
after
helping.
losing the
Love
opening
you.
picks. But the result is the same.
Thank you for the
Vitality
$7.
climbing closer to the finish
इनकी
line.
थी chat miss क्या बोली?
Hey, they definitely
मुझे
got a
सब
little bit
आता है,
dangerous in the
मैं
middle.
expert
Like, not
हूँ.
expecting anybody to still be on that backside towards the end.
Chat
Maybe that
3000
little
लोग
bit
देख
more
रहे हैं.
competitive,
जल्दी
but
से
that's the
like
thing,
कर दो.
Vitality's still
3000
come out of it
likes.
smelling of roses. 5-0. Economy couldn't be in a much better spot.
Thank you,
unless
Arsil,
you're
bye.
literally sitting on that 9,000 marker, and they come into this with a dimensional drift and a rolling thunder. It's Runner who's going to get spotted immediately. So much utility put in. They've got to try and escape the salvos. But, okay, a Purple did well. The fact they've traded 2 for 2 with multiple ultimates is not too bad.
Yeah, that is genuinely a miracle in this scenario. They also isolated the spike on GX's side, but Zevo has the ultimate to just come from the shadows over on that A site and emerge into a free plant. Durka picking them off as they rotate back in to fill this gray space. GX don't know where the Vitality players have gotten to, at least they didn't. And in finding that information, they found themselves down to a 2v3. Good damage dealt though. The ultimate coming in from Cloud, the reposition as well. He's going to meet up with Runner, and they'll approach this together. A deadly duo, already picking the first, the second, and a little more available right up top. They don't know where Les is. They haven't revealed him. It gives him a chance to jump. Good for 1, but not for 2. It's GX on the board at last.
Yeah, it's funny because Les was hit by the Nightfall, but I guess because he was the first pick, they just forgot he was there. Even still, it is the round, and that's the main thing. Especially after that early committal of those ultimates to try and just shut down this aggression, but that's the play. It's that run around the back from Purpo that makes all of the difference. Eventually catching the re-aggression of these couple of players who are low, trying to get back out, and what?
Nice, let's go,
the
bro.
element of surprise.
I found some kills, let's go, bro.
You can understand it for Purpo. He had a rough last map.
He did.
He had a very quiet start to this one. Hopefully that has lit the fire beneath them. Of course, it was always going to be difficult. Never mind. He's like, yeah, got some kills. Immediately dead within 3 seconds.
And there was a point where I'm thinking maybe the op could change things for GX, having that aggressive C hold, for example, or the early info in A. In fact, it's the other way around. Vitality stumble once and say, all right, back to the drawing board. Let's bring out the big guns. As he's in trouble, those salvos are hunting him, and Kicks was on his back. 2 assists on the board as well. You can just see the utility flying at these players before the bullets come in. Nice shot from that side. It's not made it a an easily winnable scenario, but it's brought it back to the realm of possibility. That is a crazy play from Cloud. He's alone, he opens the door, puts out a seeker, and his life is quickly ended.
I'll also say it's a little bit crazy from Sivo as well, just to run through the door and just fight him. Swings around about, I guess.
The only advantage being he heard the Prowler at least, and the 1-to-1 trades, not what you want in this scenario. It's all onto West Side.
सीख लेके आ रहा हो क्या हो गया सिर्फ भाई ब्रेकअप हो गया क्या उससे बड़ा लाइफ का सीख वही है ब्रेकअप भी सिखाता है कि फैमिली से ज्यादा प्यार करो
maybe get a 1v1 that's the first 25 seconds it is versus Durka and Safe, which does seem like almost an impossibility, but Westside has been playing a great
shot,
game.
Baby!
Durka with no fear in his heart whatsoever. 6-1, an immediate response. And that's the thing, like you mentioned it, the opening pick off the op, but it's more so just the stellar utility. There was a snake bite into the back lines. That was then teamed up with on a stun that pops just in front, so if Tomazi moves out of the way, it's directly into further players.
Nice, good job.
We swapped to Durka's cam just as he hit that shot, and I've never seen a man so upset to win a round like that. I mean, sure, it started to fall apart somewhat.
He's got the second worst KD, that's what it is.
Yeah, he wants a 7-0
start.
He's 9-4, and Sivo and you guys 9-3. Yeah, he's worried he's going to get outshot. So, Durka ace incoming. Also, he didn't get the first ace at the stage as well. Like, honestly, slightly slacking.
Durka fell off.
Oh, no.
Big time.
Hey, you don't talk about my people. Like
Sorry, my bad. Just gotten a glare. 6-1. Yeah, Vitality are definitely feeling good, and they're up against a very light buy in the form of pistols, sheriffs. There are ultimates there, 4 of them. In fact, for GX, Runner can level the playing field in any sort of a fight, put them down to pistols, and a showstopper will usually take down most of your guns.
Okay, Tomazi fell off. I saw him playing towards the mound, and I was like, oh, he's dead. But no, he gets the timing just about right. Problem is, it is still one man and a sheriff versus. Well, I was going to say the entire team. There is still less in the spawn, but realistically, yeah, that's kind of what was expected. Sivo actually taking the role of entry fragger in quite a few of these rounds, just TPing into the site after laying down his smokes. I'll be honest, it's been working.
Makes sense as well. Once Durka picks up that operator, you're going to need someone else to bypass that utility and take the deeper fights. Sivo! New on the stage!
Oh, Safe!
Stolen! An in-zone flawless, but Safe had no right to take that away from him.
I can see him laughing on the stage.
Of course he is.
I can't believe he's done that. That was a chance for a debut ace. There's not many people who've done that. Nuvira is someone who springs to mind first round. But yeah, he's yoinked that, and he's done it on purpose as well. That's the worst. He's like, that is someone.
Go Clem! Go Clem! Go Clem!
जो आपके साथ हुआ है वो बहुत लोगों के साथ हुआ है नॉर्मल
Oh,
well, the vibes are definitely good. The vibes at the Vitality camp are definitely good.
Love you,
we didn't hear anything from Sivo or Clem as he was referring to him. We'll see if his mic comes on later.
Life में इन्हें वैसे सब movies देखा है ना?
Away with the aces. Oh, this is tragic. Purpose popped the ult. The showstopper to try to hunt down the kill, and instead it was Durka picking the free kill with the operator and the TP out, so he goes unpunished. Vitality, the lead is massive on the scoreline. But now in the round, they've got another advantage to play with, and Purpo's walking into so many. But he gets one, and he won't get out of there.
I had a little bit of hope for a second, but it does feel like the second that Durka has had an operator in the server, the game is gone. Like, and it was barely there. it was there for one round, and then it's like, oh no, and it's gone again. It's like he was holding back for a second.
Thank you for the 100
As the utility goes.
Everything will be
Steel Garden
fine.
thrown in to take away the weaponry. I'll tell you whose weaponry it hasn't taken. Durka's. And by the way, I don't know if he tried to sell the steps as a fake, but he's just sat in their spawn. Runner is now completely surrounded. The wall holding them back for a second, but he's got to be careful because they're looking to come in from behind. He knows it, but he can't do anything about it.
And now he's GG. मैं बोला ना वो last round
No
तो जो
ace to
लोग
be
हार
had,
सकते
but he
हैं,
is
now
looking
he's
for that
GG.
fall.
There is no coming back.
It's coming towards him as well. Well, Tamazi
अरे कोई भी
just to land one on
भेनो
the chin,
जो
but a
भी
few
है
more for the
बाबा
knockout
मतलब
blow, and it's Sivo waiting
ऐसा
for him.
कोई भी जर्सी कौन पहनता है बे
8-1. This is Sivo's third official on an Omen. Again, just
देखते
remarkable
मेरे 13
stepping onto
देखता
the
है कि
stage,
नहीं
playing the
love
way
you
that
यार
he is.
सरकार
The
भाई
idea behind Vitality's
देखता
comp
हूँ।
as well, like you said, Tom, seems to be very much, or rather, he seems to be an important piece of their new identity, and it is one that is looking arguably more scary than before. Guys, I've just looked at the score,
Yeah,
he's
he's
15-3!
Yeah.
And has 3 assists.
But the thing as well is, again, you look at this squad and you go, okay, this is a team that went top 4 of Masters. He's replacing Trex, who, if you've been a fan of Emea, has been a player who's been fantastic in this league for a very, very long time. Wasn't
Even
a
2
bad
years
performer
ago,
whatsoever
when I got
when they went
the
out
new
to Bangkok.
job,
So
till
to
today
come
is
in
the
and then
best
just
recruiting
drop
payment
this
I
as your
do every
debut
month.
is pretty nuts. I'll be honest. He
मतलब 2 साल पहले इसको जॉब मिला है मतलब अब तक जॉब में वो भी हो गया रहेगा क्या बोलते हैं वो परमिशन प्रमोशन तो अगर आपका प्रमोशन हो गया है मेंबरशिप प्रमोशन कभी होगी दैट इज द क्वेश्चन वर्ल्ड वांट्स टू नो मेरा माइक आपके मुंह पे या इट्स टाइम टू अपग्रेड कम ऑन नाम याद रखना मेरा 10K दिनार में ही दूंगा पहले सच्ची डाबा भाई लव यू यार
Question mark.
Love you.
Okay, you can perform like that in Tier 2. Not only is it a different skill level, it's a different game. The way that Valorant plays and breathes at that rank, at that level, we've seen it. It doesn't feel the same. It doesn't feel the same to play either. So adapting to this level takes time. It really does. In your scrims, they'll be different. Your officials, night and day. But for this guy, he's gotten better. You almost wonder how's no one put him on
आपका love
an
story
Omen
कब शुरू हुआ?
Jeez. 8-1 start
मेरा और
to this
पिकी का
second
love
map.
story I
This
think
is
is from previous
GX's
life.
map pick. They're
वरना
again
law
put in
वाले
this
को
position where they don't have a
हटाना
lot to
easy नहीं।
invest. It's Sheriffs, it's a Guardian, and it's providing no resistance for Vitality. This time it's less
Previous
as
life
your
से
entry.
मेरे को पता है।
But yeah, a lot of the time he hasn't had a lot to do because he has been on a hard lurk, just basically looking for those late round plays, and there have been no late rounds.
That
so
was
he
good.
hasn't had a whole lot
Love
to do. Not been dying a lot. Here we go. Can the remaining 3 make this costly? Sivo does bleed. He's at least going to go down.
Gang around?
We've already mentioned it. Sure, the salvos will be coming back online, and that's even if that's a point we get to. Kicks to help out a teammate. Nice shot from Tamazi, but 16
blind किया ना
HP
इसके लिए ये
and
चाहिए
snake
था
bite stuck in the corner. Salvo's in there. See you later.
ये
Good
चाहिए
night,
था
sweet prince.
instant
9-1.
कर्मा हुआ है
Oh, yeah, he was left on 2 after the snake bite. Vulnerable on his way down. Salvos and Les on the other side. It's not a pretty picture. Add to that, Les has Viper's Pit for this important
इसको year
upcoming
याद नहीं
round
होगा,
where
वो भी हो
GX will
सकता
be, well, coming in with a
Viper's
pit
Pit's great for post plants. It's a shame we haven't seen many of them.
भाई भाई love दिशान
Oh,
But
God.
an identity shift likely to come into play.
Cypher
We're at
किसको replace किया पता नहीं
9-1
लेकिन
to
Cypher OP है
Vitality.
He's back.
This is GX's
Did
map
you
pick.
just say Thomasy is back?
Tomasi is
Is that
back.
what you said?
Cutting
At
through.
4-9, he's calling that the man is back.
These guys are mean. These guys are mean.
I mean, Tomasi might be 4-9, but he's only 1 kill away from top fragging on his team. And I think that's
Right.
Bro,
excuse me
Kick 'em while they're
excuse
down.
me hello
Look, I'm just doing what I'm seeing. That's
Hello?
exactly what Vitality are up to.
Rex
They're
को
kicking them all
replace
down.
to get.
They ain't stopping.
How have we never said? Can we get a pip?
नींद ले रहे हो कि नहीं नींद
We can
फिलहाल नहीं ले
call
रहा
it a pip.
सारे वॉच पार्टीज खत्म हो गया ना
We
उस
could call
सीजन
it a
उसके बाद
Pipson. You can call many
आराम
things a
से
Pipson.
रेस्ट वेस्ट
We'll
लूंगा
get
एक दो दिन
conversation there.
छुट्टी भी लूंगा
9-1. GX. Well,
दो
the
दिन में
offensive
एक दिन
A
मुश्किल
does not seem to be going well. It's already been overrun, and as we discussed, there's a post-plant Viper's Pit
Rascal
available
ना मान
for
रहे भाई
Vitality to use. Looks like it's going to be put online any moment now.
I think he's waiting to see how many people Durka kills before getting to that point. They're already on the defusal. I thought they might at least get it to half, but nope. 2 players
Dead
sprayed
already,
down already. Another for the Sivo collection, and in fact, he is running it down wants a little bit more, will find his doom, but I think the job has already been done. Less will run out of his pit. 10 to 1, we are speed running this second map. And yeah, I think this might stop a few other teams picking Lotus into Vitality.
This is insane.
It's our veto back. Can we just can we check? I trust our comp ops team. I trust the guys who take the veto. I trust our graphics workers. I trust our producers. But they're getting slammed.
Slammed is very correct. We're a nail on the head. For Vitality, they've just played a post plant and won the round in less time than it takes most people to take a main.
We just full screen Sivo's kills at this point.
Okay, there's a trade to start it out. Off left on the floor. Dirk is taken out as well. We're in a 4v4 for GX. Look, it's a little late to show up. It's the last round of the half.
Also, there's a 1-for-1 trade showing up.
In the context of what's happened so far, Tom, absolutely. This is...
I was going to say could be under their control, but Runner is still here.
Sam
does a lot of damage. They're still going to take... In fact, he goes running in. He's run in through the utility. I think he was expected an isolated fight, and that was not the case. There were more than one player here safe. Spotted Theory, never mind. Huge from Purpo. Showstopper out for an ace of his own, and he will take it home. What a way to end out the half. He was looking for some kills, and boy did he find them.
Oh yeah, well, I don't know if Tamazi's back, but Purpo certainly is. 2 rounds on the board for GX. It's a little below the bare minimum normally, but maybe they can make it work. After all, this is their home. This is their map pick, and they're going to have to defend it on the attack. 10-2. We'll be back after the break to see how it goes.
तू सिमर फिर कहते हो घर की नहीं करी सॉरी यार बीबीएल वर्सेस केसी शुड बी केसी बट बिली भी अच्छा गेम है ये बोला गाना नहीं है मैडम प्लेयर फैंटम क्यों यूज कर रहे हैं गोली ज्यादा है ज्यादा स्प्रे कर सकते हैं स्मोक में
Yeah, get on your feet and move to the beat. Pour up some drinks and then we repeat. Yeah, chasing my purpose, need a release. Yeah, my life's a beach, I'm lost in the breeze. Do this with ease, don't play with my dreams. Yeah, it's so together.
BBL और बिली अलग टीम में हौले.
Yeah, chasing my bag, my feet in the cream. Running these laps, not losing my steam. I'm feeling good, it's like what I need.
ये कब हुआ?
Don't intervene with my energy. Yeah, I'm in her scope like Jimmy Iovine. Yeah, no Superman, but I'm feeling supreme. It's not a movie, but I'm making a scene.
बिली नहीं है?
I can tell you how to live your life, but
एक सेकंड.
You just gotta get up.
एक सेकंड रुको.
Well, just like the halftime music said, you just gotta get up. And I think GX want to get up on the scoreboard quite a few times in a row. Trailing by 8 coming into the second.
11 more of those.
Oh.
Listen, we'll talk about attack sides on Lotus, Tom, but do you expect GX's attack side to be strong enough?
ये cut कर देना editor.
That pretty much settles that. Our next matchup of today will be...
Yampi की team है भाई, Yampi की team.
Realistically, even on an individual level, they have just not been up to the standard. I think they got caught by a lot of like weird scenarios where like Durka just got further forward than they expected, and I don't know. This map at least they've looked outclassed, and I don't think that Vitality would have changed up their comp to have this almost comfort.
यहाँ से comeback किया ना नंगा ना.
They weren't ready for it. Stun, salvo, a lovely combination.
Must stun
You
दिया
look
ना
at the exact same
contact
scenario on the other side, and it was the player in that position completely screwed. Instead, they've come out with a 3-player advantage. I have to feel like the comms and just how they're set up together is just on a completely different level.
I'm such a huge fan of Vice, but seeing Vitality use this meta comp is unbelievable. The strength is off the charts. And look, maybe I wouldn't change a single thing about it. Breaks my heart not to see Vice. She's the new Vice.
language
Does it clear it? Ah, goodbye. Oh! Okay, Durka wanted 2. He was hoping for both the players, but instead gets absolutely nothing.
Trigger discipline gone wrong.
Les is not moving. Like, this is not a guy that you're going to bait into
भाई मेरे को एक बात बताओ, तुम लोग ने देखा है क्या ये चीज यूट्यूब पे? बहुत नॉर्मल आजकल चल रहा है कि लोगों के पास टिक मार्क है लेकिन फेक लोग है, फेक लोग। हाँ मेरे को एक बात बताओ, जिनके चैनल पे टिक मार्क है वो लोग 100-150 का मेंबरशिप नहीं ले सकते क्या? मेरे को एक बात बताओ, तुम लोग ही बताओ भाई। ये आजकल नया कुछ तो वो आया है, ग्लिच।
Landmines, right? The game of battleships that we start with doesn't go their way. Vitalities, that is. But now they've come through. The head-to-head fights dropped one. Tamazi. It's the element of surprise.
Come on.
Here's all the steps. There's a chance. And now, well, he's on Sivo's radar, and that is where it ends. This pistol really was a last stand for GX. Losing out here, you have to wonder, can they even afford to play the conventional low by second? You're expecting a force buy. You're expecting to go in. That's insane, by the way. What is his sense? I thought he spun it in full circles.
I like the idea that he got that far and went, I didn't check.
भाई क्या सेंसी है भाई इसका क्या सेंसी है? जो इसमें मूवमेंट क्या है ना उसको, फॉर एग्जांपल ये मेरा माउस पैड है, ठीक है, तो उसमें मूवमेंट क्या है ना मेरे को ऐसा रगड़ना पड़ेगा भाई। क्या सेंसी है उसका? हेलो,
You come in here and you eco for 10 straight rounds for OT. You're
3
insane.
बार घुमाए
But
उस
this
जगह
means
पे।
they on GX need to win this, and they've lost Viper off rip.
What the
Trade.
fuck?
That's a bulldog on the ground. The thing is, it does seem like their opponents have bought accordingly. One pistol, and then there's bulldogs on the rest. And I'm trying to keep this one as safe as possible. Durka catches himself a little bit, but he catches the whole of the opposing side, just looking for these aggressive positions, getting pulled in by that fade utility by the seas, and while Cloud, unfortunately, he's not long for this world. 12 and 2 for the first five, fails.
No money, bro.
Well, that's it.
10 in a row?
Yeah, I mean, the band's out on the front deck. They're playing their last song. I think this, we've hit the iceberg.
जो बंदा इतना व्लॉग करके, इतना वीडियोस बना के, वाव मोड करके, बाइक लेके बोलता है ना नो मनी, याद रखना सबसे बड़े दोगले यही लोग रहते हैं। ये वही फ्रेंड्स रहते हैं जो तुम लोग मदद के लिए बोलते हो ना, यार दोस्त मेरे को 100 रुपीज़ चाहिए, मेरे को मिल सकता है क्या, कल तक रोटा दूंगा। वो बंदा बोलेगा नहीं, लेकिन जब तू बाहर जा रहा रहेगा तो वो बंदा पूरा पिज्जा लेके बैठा रहेगा और खा रहा रहेगा। समझ रहे हो? वही
No pressure, and the instant response from Vitality.
Okay.
Every time. Les picks up a double, and he's out. It's a 4 versus 3, and like you said, not even GX players getting the trade.
Yeah, the Sivo was completely blind
मेरे
standing in
मेरे
the
भाई
open.
के लिए बाइक बेच
And
के अब भी
while
मेंबरशिप
he
लेता
just
था।
can't see anything,
और मेरे पास
he's
बाइक
dazed
होता
and
तो।
disoriented. Les kills the two people trying to finish him off. Nice shot from Westside though. Might not be the gun you necessarily wanted. An outlaw on the floor. And that's where it's going to stay. Not
ऐसा नहीं है
interested at
करके
all.
मैं
Does
बबलू
that
के
hurt
चैट
you,
पे
Mitch?
हाई तक नहीं लिखा है।
A little bit, and then when I really think about
मेरे
it a
पास
lot,
एक्शन में
but
पैसा नहीं।
I'm going to swallow that and move on with the round. And for safe, well, 50 seconds on the clock, and he hears noise. And
क्या
gets
चल
kills
रहा है
with a
भाई?
salvo.
हेलो?
They've Vitality on both
क्या
maps
चल
have
रहा
gotten
है?
an astounding amount of kills with that salvo, usually off the breach
कैसे
stun as
मर रहा
well
है
being
नेट
there. It's
से?
so difficult to deal with. But GX have managed to bring this
कार
back to a
बाइक रहता तो
2v2.
बेचता
The
ना,
spike
कार
still
क्यों
has to
बेची?
cross. They still need the plant, and there's only 30 seconds on the clock. A full belt of utility for kicks, and Les is slowly ticking all the boxes, making sure these players haven't gone for a sneaky play. And it's beautiful. 4 kills for Les, 13 rounds for Vitality. And we said we hope to see more of a second half of split version of GX, but we saw a half-won Vitality all the way through. They didn't pull a single.
भाई ये एक सेकंड मेरे को मैसेज आया। बंक भाई मैं वाइटलिटी को सपोर्ट कर रहा था, वाइटलिटी जीत गया करके मैं 50 गिफ्टेड दे रहा हूँ। डब्लू बबलू यार, डब्लू बबलू इन दी चैट। डब्लू बबलू ये है आज से नया नाम। जैसे ही 50 गिफ्टेड देगा मेरा भाई, डब्लू बबलू स्पैम होना चाहिए। डब्लू बबलू बबलू डब्लू बबलू बबलू डब्लू डब्लू बबलू जैसे 50 गिफ्टेड देगा। कम ऑन, लेट्स गो।
where Kicks takes over the show. Like, he got an ace in the first map while having a quieter individual performance. It just shows how much depth this team has, and wow, that was one hell of an impressive display coming in for their first game of stage 1.
Well, many teams struggle after running deep in international events. It was a big conversation after kickoff last year, but Vitality, they've come back stronger, powered up and hungry to go and face that international competition again.
Good job,
we
Ted.
saw
Good job.
some
Full
signs
support.
of life from GX, but that was shut down on map number 2 with a lights out
Good job,
performance. A rookie to this level, stepping onto that stage with high expectations from his performance in Tier 2, and I think especially role shifting, he has not just met them, but exceeded them in ways I couldn't have imagined coming into this. Robbed of an ace as well. He's going to remember that for a long time. It was a great debut, but it could have been better. And I think we'll have to have safe answer for that transgression. Steal and ace away.
Yeah, for sure. No, I think obviously you quickly look at the other side and go, okay, GX obviously put a lot in behind the scenes for practicing. Still got a way to go. There were definitely some holes, definitely some gaps, definitely some mistakes, but a team in map number 2 made, well, little to no mistakes will go down to safe on the stage.
Absolutely brilliant start here for Team Vitality. I'm now joined by Safe. Welcome back to EMEA. You're still undefeated on this stage. What's your feeling about being back?
Feels good. I think for Monsieur Clément on our team,
Zaiwu
of
बकचोदी हटकर दिल का बड़ा साफ है यार ये बंदा बकचोदी हटकर दिल का बड़ा साफ है मेरे बेंच मैंने आज डंबल्स नहीं उठाए क्या मेरी बॉडी किधर गई आज उठाना भूल गया शायद आज डंबल्स नहीं उठाए मैंने बेंच
for that, making sure that it feels the same for him so that he can do the best here in the arena, and I think he did.
How long have you had to practice with him?
I think we played for like a week and a half.
Wow, that's not a lot of time.
Yeah, it's pretty chill.
The result looks great. I do have to ask though, because I think this change came as a bit of a shock.
शेख भाई ने जब से मेरे साथ फोटो ली ना भाई का गेम प्ले ऑन टॉप क्या बोलते
हैं? You know, somebody you played with previously on Guild as well. What was the reason behind this? Would you be able to share some of that?
I think I don't want to talk about
Bablu
why
bhai
we did like moves like this. All I can say is like it's just things that happen in teams, and you know we took a step in a different direction.
Next time,
how does this benefit you guys in terms of roles? Because obviously now you have somebody that only plays smokes. That's new.
Yeah, he plays everything.
Yeah. Oh, okay, but the rest of you don't have to play smokes. There you go. That's
yeah. I mean, in terms of roles, it feels good. Like we have a lot more consistency in terms of roles within the team. I think it helps us a lot in terms of building comps and ideas and things that we want to try out and experiment with. So it's definitely a healthy thing for us.
And when it comes to those comps, I love the Lotus comp. It looks very familiar. You know, we saw that. Yeah, we saw that. Maybe a certain America's team played it against you guys. Was this inspired at all by some of the things you saw from other leagues?
Yeah, 100%. I think it's like, again, I said this a while back actually in an interview with you. I said we shouldn't reinvent the wheel. And I think it's the same thing. Like, if things are working, it makes sense. It's currently in the meta. Like, don't reinvent the wheel. You can chuck things from other teams. People do it all the time. It's just we don't label it. So.
Chat हो जाए. अगर next game KC हारा, तो मैं दूंगा 50 gifted. लेकिन अगर BBL हारा, तो कौन देगा 50 gifted? जानने के लिए बने रहिए इसी एपिसोड में. Binks और उसके membership scams episode 1.
Derek is not playing her.
Oh, okay. I understand. Thank you for the honesty. Congratulations on your win once again, Safe. We'll see you here next week.
Thank you.
We do have a second game coming up, however, so do not go anywhere after the break. KC will be taking on BBL.
कुछ बोल रहा है स्कैम मेरा दिल साफ है यार.
Go Clem! Go Clem! Go Clem!
Safe! You took the ace, bro!
Go Clem!
What go Clem and you take the ace? And then sure because this guy is like, go Clem, and then he takes it.
दो टिके हैं दे. एग्जाम देने की उम्र में स्कैम कर रहा है. मैं इतना यंग हूँ क्या? मैं इतना यंग हूँ?
Red Bull gives you wings.
एक सेकंड रुको
Let's do something crazy.
कुछ तो सीन हुआ
Cause we don't do this every day and we deserve it. Life is so amazing. Nothing is in our way. Baby, let's fly away. Do you feel it? Is your heart rushing the way my heart's rushing when you take it all in? Baby, this is where we come alive. Do you feel it? Take the world by storm. Just you and I can't believe.
सुनो ना मेरे पे मैं क्या बोल रहा हूँ मेरे पे 24 आवर्स के लिए वहाँ पे काम देते हैं समझ रहे हो फ्री हैंड का पूरा साफ सफाई होगा क्या बोलते हो
What makes us come alive?
पोल चेंज कर रहा हूँ बिंक्स क्या बिंक्स अरे मेंबरशिप कहाँ से आ रही है भाई
Bro almost destroyed my nose.
Who will win? केसी मेरे हिसाब से केसी
Oh, bro, almost destroyed my nose.
Welcome back, everybody, and welcome back, Magnum. We have missed you. I'm your hosting, so I'm joined by Kakuka and Mini, and I just want to
कैसा मेरे अगेंस्ट कौन बोला मेरे अगेंस्ट कौन बोला मैं देखा नहीं कुछ काम कर रहा था कौन बोला मैं बोल रहा हूँ कि केसी जीतेगा कौन बोला कि बिबिल जीतेगा इसकी तो विपुल भाई थैंक यू फॉर द कास्ट दोस्त मेंबरशिप लव यू लव यू लव यू अब खुद ही घोड़े क्या घोड़े भाई
Yeah, but we're happy to see Magnum back.
I am more than happy. I had that tweet bookmarked. When we first had the conversation about having this, I was like, I know exactly what you're talking about, and I know exactly where to find it because I have this saved. I knew that this moment was going to come, and I knew that he would say, yes, you can have it on the broadcast. So thank you, Magnum.
But I like the way that, you know, you talked about how it sums him up as a person because in the server, you know, he is a very serious player. He's been on a lot of amazing rosters. But he is, Kakuka, just a little whimsical guy, you know? We love him.
Yeah, exactly. But that is one of the reasons why I think it's so exciting to have him back. And I love that you mentioned all the teams that he's been in. Because my man, he's been working for his time here. On Infinite, of course, you will tell us more about that, Mini. In Koi, before franchise, so this was before Koi was one of those teams. In Apex, also before they were franchised, so it was also in Tier 2, and then last year in KC. Funny enough, out of all of this, the best performances that he has was actually last year on KC. So I want to see how he's doing this year. I checked.
What, individually?
Individually.
All right, Minnie's about to... I feel like Minnie wants to disagree.
I think it's a better coach than me, I guess.
But yeah, tell us about Magnum, because you've coached this guy. You know, we see that between April 2021 and June 2022.
Yeah, I think the way I'd sum it up for BBL is they found the perfect substitute, really. Like, I know that Vat came in and did well, but I think for Magnum, like the way I describe him, he's the perfect like substitute player. Like he's a role, like I think of Leo and Durka as like the perfect like recon player, perfect duelist. Magnum to me, he might not have that quite the same star quality, but he knows his role extremely well. So he's going to sub in very easily to this team.
Yeah, I mean, this is the thing. The teams, they like to keep things a little bit tight-lipped, you know, before they play, but surely this is the one-for-one, right? They're not going to switch the roller, because why would you pick up a player like Magnum Bear if you're not going to stick him on the Sentinel?
Yeah, exactly. I think that the question that we have for the first match is not something that we're going to see here. That's also one of the reasons why we think is the perfect substitute. You're not going to find someone with the amount of experience that he has in very different rosters in many different situations, and also know that this is not an investment that you're making for right now, but also you can do looking towards the future, and especially with the year the BBL has been having, what we saw from them in kickoff, the changes that they decided to implement, going away from just having a full Turkish roster. This fits very well.
Yeah, and of course, this is coming off the back of the fact that you are still having a little bit of issues here and there, getting to Berlin. And as you said, Mini, that Magnum will be the perfect substitute. What else do you feel like he could bring to maybe elevate this team, not just as a sixth person at this point?
I think that it's like the mixture of how smart he is in game and just going to be able to slot into that role perfectly, but also his silliness. Like, we've seen it, like, I know he's not trying to be silly in those clips, but he is just that person, and like he brings a good vibe. So him and Yampi together, like, as long as they're kind of like, it's like them two, they just need to bring the vibe and kind of do their role, do their homework, make sure they're doing what the coaches say, and the other three are going to bring like the huge firepower.
And the experience, right? The experience.
Maybe. In KC, you know, which is funny. The first game that he's going to be playing is going to be against
KC.
But yeah, I think that sometimes we speak about the youngsters and what they can bring, but there's many things that experience goes beyond that.
And speaking of Magnum, here's a silly little interview I did with him a little bit earlier. Welcome back, everyone, and welcome back, Magnum. I cannot believe it that you're finally back here with us. I wanted to ask you, what have you been up to since we last saw you?
Yeah, I've been chilling, taking time off, but as well grinding the game. I think I played the game the most in my 5 years.
Indians कब जाएंगे VCT में? भाई already गया है प्रीमियस भाई वहाँ पे ही है, ठीक है? ज़्यादा दूर नहीं है अपन. ये जो तुम लोग बोलते रहते हो ना इंडियंस कब जाएंगे विजिट में, वहां पे है भाई. जिधर वो लोग बैठे ना उधर से स्टेज सिर्फ 2 इंच का फासला है, ठीक है? 1-2 साल तो वहां पे भी जाएंगे.
I was supposed to
बराबर
I was in contact with BBL during kickoff, and I was supposed to play, but we just didn't meet on some things, and so we let it go. But yeah, I'm excited to be here. It's a different role. And yeah, as well, I think a lot of people would underestimate BBL, especially before kickoff. But once I joined them, I instantly saw that this is a winning team, and yeah, it feels great.
You got to be going up against your old team. What are your feelings about this? Is this still like a friendly, wholesome match, or is this more some grudge there?
Well, let's say it this way, if there would be any other team than KC, I would still want to win as much as today. So it doesn't really matter. Obviously, it's a kind of good feeling when you beat them, you know, in the end after the game. But right now, I don't really care. As well, we left on good terms. So I understand their decision. And yeah, I think especially the KC fans, the KC org, and everyone, it was a great time. But yeah, today I'm on the other side, and I will do everything in my power to stop them.
Got the Turkish fans now, right? Got the Turkish fans. Last question, Mini is on the desk with us, and he was talking about how you're one of the smartest players he's ever coached, and he said a lot of nice things about you. He also wanted me to ask you specifically if he's a better coach than N. So how would you like to respond to that?
Well, in the end, they both bench me, you know, so it's hard to judge. For sure, not better than Paul, obviously. So I will leave that. But actually, they're both different coaches, and I think that's the only thing which I can say, because both have something better than the other. But I think they're both great. So.
But Paul number one.
Yeah,
for you.
Paul clears, of course.
I love the loyalty. Thank you so much, Magnum, and good luck today.
Thank you.
Now, Mini, I did as you asked. How would you like to respond to that?
I think that was a pretty good answer. I mean, he said me and Emea were both great, and he's got to back his boy now. Like, you know what I mean? So
he's loyal.
Yeah.
He's loyal. Where do you sit in this debate? You know, Pal, Mini, and
why did you bench him?
Yeah. Oh no, we're
why did we bench him?
No, don't say we. Just say you.
Because Alpha exists.
Oh wow. I mean, kind of fair.
Can you argue with that?
That's kind of fair.
Yeah, I can't argue. But I did want you to, you know, how do you rate and Mini and Pal?
I do think, no. I do think there is different. I've had this conversation many times with you because sometimes we speak about, with you, sometimes we speak about some teams and some decisions that they're making. And I tell you, well, you cannot expect everybody to have the same reaction that you have or to act in some scenarios the same way that you would, because otherwise then every coach would be the same. I do think that they're different and they are very different. Therefore, I think, me personally, I like Gank more.
Me too.
Yeah.
Sorry, Mini. No. Okay, no,
no, because I really like the very like set strats, everything by the book. I think it's the most enjoyable to watch round by round. But that's, you know, as an overall, I would choose to.
I prefer to win, I think, so.
Honestly, I think Mini has the...
To win, you have to compete. So
yeah, but he
has
he has the most to be able to actually talk the talk because he's walked the walk already.
Yeah, true.
So I respect that from Mini. We do, however, have the other two coaches competing in this game, of course, BBL versus KC. And on the side of BBL, Mini, did you expect them to be as good as they were at kickoff?
I mean, I think I made a tweet in the off-season that they had the best macro I'd seen in the off-season. So I think that it's not a surprise that they played so well. Given their circumstances with VAC and having to have a substitute, I was surprised there. But overall, not really. Dark Horse team, good talk.
Okay, yeah, I mean, I really like what we saw in kickoff because I think that the expectations for BBL, thinking about the past 2 years that they had in franchising, weren't the best. And we saw them for the first time ever winning their opening match and then also going on to win the second. We saw Yampi as the IGL, and little by little, like there were some bits here and there, like we were also very excited to see Profec now here. Sociable, I was checking the stats and there were some mad things, like he played Soba in 2 maps. He had 14 Hunter's Fury kills. I was like, the math is not mathing for some of these situations. So I'm really looking forward to what they can do when we think about the rest of the year, when we move past, you know, I would really like Magnum to be a state. Nothing against Chihuahua, absolutely not. But I want to see them working towards something because everything is looking so good. This is the kind of team that I want to give them time to see the results.
Yeah, and I'm a really bitter person because as a day one BBL fan, you know, we used to pray for days like these. And all these new fans coming in, you know, following Yampi onto this roster like, oh, our team is sick, our team is great. I'm like, you were not in the trenches with me when they were losing 5 games in a row every bloody week. But I am so happy to see people finally respect this team. But also the Turkish players that they did bring, Mini, you can see why that they, you know, build around these Turkish individuals because Levin and Sociable, like Bear mentioned, are very good.
Yeah, Sociable to me, Sociable's been owning my teams in practice for the past like, 4 years. So, like, I'm not surprised that this guy, like, I'm surprised this guy's only just got to VCT. For 11, like, I didn't have him high on my radar at all, but he came in and really kind of, I kind of ate my words, I think. Like, I didn't think he was going to be very good, but he's been phenomenal.
Language. I do feel like the Sociable point is crazy, right? Because he's not even a rookie at this point. He's not coming in at like 18 years old. He's been grinding for
kind of waiting
for him to join. Yeah, but I do wonder if they can take this win over KC today. Because for KC, very interesting journey too. But I first of all want to congratulate KC for game changers because of course they managed to get a win, a very important win over Giant X in that grand final. And again, even in other aspects, for KC and League of Legends are doing well as well. Surely Kakuka, this maybe rubs off on this team too.
I felt that there was like a max of success that you can have. So since they're being successful in everything else, they cannot succeed in this one. No, but, I really enjoyed Casey's run in Game Changers. I'm really looking forward to what the year is going to look like, especially for Emea. But I agree with you. I think that they need to, you know, match up, especially after what happened in kickoff that we'll discuss in just a minute. I think that they have all the tools and all the capabilities to bounce back.
They can't let these girls down. They can't do it. If they can win a Game Changers, I think it's time for the main team as well for this. But you mentioned kickoff already because it just felt a little bit unlucky. Right,
I think consistency is
unlucky the word.
I wouldn't say unlucky.
They were close. They were close to not. They were the first one to be eliminated.
I mean, unlucky to do is like to finish where they did, but I didn't see them. I didn't see them playing with like the kind of form to go to the bank, to be honest with you.
I mean, I think that there's some saving graces. I agree with Sue in the individually. Now that we're seeing on the screen, Sue Getzer, for example, making that swap onto Smokes being probably one of the best Sentinels or like that we've had in the region or in the world. Alex also having a brilliant performance. The expectations for Sadak and the IGL and what he could do with Aang making in that combo. I think that we were very excited for many things that we saw, but they fell very short. And I think it's crazy to think that this was actually the first team to get eliminated at kickoff.
No, I agree with that. And I do think pointing out Abed's is the big one here. Like I didn't think he was going to be the one that has to perform at all, and he came out and looked like the best player by far.
Excuse me.
Oh, I mean, we'll see if he can keep that up. But of course, we talked about this in the top of day. Before we get onto that, actually, oh, it's just sad. KC being sad at kickoff. I mean, Zaysh was very vocal about this, right? Because they were so close. They also played so late into the night as well on some of those occasions. Maybe running out of steam a little bit. But they are a team of rookies. You know, if you take away Sadak and Sui here, the other players, they are much younger. I think they need a rest probably, and we expect them to do better here. But the question is, Vinny, you said they've been nerfed. Bind is gone now. So looking at the comps they play on the other maps, what now? What can they do?
Well, I mean, the buying going is bad for them, but I think compositionally wise, I'm not happy with their kickoff.
Okay.
I think they're coming into kickoff. They like last year, cook up some weird comps, and it worked very well. This year, it fell a bit flat. And kickoff is where those weird comps should be working.
You just said excuse me.
And I think that the word I'm going to use is Sadak and Aang are enabling each other with this Harbor Omen combination. The reason why Sadak's teams in the past worked well with this Harbor was the Viper combination, I think. And I don't even think in this meta it's necessarily necessary when we've got so many good agents in the tail and the Vice.
He's a very good IGL. He's a very good person. He's done a lot
I think
for
it was a
himself
risk
and for
worth
Fnatic.
having. As in, you're putting Aang and Sadak together, like the ideas are going to collide. And do not forget, KC and Aang last year with the Gecko and all of that at the beginning of the year, it was them setting the meta. So in their eyes, this was a risk worth taking. But if we look at the numbers and actually the results, yes, Bind is gone. And that was their home ground. Then with the deadlock, like it was impossible for any team to do anything against it.
Crazy.
But as you're saying, Mini, Lotus. Well, I'm going to start with the other two. Haven and Fracture didn't manage to win any of them. In the Lotus, you're going to be like, oh, they have a 50%. They won one of their encounters. Did they? Because they were playing against a Na'Vi that was running a Lotus. Listen with me. Astra, Omen. Let me see if I can do this by memory. Sage, Vice, Tejo. So who's making things more complicated on themselves?
Yeah, and I will say, though, the Harbor Viper, I hate it, but on Haven, I wouldn't have hated it as much if they did it because it would tell me that it's the vintage Sadak, it's the vintage loud stuff. You know, the Harbor Viper, you went up against it, Mini. It's pretty strong. So I do wonder though, with Icebox coming back, Bea, that's their saving grace, right? They could do that.
Yeah, exactly. I think that this is the kind of map that could be their new bind, or if we're thinking about comfort after such after the kickoff that they had and how complicated things were for them.
Yeah, and Sadak historically have been good at Icebox, so that wouldn't surprise me if it's a good pick.
Yeah, sometimes I forget about Gambit. It's very few times.
Oh, I have never forgotten about Gambit versus Team Liquid on Icebox. Ever. Sorry, bring that back up. You know, once a year, that's my 1 year done. But let's talk about the new maps, because in the first matchup, both teams, they kind of veered away from it. You know, with Vitality, you can understand. Going to a global event, don't have the time. But for these two teams, though, Mini, would you like to see them lean into it, the Ascend and Icebox? For BBL as well, if we bring them back into the conversation, because Turkish team, Ascend, surely.
Excuse me?
Turkish team, but they haven't got many Turkish
players.
But they got Lemon and Sociable.
Two, it might be enough.
Okay.
Maybe enough, but you need 5 usually for
But would you be surprised if they both took away those maps, the new ones, if they weren't willing to play
like I said, for Icebox, I think that KC have got a history on it. I don't think on Ascent they have that much of. Well, I guess Sadak does, but not Aang. So I'd like to see an Icebox, I think.
Yeah, and what about for BBL?
I think that It really depends on the comfort and where you found your strengths. I think that the first game was a very good showing of how the teams, even Giant X and Pipson saying that he was, investing his time in something else, has adapted to the meta. I want to see what direction of the meta they take, and that also has to do with the maps. It is a very, I think that this is a pretty evened out. I see both of these teams able to win. It has to go across the maps, but every conversation that you and every argument that you make for choosing or banning is going to be correct, because there are things that we just simply cannot know about the teams and where
absolutely,
And of course, there's points on the line too, right? These are the teams. Every match counts at this point, because they want to be able to get some points at early doors at this point.
Yeah, absolutely. And for the expectations for both of them, for BBL and the start of the year that they've had, for KC and the year that they had last year, with everything that they've put into this project and the names that they have, both of these teams should be securing points.
It's going to be close, right? Close game.
Yeah, this is a clash of styles, I think, but it should be a close game.
Oh, I can't wait to see it. So without further ado, you've seen a great first match already. It's time to bring out the teams for the second one. Here is BBL taking on KC.
Excuse me. देख रहे हो? अरे तो देखना, हाँ? तो देखना. डरते क्या और नहीं तो क्या भाई? हाँ किसी का एक प्लेयर मुझे करा लो. मत कर. अरे तो स्ट्रीम देख रहे हैं, बोला देख, अच्छी बात है स्ट्रीम देखना. It's very good.
Neither of these teams managed to make it to Bangkok, but with Toronto on the line, both these teams will have a very good chance. Of course, Magnum not standing on the side of KC today. He is on BBL facing up against his former team. They've had time. We talked about the maps, what could be in the pool, and both Icebox, yes, instantly picked by KC.
Finally.
Do you like pick the Ascent?
No.
I like the Icebox, obviously. I'm a bit worried that we're still going to see Harbour. I'd love to see that direction.
We will see Harbour, Mini.
I'd love to see a different direction from KC.
I think that maybe for the Icebox, maybe for the Pearl.
Maybe. I like their best map was Bind, and they just played a direct, good attack side that had a solid defense. Like the other comps they had just had no tools on defense. So I think that if they just have a very simple set kind of
plan. Another thing that is worth mentioning, I know we got too excited for the Icebox, but both of the teams had kind of like a permaban BBL with that Fracture that they did not want to see, and KC with that Split that they did not want to see. And actually, Fracture is going to be that third map if we need it. Please, I kind of like with these two teams, because I have a lot of questions that need answering. Also, we were speaking about Magnum, but Elite also on the other side was in BBL last year, and it was actually during stage 1 that he has his best performance as a player overall in the entire stage.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, and Elite was one of the best players right on that roster last year too, so you can see why KC was keen to pick them up. But this is so strange to me to see
3, 2, 1, let's go!
Picking Ascent. In the history of this team, anytime Ascent is available to them, they instantly pick it. It will be a win, but it will be the only map they win. So I like this new face of BBL, but the thing is, the Pearl Mini was really, really good, and you already saw other teams copy what they do on Pearl, and it annoyed me to no end when we went to global events. People would say, oh, this is an America's comp, and I'm sitting there saying, this is the BBL comp, this is the BBL comp. Surely we don't want to see them change that, right? We want to see them run that again.
I think they can keep it the same. They need to have, a bit of depth so that it's not anti-stratted and just like, because KC
WhatsApp help के लिए कोई है?
There's a lot of footage on that, and they need to make some adjustments. But yeah, it's
yeah, I want to think about Icebox, and now that we're speaking about agents and whatnot, Are there any of the new things that for you are do's and don'ts?
Well, we're going to get to that in a second because I want you to see the agent selects and then tell us the do's and don'ts. Oh, that's close! Because KC do not pick a Harbor.
Yeah,
They're going to go Harbor Viper and BBL are going to go Clove.
Okay, I like the Teo from KC side, but it's still one of those comps that
No.
Duelist on the server that we're seeing so far.
Have we ever oh, no, of course we have.
मेरी बात सुनो सोआ के जगह पे केसी ने लिया तेहो आइस बॉक्स पे जो मेरे को पर्सनली नहीं पसंद बट केओ है जो मेरे को पसंद है और किलजॉय है जो मेरे को पसंद है लेकिन नो ड्यूलिस्ट है वो प्रॉब्लम नहीं है दोनों का नहीं है नो ड्यूलिस्ट कॉम वेरी नॉर्मल है लेकिन बीबीएल में चेंबर है जो मेरे को नहीं पसंद एज अ सोलो सेंटिनल और क्लोव है जो मेरे को नहीं पसंद क्योंकि ओमेन बेटर है क्या कौन पे है
And I've been a part of some crazy moments in Valorant, but none will beat what I'm about to bring you guys because hold your chairs, it is the return of Panpok.
Yeah, the return of the Mac, I guess it is. I don't know how you want to call it. Welcome back, Mike.
Pansy!
I've got hairless now, so I've joined that
the
club.
prince bye.
You
just
hairless. Yeah.
Love you,
You know, it worked for Durka, it can work for you.
I've come back twice as cracked, put it that way.
There it is.
That's how it works.
And what on earth? They're like, okay, let's roll it back a bit here.
Let's move on to the agents because it's
zero realistic
basically bringing out what you would have almost expected a KC comp to look like.
That's what I'm saying.
Coming into this match.
By
weirdness, right? Casey in the lab cooking up something. I don't know if it'd be good or not, but
is this just like,
it's BBL.
I don't know. I'm really excited to see how this works, and I'm kind of with it. The double smoke things will never felt imperative on this map, but if they've cooked something up around this composition, certainly looking forward to it.
I kind of like what Bayo was saying as well, with BBL having so much option with information. That Sova there, you're going to have that Teo there. You've got so much to play around.
Lots of options for sure. And the other thing, actually, just to park for the time being, Magnum on the Viper as well.
True.
Traditionally, I mean, at least the hallmark role for him being the Sentinel, especially here on Icebox, you almost think that's almost the vintage Magnum that you dial your minds back a few years to Fnatic. That was where he did shine. See how he does do on the Viper here as BBL set up just outside A site.
Eyes on towards A. We still have a bit of a shoulder coming up from Martin, who's been quickly killed. Magnum instantly gets his name on the board. First to draw blood here, confirm the kill. And patience shown by BBL. No massive need to over-exude towards the site. Still 4 seconds, got the util now to bank on. And Sugetsu tries to make a play, but Magnum still doing what he can. This spear from Magnum. Welcome back to the VCT. Lovely impact right off the rip. Elite now asked a huge question. A 1v3 from the get-go. That'll help, but 10 HP, man. How are you meant to do this?
Magnum down to 2 HP though. Yampi 70 HP, so they have to respect this now. Elite obviously licking his wounds, but we'll look for more here, Lauren.
I'm also keeping my eyes on when Yampi gets that util. I think they used it for that second hit back towards the site, so I think it's, only 4 more seconds. Yeah. That could be the icing on the cake. Magnum, what a lovely welcome back for him. Straight away here into his pistol.
Exhausted con man, eh?
A beautiful start indeed. 4 on the round from him, and actually being the tip of the spear here for BBL. Questions coming into this about what role he was going to fulfill. Obviously what happened last year with Magnum, but I mean, at least here, establishing himself. If there was any questions about whether or not he's going to come out swinging, you've already got your answer.
And it's one of those things, you rarely get opportunities to kind of get back and show what you can currently do. It feels like a very fickle game sometimes, isn't it? Once you're out of that spotlight, it goes so quickly, but lovely to see him finding a bit of form. A proactive beginning from KC here into round 2. Again, do keep in mind, they are just on the Classic. So, are we going to have A-Site Simulator, the game we all love to play? And actually thinking about this, on the attacking side, they've got so many options for information finding. They don't even have to do it in one layer. They've got, renewable information. There's so much they can bank on. This comp, I really like it.
I mean, this almost feels like we potentially come back to the Icebox of old, where you force these early rounds into fact finders and then forcing KC to make adjustments, maybe look to manipulate elsewhere. But Just early here, BBL looking to get a comfortable start.
Key position there, but made to look simple. Oh, BBL, this is nice. I was going to say as well, earlier today, ran into him, he looks confident. You know, kind of had just a little chat with him, nothing major. You know, you kind of get the feeling, the temperature check, right? You kind of have those moments. He looked happy. In-zone flawless as well there for them in round 2. Lovely to set up going into round 3, so the bonus a little bit more robust. But Yampy seemingly happy, clearly putting some work into this.
And a player that kind of rides on that energy.
Emotional leader.
Exactly. And it's got to be stressful coming into this, right? To expect somebody to come back to have to deal with a sub previously. And then also, again, not to kind of allude as to what the issue was, but then to completely switch at the 11th hour to something completely different. And like I said, feels like probably a like-for-like trade to get Magnum in here. If it was going to be on the Sentinel, right? This is where another question comes from, his performance on the Viper, but already said here, he's made a splash to kick things off.
Sugetsu instantly blocked away from B, trying to maybe pressure down towards long a little, and absolutely put into place. So, catch towards middle, probably not going to have that walk up straight through middle, maybe a little bit lackadaisical in approach, but still, this B site being threatened very early from BBL.
We'll be there to pick up the slack, though, as BBL drifted away pretty quickly. Be cautious of this cross.
Oh God!
Drifting onto it, but
a
little slow to react there, and actually BBL get both kills.
Oh, that is gutting. It felt like they were almost hesitant to continue on this pathing, but you'd made such a bold play, you almost had to try and stick the landing on it. So now Martin, so the tippy tappies. And it's rough for him. Not got a smoke to play in now. Does still have the paranoia. 10 more seconds and a TP. So he's got a couple options. Now with the dark coming, he's just going to try and play ahead. Nice from Martin. Takes the advantage, at least on the first fight. Needs to be forced away. Now has his smoke back up. Brings that into effect. Waiting on Elite. Another isolated fight. Fantastic from Martin. And he's got the smoke to play around. Isolated 1v1. Will not move Martin. Beautifully played by him.
Again, able to run the clock down as well, buy as much time in the rotation for Elite to come through. Not even needed on the initial challenge onto A site. BBL, I mean, looked as if they maybe were going to run into some problems in mid here, but like I said, it felt like Sadak was a little slow to react here. The initial swing.
Martin Bolte.
He's lined up for both kills, but luckily, KC able to recover that, get their first round on the board.
I'm locked in.
Well, you're letting us know he's locked in. Great recovery actually after the initial openers found seemingly for free, forcing that rotation initially towards B site. Doesn't amount to anything though for BBL.
And also, it's not a tech pause, yeah? Not attackers yet.
Well.
Yet for us.
I was going to say, we technically have hit... no, there's no quotes.
Are you about to try and curse us or what? I already did it earlier. I literally tweeted 20 seconds later, Mitchell Tom instantly on the tech pause. Felt a bit bad.
No, you didn't.
No, I didn't.
No,
just reveling in their misery. I was like, yes, if I must suffer, so must you.
You said that as if I wasn't there in the room with you. No, you didn't.
I was hoping to lie to the people at home, Michael. So you've really called me out. I don't know if I've missed you anymore. No one does that. You know, they're just like, oh, really? Devastated.
Looking at this, though. Magnum's going to bring in the pit into this round, so we'll not be able to build something around that. I'm curious to see if actually KC really... how they're going to approach this defensive half. So they're only really having the one buy around now.
Oh, Martin, from hero to zero, right? So much. These casual walk-ups, it just didn't catch BBL out at all. It felt almost predictable, and Sadak can't get away from Util. Luckily, he's going to drag one down with him, but it was only one, right? So now side control's there. BBL, I think that looks so easy.
Again, asking a question here about A site and how KC need to address that. Potentially elsewhere on the map, but we'll see. No attempt made here to even do any damage. Not really worth it considering what's left in the bank here. Like I said, looking towards Icebox of old, really. Asking KC to pull something out of the bag. BBL aren't having many issues finding opening engagements and then winning them.
Correct, right. So these are kind of the big fundamentals you put a tick next to it. And I think it'd be underselling how, I don't want to say fully impressed by BBL I was, but I was impressed by what they showed us during kickoff. I think they're a team that especially in the group that they're in, has a really high potential for either top
Malik,
3,
मेरी
even
याद
top
तो
2,
नहीं आई,
potentially. Looking at this as well, they've clearly been in the workshop,
अभी
being
एक
creative.
कप
They've
चाय
come back
बचा
in
है,
here and
वो
they
रात
look
को
quite
member
solid on
only
it.
stream के time
For KC, it was a really weird kickoff. It felt like the quirky comp they went for,
Hello,
which
Bunks
was
by
Harbour
Harold
Reliant, just
Dyson.
found nothing. So I really hope
दिन बहुत crazy
there's
खेल
more to
रहा है
this.
भाई,
This is their map
सारे
choice,
अच्छे player हैं
right?
ये
They're on the
lobby
defending
में
side, so I'll give them a little bit, a little bit of
सारे
leeway
जो
on
10 player
this.
है ना 10 के 10
But
player
I do need to see them move on.
The concern bit, and we had this conversation yesterday, what you almost want to see, KC, even if they were going to have a sprinkle of madness to the composition, you want to see them come back and just play fundamentally good Valorant, clean Valorant. And already here, for the first 4 rounds to go by, they're not great examples of that, to be honest with you. Another test here towards B side again. Spotted out, a little bit of a gap, but Sadak's there to actually pick up the slack now, maybe even set up a flash here.
Sugetsu's been having a bit of a hard time though on this site, right? He's been isolated a couple of times, punished a couple more, actually by the man on the screen right now. Oh, the flash timing on that was lovely. Couldn't quite convert to a kill, but nice little flash over the top from Sadak, trying to capitalize on the swing. But I like this, actually taking back the space, removing any of that potential worry and the util at about the minute mark.
Again, the emphasis for KC is towards B. You don't want to see any overcommitment.
रतन भाई हगने की वजह से पैदा हुए थे क्या आप?
Selling a good fake.
They are, yeah.
Knife's gonna hit.
And the knife will paint a fairly vivid picture here.
You can see the paranoia building though, right? They're already starting to look towards middle, the two that had kind of dedicated themselves on that rotate over towards B mid, but now with a full flood of utility, good luck finding anywhere to stand. We do have the ult going to come in, that's going to slow things down, but we still have the ult here. Sugetsu succeeds over towards B, but now it's all eyes towards A. Plant's going to be in now, BBL, if they can get comfortable. Yeah, he still has ult. Oh, he doesn't get away. Clawed back in the end by Alves. I think that was almost blind at this point. Profec's still going to be playing on the site. They're playing pretty close. Magnum in towards the ult. Elite going to clear through Profec. It's getting pretty messy here. Magnum going to be held back at this point. Trying to just hold it. He's going to see it's going up.
See him.
They have to get around the corner. They have to try and deal with this. Martin just has to sit and get the job done here. Held in the end by Elite. Perfectly done. Playing this back through, but they couldn't deny the defuse.
Just out of line of sight here. Even inside the Viper's pit, I think obviously that is the ace in the back pocket for BBL to try and secure that post plant. And the timing here, Loon unfortunately shut down. I think as soon as that knife goes off, he has to make a move. He either has to basically hightail it towards A site, get there at the same time, or try and pick something up in mid. Unfortunately, neither.
Bobo, good calls, guys. You're playing so well on A, bro. Keep doing that shit. You're
well, yeah, we missed it slightly. But I mean, that's the sort of thing, right? If the emphasis is going to be towards B and that paranoia around a pacey B hit coming through, if KC are in a position to maybe buy 10 seconds, go 1 for 1, potentially, 2 for 1 over on A site, somebody gets away. That body in the retake is so important.
And the pressure on Sugetsu here. No one able to disrespect the utility just yet. They're actually not committing off the back.
Seeing that same probe sent out. I mean, this is potentially awkward timing here.
Nothing on the...
Oh, मेरा वाला angle.
Yeah, mid-cross is spotted at least.
मेरा वाला angle. ये सड़क पे बदल गए बे.
2 members of BBL.
Yumpy.
It's a tasty little position there, actually, for Martin. And Magnum, back to what he does best, this lurk in the middle. He used to be a master of it. Ult going to come in. And Martin is rewarded with 1, but it's instantly traded out by the ult. And now looking at this timing, yeah, Red Sadak noting something earlier on, expecting that lurk to be in play, but they have at least given up sight. So there will be a plant in place. Look at the post plant. Again, Yampy's utility, fantastic. The rest are going to have to find value here.
I mean, Nogman goes through very early on, but actually the lockdown to layer on top of that now. They have to win out here.
W.
That was sharp. Profec has to respect this. Dips away. Still got a fair bit of util to play with, and 1 away from his ult as well. Can he get a blind kill off this? No, not for now. Held back and held in place. That's nice. Need a bit more. Gets a bit more, but instantly traded out. The numbers stay alive. Carmichael getting to grips with the rhythm of what we're seeing from BBL.
So the slight adjustment as well, not to give a member up at the start of the opening duel. The first 15-20 seconds gives KC so many more options. Be it in rotation, be it in the retake. Beautifully read here from Salah. Like I said, the information on the back of the knife. There's a world where Loon can reset that.
I didn't see you.
No delays खेलते हैं.
He didn't see him.
Yes, he didn't see him.
Fair enough.
It looked like he saw him.
I thought he saw
Yeah.
him. You know, that feels like that was a lie. He's got this wrapped up. So we do have a timeout count from BBL, and I think they're rightly so. Right, a good beginning, but it has felt like it's run into its first real hurdle. Again, KC getting to grips with this fast, and we were kind of discussing the idea as well about KC kind of learning on the fly and keeping that the fundamentals high as well, really. You know, keeping that in mind. There was something to worry about, there be a little bit more set piece based, but for now they're problem solving well. They seem to be kind of answering the puzzle of what BBL will bring, which is a very out there comp, right? This is not something you'd probably be all that up to date on constantly.
Sure, but I mean, you could make the argument as well. There's not necessarily any sort of flair to the comp, right? There aren't many options in terms of, you know, a cheesy strat to catch somebody off guard. Again, it's almost, I don't want to say vanilla, but a double controller composition like this with a chamber, it's not necessarily got that pop. There's maybe a couple of executes that you think, oh yeah, there's an awkward smoke.
मैडम आपका नाम सिड की बेटी है और आप बोल रहे हो एक्स वाइफ, ये सब नाम मत रखो. एक्सक्यूज मी, हिप्पोपोटामस की भी कोई सीमा होती है. हेलो,
Alarm bot out. Similar scene to the beginning. And only going to catch one, but it is at least Yampy, so a little bit more info on that.
Yeah, not being Loon this time around will, well, actually further confirmation Profex the one to fall.
Oh, Sadak. He's getting a little tricky. I like this. We're starting to see them trying to, you know, thread the needle a little bit. Keeping the tempo up, keeping the pressure up. BBL still looking to try and threaten away at least. Be it to get to whoever else from that yellow box that he's been trying to play behind.
पिंकी दी जो हंसी है बैकग्राउंड में से, अच्छा आवाज आएगा तुम लोग को?
3-3 scoreline. You're almost looking to BBL to make adjustments in the early round. Not finding that same success they did when KC were maybe a little lazy, lacking respect. We're going to see the same thing now, drifting back towards a late A here. Difference being on the other side, Elite scattered utility across here. The alarm bot will pick it up nice and early.
30 seconds left.
Maybe progress from pipes at the same time, but yeah, just going to have to make this count as they can. Good stall, 20 seconds. Time's running low here. Elite's going to be loving this. Precious seconds being bought, but the spike is going to be planted. Just goes down Sugetsu. Make it mincemeat out, both of them clearing at least close sight, and we're looking now towards who's a little bit deeper. Magnum and Sociable, this is a rough position, gonna need to be a 2v5, and it just ain't looking like it's gonna happen, but Avis has gone down, 2v4 now. Sociable does have his ult, but he's playing up on this, and just too many angles, too many players. KC, these retakes have been solid.
Had to commit towards a safer plant here. A few question marks with no kill coming through for BBL. Maybe an argument to be made, but you'd need another kill or two to maybe rely on the Sova ultimate. I come back to the same thing. The initial adjustment from KC has looked fantastic now. Not giving away these early kills. Not allowing, you know, free entry onto site. And that's, again, not to be too critical early on as well, but it's almost, you're now going to start asking BBL, what's the game plan with this composition? What is, you know, what's the vision if we're just early pumping towards B and drifting slowly towards A if we don't get a kill?
Switch up again here, though. Martin this time. Be joined by Aves. So certainly not the same opponent to get to.
अटैक नहीं, अटैक का प्लान अच्छा था, लेकिन वो नेड और स्पिट है ना, वो कुछ कर नहीं सकते. नेड टूटा नहीं और वहाँ पे स्पिट था, वो लोग बैक से खाली नहीं कर सकते थे और वो लोग को प्लांट का टाइम भी नहीं था.
Positioned all the way back towards Snowman. Not going to come off. Actually, Martin just wins out.
Yeah, this is getting a little bit messy. The trades are still so good for KC. With so much util possibility, they decide to use almost none of it. Maybe banking on the ult, but it's just simply not enough. Gonna need to be bailed out. Magnum doing the best he can. You're looking at the HP now. Aves is down low on 8 HP. Got to be careful. That shock dart could have been lethal. Wasn't. Sugetsu can't assist currently. Trying to isolate a fight. They can't get past Aves, who's controlling this push-up perfectly. Aves with a stun-up. And KC just dealing with it. Again, I like the idea of this kind of, you know, info gathering, this pressure they can build. Yes, of course you have Clove there, but it felt like they were just being manhandled from yellow and a simple crossfire from sight.
Yeah, not really much to talk about in terms of the approach here from BBL. Missed the mute on that one as well.
Guys, gonna lock in on this?
4-1 या 3-1
I'll start swearing.
करना पड़ेगा.
I'll start quoting them.
We're setting a precedent. I'm setting a precedent.
Emea, the edgy region. We can swear.
Bitches, आप कोई prediction बताओ, बोले बताओ.
Oh, made you Google.
You have, yeah. It didn't take long. We're 9 rounds in.
No way, both teams are playing without a deal list. यही होता है नया
I haven't had one of them in ages.
I had one recently.
Really?
It sounds like we're talking about curry or something. I had one in
लेकिन
ages.
Theo as a solo
Cheers are out.
initiator icebox
It's not gone well.
Yeah, it's not much to it so far, no.
Oh, this is your analytical time, Mike.
Yeah,
Really.
well.
Get in there and chew the fat.
Martin, shutting that down.
Oh, well. Oh.
Oh, nearly caught off guard, though. I think elsewhere will fall. You've got to stop.
Solo initiator by Theo initiator
to
नहीं
get
है,
out of
वो
this.
suppressor है वो. Initiator में नहीं गिनता वो. Suppress करता है उसको.
I've nothing to say. I'm not equipped. And neither are BBL currently.
जैसा BBL में
This
दो
feels
drone है.
like just kind of a time to get a lay of the land or something. 'Cause look.
Well, you said there's not much of this half left.
No.
BBL have had basically the same approach.
Compensator
Now
the
have
best
committed B-site approach here.
Can they just please try and commit to clearing back yellow if they're going to be constantly doing this? I mean, they were fine to be able to bully off Sugetsu earlier. Obviously, he doesn't have the, but he has the util.
जैसा मैं तुम लोगों को for example बोलता हूँ. अभी आइसबॉक्स है, हम लोग को पता है 2 जन मिनिमम ए खेलते, कभी-कभी 3, एक बंदा बी खेलता, बराबर. सप्रेस फेंका, 2 बंदे ए पे. अरे हम लोग को मालूम है ए पे है, समझ रहे हो? अभी उसका सप्रेस का रेडियस भी इतना बड़ा, कहाँ पे पता नहीं. तो इनिशिएटर नहीं है, ही इज अ सप्रेसर मेरे एनालिटिक्स के हिसाब से.
Forefront, get them committed to an entry.
Find their weakness.
And we're just not seeing that from BBL. Like I said, the kind of straight up
Knife
gunfights
कैसे-
they were
ये
getting
क्या
in the first 2 or 3 rounds. Great if
ये
they
क्या
were,
है?
but KC flip of the switch and that
नाइफ
option's
यूज
closed
किया,
now.
वो नाइफ सप्रेस नहीं किया किसको, ऐसा
damn
लगा कि ए
happy
पे
at
कोई
least
नहीं है,
KC
मरा
got
ना
that.
वो,
Oh, that's rough.
मरा कि नहीं.
KC.
उसको नाइफ
do
यूज
make
किया,
up for it.
उसको लगा कोई ए पे नहीं है, मरा ना.
Go well.
क्योंकि वहाँ पे था बंद.
Aves is a shooter today. He's kind of clean. Oh.
But it's crumbled so quickly.
Yep.
I mean, this is ahead of the...
It's poo.
Example देना पड़ता है.
Well,
But Aves hit a nice shot, so let me find something to be happy about.
yeah. As I say, we're ahead
It's
of
a
the
good
minute mark.
for
We're already
stopping
committed
Russia.
towards the save and actually not
I
even going to be
think
able to hold on to 2
KO
rifles.
must है, लेकिन KO के साथ सोवा.
So a bleak outlook here.
सोवा is OP.
7-3 the scoreline after a string of rounds now. Yeah, what's the adjustment? What's the
KO
versatility
के साथ
in terms of
KO
vision
नहीं.
with this
मेरे
composition?
हिसाब से राइम हो रहा था करके लिया.
Just feel, as you said, if
हाँ?
yeah,
के
it
साथ
feels like they
सोबा.
hit the first hurdle and then they've gone. Oh,
What do we do? Yeah, what,
done us.
yeah, what do
Slasher
we do?
का insane नहीं रे, यहाँ
They've
पे
sent somebody
इतने
out to be
डब्बे
with the
पे.
flash.
It's over.
We can't go there anymore.
Oh. Sugetsu's dead
ये
this time.
देखो.
though. This worked for them before.
पांच
This is
बंदे
feeling like
suppress
a
हुए.
first 3-rounder.
लेकिन मरा कौन?
Now Sadak's
इसका ही
got his
team
hands
पे.
full. Not giving up the space just yet, though.
No,
He's
he's unwilling to fall back, and you can see why there's confidence there, but
Ek.
there is a bit of a punish, but KC still have numbers and they have the weaponry. That Guardian with Sociable is really the only saving grace that they have. And, well, good luck
कैसे
finding
cross
all
करोगे?
3
वनडे
players.
से
They've got a
नहीं
minute
कर
to play with.
Yeah, plenty of time, but Guardian. Ghost in the hands of Yampi.
दोनों के पास ult है.
Tough to really justify going for one of these weapons. And already you can see on the minimap. Alves
जब तक ये लोग पास ए जाएंगे Yampi का नेड वापस आ जाएगा and then फिर से टाइम बाय हो जाएगा.
Oh, I swear, Elite definitely does.
Yampi बोल रहा है Alves के पास. आ गया नेड.
Alves'
timing bro?
is actually filthy. It does actually get the shot. I was complimenting his aim. He just gets.
मैं बोला नेड पे खेलने को. मैं बोला था कि मेरा आवाज नहीं आया Alves भाई.
Yampi 1v2. Do you believe?
Oh, man, he's actually good in Xbox, yes.
Rifle
like
retrieved.
Yampi one, you know what I mean?
Yeah. Yep.
He's normally got one. Oh, here we go. Oh.
Well, I didn't know Martin had a shorty. That changes everything.
मैं बोला था नेड पे खेलने.
Yeah.
8-3. Good start for KC, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, it's rough for BBL because, like I said, KC just didn't back down.
Clean round.
A very simple adjustment, and BBL are left scratching their heads. Like I said, unfortunately, unable to find any adjustment or any value on the back of that. I mean, they're going to be well-rounded in terms of ultimates here for the last, but again, these are some ultimates that we haven't seen rounds built around because they've ended so quickly. First 20-30 seconds or so. None of these maybe set pieces are we really looking towards.
There you go, I've used the telestrator, guys. Tick in the box for me today. That is, that's a double up. Tell they're doing quite well financially.
Yes. Their pockets aligned.
Yeah, they're feeling hype. Makes this a little bit tricky too, like guys, one got plans to take yellow. Well, we got it this time, I promise you. Oh, there's men here. Oh god, Sadak, too many targets, too little time. Martin trying to get out of danger on this one. Ults littering the ground.
6 lot of space.
Frost not caught, but they have at least gotten the back of yellow. So
maybe
that's all they needed. Maybe not. Yeah, somehow we forgot about Alves. And this guy's been aiming like a god, but he just threads the needle. And Magnum in his mid-lurks. It's not gonna go well. Alves with an absolute heater of a round. And Carmine Core, well, I doubted them picking this map initially. Now I certainly don't.
Yeah, I mean, this is where we then start asking the same questions at the start. For BBL to pull out this composition and be completely shut out of this first half after what felt really confident.
Like I
said, there's no real, there's nothing special about this adjustment from KC, but it's absolutely delivered.
Don't go anywhere.
Excuse me. Siddharth bhai, language. पचास गिफ्ट नहीं दे रहा, मान गया ना. इस बार जेट लगा बॉटम फ्रैग कर रहे थे. जेट क्यों लिया उसने? इसकी यार. Binks says, oh हाँ ना, मैं भूल गया. भाई ये गाना भी पूरा बजाओ.
Well, initially, I thought this comp was
BBL
going to be magic. I thought
diaper.
BBL had chefed something up that was going to be stunning. And for the first couple of rounds, it felt fantastic. And then round 5 happened, and then 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
This आज मेरे को added by many happy returns of the day. मेरी जान के टोटे.
I think it's important to note as well. Like I said, there were a few ultimates that sat round after round for BBL. That there must have been something they'd worked on to utilize those. Whether or not you're just sitting on using them all in post-plants. We
मैंने
didn't
क्या
see
बोला है?
enough
दो-दो
rounds
type
that were kind of set up differently. Like I said, did the same thing, 6 or 7 rounds over and over, and got punished for it.
Love you, Alex. Many happy returns of the day. मेरी जान कट रही.
I have them. Not much margin for error here in the second half.
We're turning off X-ray. We're getting a little cheeky with it, observers. Look at you guys. But it's traded out for now.
मस्त मारा
One
बे.
early enough in the round. There's still going to be question marks, but I quite like this fact finder almost from Magnum, taking a little bit of a wander down tube, which does allow BBL. I was going to say feel comfortable. They certainly are now losing out on social on the other side of things. Now there might be issues.
भाई
Stark contrast though. Look,
उसने
you
ना
see hitting both sides
उसने
effectively
गलत spam
at
मारा
the
है.
same time.
ना
Trade
100
elsewhere,
टक्का
but they
उसने
win out on A side.
गलत spam मारा है. गलत.
Still looking pretty healthy after that
Replay
engagement as
चाहिए
well.
बा.
Sanak down to 74 HP, but
Viper
everybody
वाला
else
replay चाहिए बा.
undamaged so far.
Did you see Emea so
BBL still got 2 players on this side of the map though.
30 seconds left.
Looks good so far. Not managed to catch a glimpse of anyone, but there are the 3 players here for BBL. Process of elimination, and still some util with Yampi can cause a couple of issues. It's going to cost them some time here. You can see what they're able to do with it, but sadly, KC, well, I guess for KC, fortunately, they win out on every single fight, and Magnum
भाई
is getting
अविस
caught
क्या
in the
मार
end.
रहा है?
Others having an absolutely brilliant map so far.
Yeah, really starting to stretch his legs.
What is
And I think
this?
that pistol round's going to feel very rough for
Big
BBL.
Mac,
So, and
क्यों नहीं
again,
हो रही पढ़ाई?
what a
पता नहीं.
contrast from the first half of what we saw. The kill from Elite on A site. Lucky to get away with that one.
ये गया.
Frenzy flaming going on. There's nothing wrong with Frenzy.
ये गया भाई.
Have we started? Have I missed that? Have we just turned into Frenzy haters now?
I'm a Frenzy enjoyer.
Okay.
Always have been. I was a CZ abuser as well. I mean, look, this is a lifetime commitment from me. And speaking of commitments, all players from BBL trotting on over towards B.
KC probably still a little ahead of them. The flash is perfect. Magnum gets a chance to have a say in that, but all of the kills in favour except for Yampi finding one.
11-3 come back नहीं हो सकता बे. Attacking map है.
I see a pause for thought, but
Thumbnail का
one will still come
खत्म
through.
हुआ नहीं रे.
Sugetsu was a little lower, but again, when you've got Phantoms in play,
मेरा
Bulldogs
unlock नहीं हुआ
are
है
sitting
रे.
pretty. This would need near on
Thank you so much, Mumbai.
Herculean
हमारे
effort. It's
जैसे
not going to happen.
aspirants
Aves
के लिए
there.
आपका
This is
team
looking
पूरा
like
दिन
comfortable work for
stress
KC.
buster है.
And,
Thank you so much.
and
I
I
love
kind
you,
of then
Mirin
rolling
bhai.
back to what we were
Love
saying,
you,
at the
love
start
you,
of this.
love you.
Seeing KC do this,
smart
when it's not with,
दिखते हो,
sort
कभी
of
सोचा membership
quirky,
upgrade करने
weird
का?
comp. Not like the other girls running harbors here and there. Like they're different, you wouldn't understand. But doing this, and I wouldn't say this is the most standardized comp to an extent, but it's pretty respectable compared to
Paid super
how
chat
they
member
took
chat.
Phantom to
Language,
evolve.
दिल
So
से
this is
बोला वो.
good.
I think for a lack of a
दिमाग
better
से
term,
बोला
like I
वो.
said, for me, the expectation after seeing what KC tried to achieve at kickoff, coming in here with something comfortable, right? Something that doesn't necessarily require thinking outside the box too much. But there's still options to do so. I mean, the problem being BBL, again, I come back to the same thing. It feels like comp diff. Because unless your chamber is going to farm the early round every single time with this composition, there's not enough else to it.
It does seem to run out on the depth front, at least. And maybe the small caveats that we were looking at that could have been exciting just didn't really find much more than those first couple of rounds. There was not much to it. But for now, let's see if they can recover. Can they draw back a bit of a half, right? That's 3 rounds, considering when we know when they got them, it's been a minute since they've been able to punch up and break through the run from KC.
मैंने membership ली जब तू stream नहीं कर रहा था.
BBL just needs something to believe in.
टूटे के जान बोल दे love you यार पुष्पन भाई.
Fourth, obviously the buy round crucial.
ऐसे क्या time पे membership लिया? मैं तो पूरा दिन कर रहा था.
Roll the windows down and just drive by someone, do something. Magnum. Oh, it's brutal already. Sugetsu gonna find Prophet, and again, I'm just trying to get out of what felt like dodge more than anything. And man to the good for KC early.
slow things down.
Where's Bulldog? बताओ ले देगा सोच रहा नया बंडल का वेट करो नया बंडल बे.
Again, make BBL guess a little bit.
Yeah.
They have to go exploring. That's where I mean, Loon is posted up. It's a very deep angle for him to be holding, committing to. Whether or not now, I think BBL starting to realise that, but Yampi's punished.
Again, those little fact finders, right, going that little bit too far.
Yeah,
Almost.
they go to
And you
10
can
man.
understand the want to get the information, but it is going to be punished, and it's opened up the floodgates. It looks like they're going to try and capitalise on that. Bit of a fault. The window left open here. And they're just climbing through. But the rotations are going to be in place, so BBL actually do have their players, at least on this side of the map. Spray and pray. Not enough of a connection to dissuade any of this approach. Any util to deny this or keep this looking a little bit more likely. It doesn't feel threatening enough, and KC now looking to take the challenge towards CT, secure some of that space, put their bodies on the line for the trades, and it wins out. It's just down on Magnum. 12 seconds to try and deal with it, and at least just there, posted up, no sweat at all.
And that's the sort of approach, like I said, when I think about what you want to see from KC to kind of reset and come back in, it's clean Valorant like that. So if I can get my words out, sorry. But stacking bodies up, ready to play trades, because BBL just look completely inequipped to deal with that sort of thing. You see the frustration starting to show on Yampi's face as well. And this almost, with the composition BBL, that's how you'd want them to play.
Yes.
Bodies stacked up, hard clearing angles, digging deep, all the way towards Snowman, digging players out of positions.
Yep.
But we just didn't see it.
No.
Yep.
And this feels a little bit of a worry. You don't really know the map pool depth yet from either side for KC. This will be a feather in the cap, if anything, early on to be able to show such strength here in this sort of composition and making it look comfortable. Now, finally, BBL with a man to the good. Man up. They've taken down Martin. A good start. Still need to hold on for more. Two players focused towards middle, one towards the lower side. Magnum slipping through, but it's Profek playing towards a tube. Oh, it's stunning from Sugetsu. Just surgical precision takes him away. Forcing Magnum to second guess here, come back a little closer, and Sugetsu, I feel like he's got a really good read on this.
ये कौन से टीम में था? Sugetsu बहुत मारता था भाई, बहुत मारता था, बहुत.
Even rougher though if they don't get ahead of this execution. Can't really.
Rabbit का गनबडी से rabbit का collection है हाँ, ना भी correct.
Okay,
that's perfect. Yeah, Sugetsu will fall here.
Yeah, this could be precious seconds bought here. Sanak goes down. That's the spike now lost. BBL holding the line. Arve's still here, and he's been the heavy hitter, right? He's been absolutely tearing off heads. Another body spotted. Elite, stunning! Elite, come on! Doing that to them in the final round of things. 13-3, Mike. This was a blowout.
Yeah, it really was. I mean, you pull out a composition like this from BBL, it's like I said, you have to show that versatility. You have to show why you would pick a comp like this, and we just didn't see enough of it. I mean, you can see the start of that map really, it felt confident. That fizzled out so quickly.
Certainly did, and well, this was over in a blink of an eye. So will be the break, because after that, guess what happens? Getting lined up for map 2.
तो सिर्फ माउस लाया, सिर्फ माउस और 3 मरे. ये सब रीजन की वजह से जेरेक मारता भाई आज तो. मेरे को एक बात बताओ, ये भूसेका का बर्थडे का 4 दिन चलता है क्या? हाँ, कल वो स्ट्रीम ने किया, वो आज वो कर रहा है. बालों ने कर रहा है तो मेरे को मालूम नहीं पड़ा. अबे यही गेम तो मेरे को बोल रहे थे लोग खेलने को. कैसा है ये गेम? यही तो बोल रहे थे सबसे बालो गेम है. जस्ट सिंह भाई ये कर सकते भाई मेंबर्स में. ये कर सकते भाई, पूछो उसको. That's a good one. That's a good one.
ये वाला फेज बहुत फास्ट है.
साउंड नहीं. वैल्यू बाप गेम है. ये गेम कैसा है? VHDK. सोना मच्छी.
Piece of the pie, I need me a slice. Yeah. Rolling the dice, the scariest spice. Sticky like rice, the tricky reprise.
ऐसा मत करो. अरे भाई सॉरी, नॉर्मल स्ट्रीम पे करूंगा. बस नॉर्मल स्ट्रीम पे ये गेम खेलूंगा. ठीक है, ठीक है, ठीक है, बस.
So raise your glass, let's all have a toast. I can show you how to get like me, live your life till you die. Yeah, look, I can tell you how to live your life, but you just gotta get up now. Get up. Get up. Get up.
भाई गेम पे इजी लग रहा है.
Get up. Get up now. Get up.
हाँ, इससे ज़्यादा टफ तो बुकॉन्ग था. मेरा चैट देखा वहां पे. किसी बोला आपने शर्म? क्या इसमें ब्लॉक है ना शायद? एक गेम था ना जिसमें से पैरी था, वो वाला गेम बाप. रुको आया मैं.
It's a great day if you are a Carmichael fan. That was a fantastic start on Icebox. I am your host, Binks, and I'm back here with Minnie and Billy. What do you reckon was on Sadak's strats? He was holding pieces of paper with Icebox on it.
Oh, I didn't
You reckon
see.
it was a 100-page document?
I mean, I don't think they needed a 100-page document for that one, to be honest with you.
No, they didn't.
I don't think he's gone into coaching just yet either. I think he's good. I think he's all right.
Okay, we're safe, we're safe. But let's talk about the comps we saw on both sides. This is very, very unique. The first time we've seen either of these comps, and also, of course, the first time since Icebox has been back that any team globally has played without a duelist. We got two of them here. When we saw the agent select, we were very surprised, and we weren't quite sure where we're gonna like it or not like it. But Minnie, I'm just gonna go straight into this. Let's start with the KC comp. Did you like it? What were some of the nice things, not nice things? Give me your honest opinion.
My honest opinion is that I think on Icebox there's certain things you need to play the map. Like I think plants, like, you know, plant insulation is the kind of nerdy way to talk about it. You need something to plant the spike with. Usually that's the Sage and the Gecko nowadays. And they don't have that, so it would be interesting to see that attack side play out more. But they did have the Killjoy for defense, whereas you didn't see that on the BBL side. And that Killjoy is really important on Icebox to have that static information in the center of the map.
Yeah, I like what you're saying there. I think as well, like, Gecko is something that they could potentially explore in the future. We've seen Aves perform, like, great on the Gecko, right? But I just think as well, when I'm looking at their different play styles, like, you know, KC have a very sort of structured, defaulty kind of approach, and BBL, I would say, have a more aggressive kind of approach. And I didn't get that from them whatsoever, despite them starting on the attack. And with the Clove, I would have liked them to have done some, like, sort of trap plays, get aggressive with it, but I just couldn't find the value of actually having Clove within this composition.
I think, just to go back to KC for a second, I think that like the comp looks a little bit weird, but if you like revealed the mask, it's just, it's pretty default. Like the Omen was being played like a duelist would, is Martin. The Teo was being played like the Sova towards the A on defense. The KO being like a KO, and then the Viper and Killjoy is Viper and Killjoy. Like everyone knows how that plays on Icebox. So I was concerned at first, but it was deceptively pretty standard.
I'm glad you mentioned Martin, because we were so excited about everything else that was going on. We forgot to mention that it's Martin on the Omen. It feels almost criminal to put your Yoru player, who's extremely talented. You know, you mentioned he could play like a jet on this agent, but it turns out, Billy, it wasn't half bad.
Do you know what? It was all right, and I love to see him picking up the Outlaw there, even though he's playing on the Omen. I think that's really, really nice. And like you say, we only got to see him play Yoru and kick off, so seeing him on this Omen, I'm not mad about it. He can still TP away from danger if he needs to, in a similar sense that he would with the Yoru, and I think that he was able to put up numbers for the team. So I don't hate it. I still don't know if I agree with both compositions not running a duelist whatsoever, though.
If there was one that you want to not see again, which one would it be? You would like the team to maybe workshop again. Which one would it be?
I think BBL is closer to what I would personally run. It's just I really hate the clove.
Yeah.
Like I don't like clove. I'm a clove hater. It doesn't matter the map. I don't think it's that.
I think as well we have to consider clove has been kind of nerfed recently, right? With the smokes coming back and it being slower now. I think I want to see what BBL's defensive looks like with this kind of competition. I think it can work a lot better on the defense. Obviously, the attack, it just didn't work out for them.
What I would like to see more is Elite getting unlocked, of course. Was on BBL last year. And we saw him perform, but look at that contrast mini. He just didn't have maps like this.
No, and it's surprising to me because coming into this year, I thought he was one of the best pickups of that offseason. I thought KC hit a player that was possibly the biggest pickup in Europe, like genuinely that levels, and we didn't see him have a great kickoff, but I think a lot of that was a bit of uncomfortability around the device, and now he's back on that killjoy. I'd love to see it on the Vice too, but we'll have to see.
I mean, he's feeling himself today, right? He's coming up against his former team, and of course, this is a player that's coming up from VCL Turkey a couple of years ago too, so I think that he's probably quite familiar with the faces across the stage, having sociable across the stage, coming from the same sort of challengers region before entering VCT. So yeah, I think that's kind of put a bit of fire in his belly.
Yeah, you always want to perform well against your former team, right? Yeah. What I don't want to see, however, BBL, is losing 6 5v4s. You know, that's not good, is it? Because being able to get 6 first kills is already very... I mean, they got 9 in the end, but they only managed to convert 3 of those 5v4s, which is a little bit problematic. However, we will be heading on to the Pearl next, and this, we talk about Bind being KC's home ground. Billy, there wasn't a time where BBL stepped foot on that Pearl where I thought they weren't going to win.
Yeah, I think Pearl is very evidently BBL's strongest map. We look to see the performance.
कितने सारे ऐसे लोग हैं जिनको मेंबर्स ओनली स्ट्रीम देखनी है लेकिन मेंबरशिप नहीं है? कितने सारे ऐसे लोग हैं? नहीं बहुत सारे लोग हैं। तो तुम लोग को क्या करने के बाद में पिन कमेंट पे एक लिंक है, वो लिंक पे क्लिक करने का है और मेंबरशिप लेनी है। Very simple.
They're going to need to kind of throw in a few kind of little fakes.
11, push more. Just push even more, you know, just push before the barrier comes down.
But that kind of playstyle should work well against a KC, right, who kind of have those sort of set strats in play. They're very structured, like I say. They kind of are quite default heavy. So I think if anyone's going to be able to catch them out, it would be a team such as BBL that can pull off that kind of stuff.
Yeah, what I can't wait to see is KC's Pearl, of course. We didn't see it at kickoff, you know, they didn't play at all. I would love to know what they're running here, if they've invented something. I swear to God, if this is where they play the Harbor, after not playing the Harbor on Icebox, would I be surprised? Probably not. Would I be disappointed? A little bit. But I mean, they must have so much confidence already after that Icebox, you know, getting such a dominant win on there already. What would you like to see them play here? I know we haven't seen it, but just theorizing a little bit, what could they do?
Oh, on their Pearl. Yeah. Then he's shaking his head.
I'm trying to lock in. If I'm am I locking in a Sadak and Eng, or am I locking in his Coach Mini?
No, you're locking in a Sadak and Eng. Yeah.
I don't want to do that.
Honestly, I wouldn't hate them to bring back similarities as to what they had in their white.
The tempo, you know, bring out the tempo. I wouldn't hate it. I wouldn't hate it either, but I would like to see a duelist.
Okay,
I want to see a duelist on Pearl, and preferably not Phoenix. But let's take a look right now, because we do have the agent select coming up, and it looks like they will. But God damn it, they do the
Canadian Australian 5 today.
I don't like it when it's not played with a Viper personally. I don't think there's enough strength without the Viper in terms of like the stall. So it gets a bit of a no from me, but the rest of the comp is fine. So like, it's just the Harbor have a problem on the KC side, and then BBL running the same stuff that we expected. So
I think it depends, because like if we're talking about stall utility, right, we have the Fade Seas there, we have all of Vize's kit as well, which if you're not, like, the only thing really on BBL's side that can bait that out is your Yoru, right? So I think when we look at the stall potential, I do think it is there on KC's side, it's just whether or not they utilize it, and if they're utilizing it in the right spaces of the map. If they're going to play sort of, you know, passive in their defense, or if they are going to actually fight for space, which is what we would expect BBL to do.
Yeah, of course, Martin back on that trademark Yoru as well. Elite back on Vice, Sui back on the Astra. Everything is going well, and it's time to jump into the second map and hope it's not another classic Panpok blowout.
दोनों अलग-अलग कॉम थे लेकिन normal कॉम.
Flamed.
Well, blamed, yes.
Yeah, close. I don't like Harbour. I hate Harbour
Love
so
you,
much.
Darshan
Even
bhai,
on
love
this
you,
map, it feels like
love you.
We were just saying, right? Like, I think the Des touched on this as well. If you're not going to run it on Icebox and with the justification and then go, well, we run it on Pearl because historically, you know, Harbour was all right on Pearl.
चिप्स कौन सा खाओ? लेस या प्रिंगल्स? मेरी बात सुनो राव भाई, प्रिंगल्स का एक डब्बा 100 रुपए का आता है, जो एक बार खाने के बाद खत्म हो जाते हो. लेकिन यू नो व्हाट, और 50 रुपए ऐड डाल के अगर मेंबरशिप लो ना, 30 दिन में आप काट देता हूँ स्ट्रीम करने तुम्हारे लिए. Just saying, bro.
Here he is. BBL's comp I like. I'm happy enough seeing it. Now, whether or not they get rewarded from it, who knows? Sociable is going to take a battering. Down to 13 HP. Probably not peaking that again.
Best salesman
Magnum being the one to flex ages, which something
last live में ये था,
it's almost kind of history biased, but something outside of the wheelhouse traditionally. But we don't know what the off season looked like.
क्या बेचता था पता नहीं.
What the
तो बेचता था मैं last.
preparation process looked like.
आई.
He does
भाई
get
क्या
this
मारो
rewarded for it.
गया Magnum.
With the green light for KC to make something happen.
And this playing the Vice here, I do think will be an interesting challenge for Magnum, right? Like, he does have support and quick support from the likes of Sociable, and of course, Levin as well can get over there pretty quickly, so it's not like he's on a complete island necessarily. And BBL, yeah, they're in numbers, really well supported, does go down to Sadak, but it's on to get to try and find freebies that you ain't getting. BBL robust, at least in their pistol to start with.
Well, we've been here before today.
Language.
Hopefully BBL can carry this momentum through. They're getting confident start. They're happy to take these engagements. They see they caught off guard initially here from Yampi, and it felt like obviously BBL then adjust perfectly. See a couple of situations here where KC just caught off guard by how decisive BBL
बोलते थे ये पेन बेच के बता.
willing to be with that man advantage.
मैं ऐसा बंदा जो पेन के साथ बर्गर फ्राइज सब बेचता.
I'm jaded from that one. I'm jaded from that one, all right?
Same. I've been hurt in the past. You know, not over it.
पेन
Therapist told me to, you know,
पेपर ये ले पेपर.
find ways to cope, but I can't. It's
लिख के
rough.
क्या करेगा
It was
पेपर में?
3
पैसा
rounds and then
कमाएगा.
nothing.
उसके बाद क्या करेगा?
Literally,
खाना
it was
खाएगा. ये ले खाना भी
brutal.
ले.
So again, as it stands, we kind of learn as we go. And it looks like KC just taking the tour, picking up some orbs if they can. That's it. Isn't that nice? Cool.
BBL probably happy to sit back.
चलो कौन से कंट्री से है? बंस
Early
बाय
damage
बाहर के.
conceded as well. Might keep both teams honest for the time being. Only real exploration towards mid, but Ping's coming out towards B. This is going to be a commitment or just to force Perfect off the angle.
भाई ये वॉल के बारे में तो मैंने जिंदगी में नहीं सोचा भाई. ये वॉल क्या बात है?
Further forward. Trying to pull a bit of a double fake here.
What the
Taking
fuck,
the tour.
भाई?
Magnum is on duty.
30 seconds left.
Oh God. God, Magnum, please, why? I know it's just unlucky, but it feels horrific. Yampi is going to now have to... Well, does he commit to this? Easy to get overwhelmed. The Prowler, yeah, does get the job done. Oh my God, that shot dart could have been the death of Sadak, but no, he's still alive here. Plants now win, and it's a 5v4. A little uncomfortable. They've got decent map control as well. The players playing a back secret. This is not comfy.
What can Elite get done with this?
Lovely dart.
As well. Warband comes through. Abbott will fall.
No one there to trade or try and get cheeky. No, tell a lie. Sadak did go for it. Really nice. 8 HP. Why not try and put your body on the line for it? You were the one who could do that. Elite now shouldering a little bit of the strain, holding on to this. Now the challenge, can they at least fight back for the site? The time is dwindling. Shot from Sociable, but it's perfect in a 1v2, and the disaster begins there and then. A pace safe card Thrifty ripped away. And Magnum will be gutted with how that happened.
Absolutely kicking himself. I didn't catch actually previously in the position Yampy was.
Everything. I'm trying to get the full util set up to allow someone to creep up like that.
What was the setup?
Not sure if we will get a chance to see. Because like I said, Yampy's there, I'm fairly sure.
And again, it's like, he was committed to watching art. I don't know if the wall got checked earlier. I honestly, I wasn't paying attention.
Yeah, because you don't think it's going to develop or spiral out of control that quickly.
Oh, man.
But Elite finds himself in acres of space. And I mean, we saw how painful the timing was.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
But there shouldn't be an opportunity for a timing moment like that.
No. Trying to just get under the skin of KC more than anything. So Getsu's just backpedaling away. Doesn't want to, you know, give away a free Vandal, anything of that sort. So going to play smart, just kind of fall back with his teammate. Doesn't need to do too much. And you can see what BBL are trying to do. Just trying to get a bit of aggression going, trying to catch a player off guard. But so far it's being well managed. The wall's there as well, so that will trigger. Oh my God, Sociable. I mean, it was volatile to say the least. Desperately trying to catch it. Sugetsu is having to backpedal throughout the entire map. Spots at least 2 on the drop of the wall. So again, calls in the cavalry. Sadak now here. Here comes the chaos, but calmed in the end by Sugetsu and Sadak. Profek trying to get the reward from the floor, which was that Bulldog. Careful on these individual fights here. It's getting a bit close.
7 HP has to respect this now, but forced closer and closer to the spike. Clean. The end of it there for Profek and Martin. Take down Yampy, so no other threat here. 3 rifles maintained, but again, a further boon to flip that round 2 now and come away, even with 3 standing for Carmine Core is huge. Definitely threat in this round, but I guess if you're looking to take positives from BBL, happy to take the fight here too, Casey. You can sweat a little bit. Because again, we didn't see that on Icebox. It was just black and white.
And these are the ones I'm going to be interested in, right? No operator early towards the B site. Depending on the Vice utility, walls committed towards B, you know, everything there. No sweat about that, but both players maybe conditioning and just trying to get the standard look of taking that A main space, taking control of it. But a very all-in B hit, maybe indicated by Sadak's ult being in play. There's not too many surprises, but stuff to the back of the site could be tricky here. There's no real way out of this back site, and Martin going to take the dip out of there. Takes away Magnum, and now suddenly the floodgates are open, but have you forgotten about the player back site? There was an ult on this. They've got to keep this in mind. They can't forget about it. They're certainly not looking at it. Oh, no! Aves was just waiting there. The timing so perfect. It felt like the moment just faded as Yampy and Sociable now having to face horrific odds. And there was so many just seconds difference in that one. It felt like Sociable, that operator is a prized possession. If they don't get a pick soon, you're gonna probably see them start dipping away, but Yampy fancies a go at it. That's Sugetsu. Greets him with a smile. KC giving the keys to the castle, and I'm a bit worried about Magnum here.
Yeah, and it's rough to see Sadak in a position to use the ultimate here in BBL's buy back in after that round 2 fumble. Because it makes it so difficult. I mean, KC find a site here with initially, 3 people that are going to be pinged out on this ultimate.
Yes.
So, yeah, might feel rough. It's like, oh, you found the stacked site, but actually, it's a safe clearance for them. Yeah, just a heartbreaking moment for Profek, I believe it was, all the way tucked into the back of sight there.
Felt like it could have been huge.
Yeah.
Oh!
Speaking of huge.
That's pretty nice. There I was, all eyes on Sociable, you know, maybe the headhunter out or something. No. Sheriff with 11, that's all right. Aves walk past the fallen teammates thinking, Christ, what do we do now? Got to keep control of these weapons. We've got a player split to the other side of the map. And BBL, we know they like their aggression. Do they then try and maybe recover these? Do they go for something a little bit cheekier? Yampy certainly getting curious. Oh man, Aves going to claw one back here.
और ड्रीम भाई वे हम लोग के पास ड्रोन रिकॉन अल्ट सब है ड्रीम के पास अल्ट है बोलो आराम से पीछे से जाके थोड़ा सेफ एंगल लेके खेल सकते हैं वन एंड डन स्पॉट पे नहीं रहने का हाँ
see some utility to cross and actually
ये अल्ट मारता पिंक करता है बाद में यहाँ पे अल्ट मारता फिर एक साथ लड़ते
I mean, Levin can get a quick flank if he wants to, but his TP's not that close.
No.
Sociable can't get too close either, so really for Magnum, he's got to try and maybe either you commit to playing off the wall or you just sit and try and buy time, which it looks like the time option is what he went for.
Bro, actual में ये round हार सकता है.
Seconds now, yeah, KC.
Actual में KC round हार सकता है क्योंकि wall trigger नहीं हुआ अभी तक और वो भी buy करेगा time.
Cut sidelines and audio here, so forcing the hand of BBL potentially.
Oh, but nice from Magnum to take away Alves, and look at the time. 8 seconds now. Options almost shutting. There's no way forward here. Leaving it too late in the day. Well played in the end. Buying the time was the right call.
Thrifty.
And I'm a bit surprised at KC running out of time here. A pace save card Thrifty, and that one just
slipped through their fingers.
Yeah, through the fingertips.
Maybe just rattled from that early engagement. Spent too long trying to police these weapons elsewhere, but again, you almost anticipated BBL going to chuck a few bodies to try and retrieve those rifles potentially. So, yeah, okay, you're going to be running into some utility if Magnum's on the other side, but brute force. You've got a huge numbers advantage with the divide as well.
Yes, absolutely. Just nice though that no matter the roster for KC, the word melons will always come to mind. Now, looking at this one, I do want to see what the game plan is. Martin on the go here. Already pretty much controlling the site. Yeah, he's trying to stick on this one. That's I don't think that's advisable. Martin flies out of it. Shorty locked and loaded, and Yampy's dead and gone. Site now secure, plant in play. That was just tailor-made poison.
Way more decisive here to kick off this round. This is just about coming through, though.
That's nice.
Force them a little deeper. Definitely not going to be an engagement on the back of that from KC, but Levin finds one.
Yeah, hold on. This is still right on the edge here. Divide going to go down, but Alves still there. Sociable's gone through its elite now to try and take the advantage. Alves just to round it out again. It gets close, but KC, it feels like they are hitting shots today too.
Another situation where elite is looking really crispy. A round that unfortunately going to humble the finances of BBL. Looks maybe a little awkward with the first shorty shot, but Yampy still falls. Again, maybe a little bit of hesitation whether or not somebody was close enough to...
Yampy doesn't know how to move his mouse, bro.
Well, I guess that was the problem. I didn't see that.
Yeah.
I didn't see that.
Can't move mouse. Classic issue. Not a tech
I was going to say maybe a little slow to react. Can't move mouse. That was...
Time to witness the new rivalry.
From the horse's mouth. We didn't say that.
Basically, eye protection, specs.
I read it thread today.
There's already one up, mate. It's only got the ball buff.
I was going to say about my lack of hair, yeah. The most exciting thing that's happened today.
No, they were also like, oh, I didn't know they missed him.
Dinner करके आया मैं first map टेस्टी थी तो ना.
Saying I must have had a Britney to come back with no hair. Nicest thing, one of the nicest things I've
said it. Yeah, like I'm actually gutted. Oh, what a brilliant meltdown that would be. Give you the umbrella and you could just go mad. Oh, I'd love that. Well, content. Any features teams want to get in touch? The rate might be a bit high, but I feel like you're up for it, Mike.
Bit persuaded.
2 to 4 though. BBL, I'm a bit worried because again, yes, 2 to 4 is not a problematic scoreline. Neither was those, 3 to 3 that it kind of had, or 4 to 3 at the start. But I need BBL to show me that they're in control of this. Yeah.
Again, we're asking the same sort of question we were from map 1. It feels. Feels as if they're kind of getting away with a few freebies here and there, and that's really what's, keeping them in some of these rounds. FKC are going to...
It's my birthday, sir. You are my favorite.
Down a little bit, get their heads back in the game once again.
Many happy returns of the day, मेरी जान. Love you, yaar.
Potentially repeat a
family
similar
को बाहर
map
dinner
1
पे लेके जाना, ठीक है?
There's real exploration towards mid other than the pistol we've seen here.
And I quite like this. As I said, it's a mid look, kind of exploring further with still held on the extremities. Rolling mind back to how proactive BBL were with those sheriffs kind of hunting up towards B long, so he gets you constantly backpedaling Now seeing them with a little bit of a different look. Aves should be able to scope out where the util is, baits it, lovely. And actually gets up and over, but decided to not take a look down towards Art. And now BBL going to throw everything into it. We've got a couple ults coming through for them here. Profek needed that one. Now he's in the dance. He gets the steps right. Elite goes down suddenly. This is good from BBL. Starting to find these little angles. And speaking of angles.
We've heard that though, yeah.
Yeah, what?
10 seconds left.
Spike. It's Magnum again though, right? He's got players in front, players behind. Oh, Magnum, I'm rooting for you, champ. 3 seconds, he's all right. No sweat, no head injuries today, all good. They safeguard Thrifty.
Another head scratcher though. Well, it's like they almost play themselves out of this. They're caught off guard. Again, wall goes up here. Yampi's got the Hunter's Fury to secure a kill behind that as well. It's situations where even if you understand the composition of the side, caught off guard by it. Like I said, it happens so late in the round that there's not even a buffer to really recover.
Excuse me.
Still a purchase to come through here for KC. Little aggressive towards A main here to take this space, but look what's happening in mid. Talk about the first exploration in the previous round for KC. BBL on the walkabout, on the warpath.
Flash gonna, kind of give it away, but I don't know if they know how close they are. Absolutely not. And Yampi and Profek just rewarded and then some. KC, the penny dropped too late.
Retrieve the spike here, but BBL happy to retreat, leave KC guessing they now have all this space to re-clear as to another one that feels like it's almost decided very, very early on. Let's just hold on to the rifles here. Like you said, yeah, the consideration is there, but absolutely no idea that they're that aggressive. That far up mid already.
30 seconds left.
I quite like that though. Just every now and then kind of pulling out these unorthodox rounds, I guess. We saw it to a degree the other way around, walking middle, but still, I don't mind them doing that once in a while, as long as it's not every round. Going for a little bit of something if you feel like maybe you found weakness either, but you know, if there's an opportunity there,
dare I say it, the sort of round you wanted to see on Icebox. Stack 3 or 4 people up and clear some space together.
Mostly next to next month.
Wasn't to be.
Rank push nahi hona raha karke.
I don't know what that was, but you can't do that when there's no crowd in there because everyone can hear you.
Ready to stretch your wings.
Oh, we were talking about earlier getting some mics down on the players.
Can you guys hear the players at home?
Let us know.
If you can, please. I am obviously watching Sliggy's chat, so they're the best kind. I was so scared it was gonna go red then. I got so scared. I literally held my breath.
It is a KC timeout.
That's fine.
Understandably so.
Yeah.
I think there's just a few times they've been a little lost.
This is by 29th or 30th.
And like I said, not even scrambling for a response because it's initially losing out maybe a 2-for-1. And they're just not really doing anything with the rest of the round.
But I think KC players are too strong.
To be honest, I guess statistically as well, KC coming out of timeouts, we're still solid, right? Eng will give you whatever it is you need, it feels like, for 1 or 2. Certainly felt that way, at least in kickoff. It didn't particularly convert map wins, but it get you a couple rounds. But I want to see that ethos change, potentially, right? That concept change here and how they want to handle it. Because BBL are now keeping up. Now, of course, as much as this is a KC timeout, BBL also get to talk. So it's never just like a one-sided thing. So they do get to check in, and I like what I'm seeing. I like this variety. Operator coming into play for social.
Arc Gaming by आप इतनी बार आए हो मेरे चैनल पे एक ही चीज लिखने को 10 बार बोला वो रेड नहीं होता वो रेड होता है जो कॉपी पेस्ट मार रहे हो उसको एटलीस्ट एडिट तो करो.
So a couple of rounds to play with. No slouch really at 4-4 scoreline. Pace change though.
I mean, it's not gone well. Look at them. They just got shredded. KC, what was it? Rush door. Are we on dust too? It's not gone well.
Basically, BBL both mid fight player.
Another good read from BBL
So now
as well.
it's time to hit straight.
Previously
5-man
finding
B or
success,
straight
stacking
5-man
bodies
A.
up to explore
Simple.
mid and
Aman
now
the
it's
top.
a
Wow.
swing and Yampi decapitates Sugetsu.
Well,
consolation maybe for Elite if he can find one, but BBL, another situation where they're on the warpath. X-Ray looks a little daunting.
And this felt so red. I mean, we did see that kind of like 1-3-1 pressure through middle, but BBL was so ready for this. Whether it be a read or just a damn good guess for what we've been seeing so far, they absolutely cooked him. In zone flawless, so 5-4. BBL clawing it back. Oh.
Again, you could argue maybe with this pace change that if they do get through double doors on that first engagement, there's something for KC
Best map to play Arbor, game map.
capitalize on, but the concern being actually rip the band-aid off. You come into this round now with Sadak's ultimate. You don't want to see as KC continue to really play into this mid control, but at least this time around BBL.
Sorry to say, लेकिन आपका पापा clubbing कर रहे हैं अभी.
A little more default in terms of the setup off the barrier drop, but so I guess you've got to be careful not to get caught off guard here.
He's playing a really dangerous game though as well.
Dangerous.
I'm surprised he sticks around this long. He does win the fight. Oh, fair play. You got to back yourself, I guess, but I don't see that many people really committing to controlling that space, but he does. Now the response from KC is double doors again. And committing further. They've made it through middle, but there's nowhere to plant in mid and you don't have the spike.
Yeah, I was going to say spike not committed just yet, so this is all a bit of a pump to maybe force BBL's hand, but Levin going to be in a position to reveal everything.
I'm back.
Uh-oh.
And actually just garners this space off the back of the ultimate. Yampi there to solidify that hold.
Look at Sociable as well. I mean, it's not a traditional place to play with the operator, but he can dip out of there as well, readjust. He should be good on this one. This probably isn't the corner you're too worried about initially. Oh, he's trying to creep a little closer. The pop flash, force him away. Oh, that was a really nice attempt from Martin, even just jumping into that to try and get legged rather than killed, but still sweeps the site. Now the spike should go down. Magnum can't deny that with the ult. Counter ult on top. Oh, it's gorgeous. Levin, what a beautiful bit of timing. Playing ahead of that, disrespecting it, and catching them unawares.
AC. Now he's starting to get a little worried. Only a 2-round difference, but it's 4 in a row. And like I said, really bizarre. I mean, Levin's got the information there that's, you know, necessary to play like that. Likewise, on the other side for Sugetsu, no reason to commit to that. And maybe he's just, you know, assuming what we are, he's going to back away. There's no rhyme or reason for him to commit to this opening engagement, but so removing that late round piece forces the hand of KC.
Martin this time, we know what he likes to do here. Oh, dearie me. Oh, this time Magnum, he's going to survive. Martin goes down, but the pressure on the site's really unrelenting. You look at the next layers to this, but they're going to pump the brakes. They've drawn everyone over here, rightly so. Plenty was thrown at it. But it's going to be that race back to B.
Well, I don't think they can get there ahead of them because they're going to have to be cautious of some of this space, some of these positions. I'm looking at the minimap though, there's a chance they do beat them. Out of connector.
Maybe BBL thinking, oh, maybe they've got a lurk here or something. No, they're just going for this one. Does Sociable go for this? Yeah.
Information peak, it's fine.
Good God.
He had the hop in his hand though.
That's fully intentional, right? Fully intentional. All good. Plants in. What do we have for the post plant? I mean, not much really to hold on to it. Util's kind of been invested now to get them off the site if they wanted, but they're sticking around. They're playing on site. BBL waiting on the back of smokes here. Poured on though. Hunter's Fury sent in from afar. Yampi trying to help the boys out, but it's Levin again does well. Sugetsu goes down. Sociable looks for a pick and he can't find it. Elite waiting down below. Profik still holding from the back of the site.
It's just Sadak.
It is just Sadak. He's got one right, one center.
Oh!
And the one in the defuse. It came down to the wire.
So close to finding that reset of the aim. And a third on the round to clutch it out, but it's just not there. 7 on the board for BBL now. A really intense back and forth here.
You are divided. One enemy remaining.
Oh.
Yeah, just a moment. Oh. A moment too soon to look elsewhere on the divide.
Defending it.
We're going to be able to muster together a purchase here.
Cutting through.
The Carmine Court. You still have others. They're the only ultimate here now.
These Outlaws, there are light shields on the other side, so this could be a factor.
Love you,
Yampi, which, I mean, these aren't complementary positions to play with that Outlaw. And you're looking at maybe what Sociable could do from looking back if they do decide to pass towards B. But the map's open for now for KC.
But yellow ka attack बहुत strong हो
they want. Probably going to try and take a stand. Prefer this towards that A long or A main position. Mostly focusing, drifting through towards Art.
Everything invested towards this. And a beautiful two-piece here. Martin and Sadak will fall. KC forced back into a position to try and recover a round.
All 3 players as well, the ones remaining are on those light shields. This is going to be trouble. This could be problems. The cross going to be slowed down. Time being purchased. Oh, Profek, he spotted him. Light work again with that Outlaw. Still got one more bullet to play in. And the cross feels so deadly. You can see them hesitant to try and make it through. They have nothing utility-wise to allow for it. So they went for the double peak. But now, speaking of double, they're doubling up. Both of them now creeping closer. It's so easy in the end. BBL recover. Looked like a very rough half.
But clinical here to close out. 6 unanswered. An 8-4 scoreline. A stark contrast to map 1. Another situation where we're asking KC to be the ones to adjust.
One enemy remaining.
तुझे मालूम है अरे उनको भी मालूम है मरा एक बंदा वहाँ पे क्या मतलब है तुझे मालूम है दोस्त से कि मरा एक बंदा वहाँ पे बहुत टॉक्सिक है सुनने को भी गाली रिपोर्ट करने है कोई वो नहीं है फर्क नहीं पड़ता किधर रिपोर्ट भाई रिपोर्ट का सिस्टम बहुत बाप है राइट का तुम लोगों को लगता है कि कुछ नहीं हो रहा है लेकिन बहुत कुछ हो रहा है क्या खा रहे हो मैं जैकफ्रूट चिप्स Veto कब से any idea next month?
Before Mike, we've had a return of form from BBL. I was a bit worried after map 1, right? They started okay, bit of a back and forth. It looked a little bit better for KC initially, but the steam ran out.
Yeah, I think coming in way more confident, obviously, on their map pick and somewhere they're very, very well versed. And I mean, I don't even want to really look towards Carmine Core and say, you know, they struggled to get this composition going. That's not the nature of some of these round losses we're seeing. BBL with some, I mean, much better ideas off rip. In terms of playbook here. See if that does continue. Across to the second half. Sanak does get ahead of that. Will be traded out very quickly. BBL, no secrets about this on the way in. Martin elsewhere picks up the backside of that. Profek will fall.
That's a huge kill though. Because look at the choke point it makes. They just get to be funneled through towards that B site. Crossfire galore. I guess the only real caveat would be that Aves is a lower on HP. So that 6 HP is going to be cautious of. Now they know their intention. Can they create a crossfire that's valuable in time? And how far does BBL want to take this? Maybe pausing for Sociable to try and find some space, but Elite already going to take away Magnum. Yampy now feeling outnumbered. He's got players right and left. He expected the counter swing, but he simply couldn't get it done in time. And Sociable's position just isn't really enough.
Drop value due to Smurf and throwing
Pretty
damage.
sure I've already just seen Elite turn around.
If you keep getting good, if there are Smurfs also, there shouldn't be a
feels like
problem.
it's already
There's
past here,
opportunity
but
for you to
21
kill them
HP.
and shine and get something to learn.
The window's still open.
If you enter Smurf, rank down or rank down or rank down. क्या करोगे rank का? अच्छा player बनो.
Potentially retrieve the spike here.
बाद में matter ही नहीं करेगा कौन Smurf का कौन नहीं है. तुम लोग को क्या लगता है जो लोग radiant है उनको कोई Smurf मार सकता है क्या? नहीं ना.
Oh my god! It's the 6 HP on Aves.
That was the
only thing.
भाई close गया round.
Oh, it's alright, guys. Just triple swing.
Just swing him at the same time.
Close गया.
No harm, no foul. All good.
Yeah, no sweat.
No sweat.
All good.
We were in control the whole time. Okay, well, it gets KC the start that they want here, really, right? This puts them back.
God, Aves hit that.
Yeah, same. Same. It does put them back in the right. Oh, wait,
Almost.
I like the Outlaw purchase. How many light shields? Well, doesn't matter, because Martins was better. Does get recovered and put back into the hands of Sociable.
Doesn't matter, Martin is better.
There was a heavy on Sadak too, and Elite. It wasn't the perfect opportunity, but trying to make something out of nothing. Elite, passive angle doesn't allow Profek to slip through here. Support coming, and Elite not being subtle. He's taking a strange fight here. Gets away with one for himself, but it's support from Sugetsu that does what they need. And KC collapsing the attempts from BBL.
There's a chance there that pinch is set up a little too late. Can't stand the ground. Coming to this decently equipped. The purchase looks like for Sadak, we're going to bring a judge into this. See on the other side of things, BBL going to be struggling. A few gaps in the purchase as well. BBL being sociable. Would not even see that come out here. Weapon swap maybe, but Martin will fall.
Damage
here again. Like pre-fire, that was so quick.
You want to play? Let's play.
Okay. They're not going to continue down this. They've already pivoted away. They're looking for the next path forward, which maybe today, maybe try and catch these players, retaking space towards middle, leaving just Sociable here. Popping the ult of 10 HP too.
He's able to actually cycle that weapon through. He did have a rifle previously, so...
Here in these steps, I'm pretty sure.
Heavy sound here. Heavy sound here.
No rotation.
Now
Sadak coming back to tuck in, but only on the Bucky, so.
Bucky da.
The Bucky
the blue by.
Not when there's this many people on the other side of it.
Wait. Oh my god, he's got one. I was lying. I was making something up for no reason, but now at 35 seconds I get a little nervous. He's repositioned. He's drawn a new line to play around. That was a rotten swing. And now Elite slowly creeping closer. They are locked in here. Not sure who's with who, because Abe's still on the back of the side. That Guardian, he was the BBL is sharper, and that flank basically becomes nothing from Elite. They pushed forward, they made it through the problems. Sociable waiting. Elite, well, looks dead in the water. He is. KC with all that information. Make very little of it.
It's tough there. I think actually Sadak plays this a little safer. He's going to be rewarded for his patience. Again, bold with the first one. The reveal outside the smoke really was to get that in motion. Maybe feeling the heat a little bit.
How do you hold mouse
or purchase coming out there? Look way more comfortable. Only 3 rounds separating them now.
Here.
One away from Sadak, so. Martins
still
a little ways off. Okay. On the other side.
That was a good question.
Not much to write home about. Not much less progress. So, for now.
Sorry.
So quickly. I don't think anybody's going to be swinging onto that anytime soon, but.
I don't think so either, but it is curious, right?
Yeah.
The other side that Martin this time is trying to take his stand. Oh, he's been seen. Oh, where'd that go? Surely. The way, what? I don't know if they doubted it or something.
If we can see another angle on that, because
why would you shock dart that otherwise? And then go, it'd be fine. Oh. Well, weird start.
So Sociable is rewarding elsewhere.
They seem to be winning out on too many fronts. Now they need to try and pull their focus towards this A side. That Sugetsu was trying to hold. Gets one down in the form of Sociable, but Magnum on a good timing for the trade. This 2v2 is difficult. Profek with Guardian now upgraded to Vandal. Slipping away. Utility-wise, Martin is still with a little bit to play with. Look at the stall here, Mike.
It's going to slow. Carmine Core down.
Oh,
so yes, Seas takes hold, but Magnum not punished.
Still there. Magnum now tries to make his move get away, given a concussion as Aves puts it down. KC with the clear. They knew they had to get involved. You couldn't sit in that post plant. You couldn't let them sit there and be comfortable. Diffuse in place, and KC closing the scoreline up.
Purchase back into this for BBL, but yeah, curious start to this. Again, Levin then thrown his life on the line to, I guess, try and apply a little more pressure after conceding. Yeah, great closeout from Carmine Court. Another situation where, you know, usually you're expecting Sugetsu to be good for 2 or 3.
Kind of do, right?
He's able to cleanly get away from that first engagement, but I mean, a couple of times in player cams, you're seeing that frustration as well, 'cause I think he knows as well. These are situations usually I'm finding more than this. Not necessarily an issue for Carmine Court. Maybe something to keep an eye on. Magnum the only one really struggling financially.
But double control का ये एक best है. परमास smoke आता है बे एक side पे. परमास smoke.
An operator in play for Sociable.
क्या पढ़ रहा है when you read my
Options are plenty for Carmine Core though. Sadak and Martin both have their ultimate. Sugetsu one away as well as elite for the pit.
Playing behind this as well. Don't know how long he wants to stay here. No, not that long. Actually, he would have liked to have left, but he can't. Sugetsu's going to keep him there. What feels like eternity now is Martin. I'm back. Take himself out.
Oh, he couldn't move his mouse. Martin should have committed to that.
Oh my.
Elite. What was that? I'm sure we'll see that back. Sociable. Oh. I mean, these are weird fights.
I'm saying it. Sugetsu's still finding kills like that.
Yeah.
Like,
What are we seeing here? Spike's going A.
Huh?
The minimap doesn't make sense right now.
Nope.
If you're looking at it.
I'm confused.
Spike planted.
Really weird engagement in mid as well. Yampi's actually able to slip away from it.
Alright, bye.
Okay. So, having a Vice ult and the util in the post plant. Magnum gonna play ahead of it though. Now gonna pop his ult. Can bank on his util here, which is what he did. Sadak just trenching forward like he'll be fine. And Magnum can actually isolate players here. Should be able to divide and conquer. He just eventually does go down here. Others soon to fall after. BBL. I mean, this round was weird, Mike.
It was. It seemed like neither team wanted to commit to a decision there. Well, Carmine Core felt more comfortable in the retake, but just never really felt like it was for the slow-mo on that one.
Same laugh I do when Mitchell Tom tech pauses.
Yeah, a curious one for sure.
How are we living like this?
That's a very good question.
Very good question. Yeah.
Very confused.
Like I said, you go back to the middle of that last round and look at the minimap.
My ult is ready.
Neither team committing to anything. Which, again, you could also argue are some of the hardest rounds to really read into if both teams make a very unorthodox approach.
Perfect. About to get a very busy plate. Magnum trying to help him out here. Oh, the shaky aim. Kier be back from the dead. This feels like rolling back the years. But Magnum going to make decent progress for his ult again here. Towards 2 kills in the round, so that's lovely for him. Nice. Stands though, just taking steps on the scoreboard too. He'll be up to 11 after this, it feels like. Sugetsu, he's still a treat to watch, isn't he? But you don't feel like there's much more to be had here and there isn't. So, Profek 11.
Starting to look way more comfortable now. Maybe. Due to the scoreline. Oh my god, not necessarily out of this one just yet. An operator come out for Martin here. Seeing the timeout called by Carmine Court. And yeah, it has been a strange map at times, but I think the contrast or the comparison to be making is the difference in confidence here from BBL. Way more, I guess, versatility in terms of being forced to make decisions, but also just coming out on top of really weak engagements, which wasn't happening in Icebox.
No, but again, for KC, in my mind, they've just been making those odd choices. You even hear it with Sugetsu saying,
yeah, what are we doing? What are we doing?
How's there no one on A at this point? There was. It just feels that they're losing a little bit of their own grip into this. And for BBL, sometimes it's fine to get a little bit kind of reactive and a bit messier on that attacking side. I'm far more forgiving of it. On the defending side, keeping control of the map, keeping that flow of information there. Once that slips away, I don't know what their game plan is here, because you can't dictate the pace as much from the defending side, right? That's just simple. So N can't give them that one-trick pony almost to bring out. They do need an overall kind of lock-in here, 'cause it feels like they're floundering a bit.
Yeah, whether or not the answer is to just kind of dig their heels in, and I guess another thing we were saying at the top of the day, play more structured, right? And
Also, well, you can't see it now. There we go. You can
see.
Bad use from me. Bad. That's a bad miss. But those 2 ults could be nasty in unison if they feel like they can. So that was there he is.
Hello?
He's so precise. Oh my god, it is.
Noted very early
Speaking of the ults, here we go. They're just going to be thrown just about everywhere. Levin trying to make the most of this one. Spots him out. TP's out. And now Profek trying to play pickup here. Sugetsu. Oh, you don't forget about Sugetsu. Social does land the shot on Elite, but Sugetsu is still in control. This is his site. He's not even phased by the clone. Does need to fall away once he gets pinged. Playing around the smoke here. Oh, it's gorgeous! Sugetsu with the vintage round. He just dominates spaces like this. You can't disrespect him. And he's still going to back himself. Playing in the corner. Playing that, it feels like a one and done, but he always gets more. And they're scarpering. They don't fancy it. But this map has been cut in half. Maybe quarters. Bye-bye, Sociable. And you're looking at 11 now. 30 seconds. Try and face Sadak. And that looked very easy.
Another situation similar to the divide earlier on, just a moment too soon. Sugetsu played that to perfection.
Yes, sir.
Godly.
Again, baits out. He gets revealed. It looks like he's jumping back towards sight inside that smoke, but actually resets outside it. Evan. I was going to say, we'll get the plot Lisa's consolation, but not going to happen. 4 on the round, Sugetsu must have heard us. That is exactly the sort of situation I was referring to. Able to cleanly get away with separate 1v1, but creating those himself.
Just reminds me of that quote of like, fine, I'll do it myself. It's
how does the game
why is no one A?
Why is no one A? I'm going A.
Guess it's me. I'll get you 4.
I'm swinging the operator.
One of you get a kill, please. So yeah, Sugetsu.
Bro, आपके साथ बात करके मजा आता है.
A bit of a classic round from him, but BBL, that was just a blip on the radar. Still plenty more to be seen from them. There's Martin. Hold this down.
उसको हटा सकते क्या ये एंगल से? नहीं ना.
Massive commitment just yet, but as I say that, exchange of damage. Levin actually will find Sadak. Have second piece to this puzzle, but he's going to catch Social, yeah? Well, I was going to say nearly didn't, but
bro?
tour de force reveals his position.
Time to jump.
भाई जब तक वो यूरो वहां से हिलता नहीं है ना तब तक सीन है ये 1 मिनट बचा ये लोग आराम से यहाँ से ले जा सकते हैं आराम से
if that's plans here for BBL. Oh my god, not necessarily reading into that too much. Martin will be able to TP across it. He's going to be in a position
30 सेकंड मेरे को अभी देखने का ये लोग एक कैसे जाते हैं 30 सेकंड है बॉल ट्रिगर करने का स्लो से पास करने का ये लोग कैसे जाते हैं मेरे को देखने का
Go to Sugetsu's side after what just happened.
No.
मस्त शर्मारा मजा आया
Who's going to be feeling the pressure at least towards you kind of
अब मेरे को बताओ राउंड जीत के मेरे को देखने का नंगा नाचूंगा
really late here.
नंगा नाचूंगा
And it's so simple. It's so simple. KC making it look so simple. What was the
Not
plan
possible.
here? For
Not
BBL,
possible.
just halted at the door, not dealing with the util maybe.
I was going to say, this is the sort of util that you can't leave on the board until the last 15 seconds.
हाँ
Not if you're going to go through one
25 seconds 15
choke
seconds
point.
Yeah, exactly. You've got to approach this completely differently.
बिग ब्रो जान रेडर कैसा है मेरी जान सब बढ़िया
We know about Vice. We've been new. Out of time out. I don't like seeing
कैश
that
का
sort of
स्मोक
thing.
का
Like,
टाइमिंग
that
अलग क्यों
gives
था
me weird feelings.
Yeah, whether or not, I mean, if there's something.
केला नाम चेंज कर मैं इसलिए उसका सिर्फ केले पढ़ रहा हूँ गाली दे
or
दूंगी
they thought they were somewhere
उसका नाम
else,
पढ़
or-
वही गाली है उसके लिए
Feels muddy. We getting mud Valorant?
Mud Valorant.
अच्छा केला नाम रख
We might be
पॉजिटिविटी
getting
आएगा लाइफ में
a bit of mud here.
Good केला
We get like a Sugetsu masterclass, right? Where it's beautiful to witness, stunning, and then we're back in the mud.
आपके मुंह से गाली भी प्यारी लगती है ओह हुस्न
probably
केला
what's being relayed
मेरी
here
बीवी है
for
भाई
BBL.
प्यारी तेरे को लगती है गाली दूं क्या
Again, it's a similar.
मजा आ रहा है बंग भाई लव यू
More use of this early.
अच्छा गेम है ना क्लोज गेम जाता है मजा आता है
Could argue again.
Hello,
This is
teacher
one that's
जी, आप
ultimately
कैसी
just
हो?
decided off the first engagement, but like I said, you
चाची आप बोले
cannot
तो
leave
मैसेज
that
बना
utility
दे
unchecked in the
सिड
last
की
15
बेटी
seconds. So
versus
you'd almost rather just 30
बच्चा
seconds.
केला
on the
कौन
clock, right, we're
जीतेगा
rushing inside them.
Yeah.
Let's hit it.
बेटी भाई शांत ये
Indecision just
क्या
feels
लैंग्वेज है
so obvious at that point,
बेटी
but-
भाई
Again, high
Madam.
time Harry, but we can obviously see the TP coming across from Martin. That's also something you have to deal with. If
मैं
he's
सबसे अच्छा
not
member हूँ,
noted with
love you
operating
यार
elsewhere,
आजकल।
he's obviously going to be in a position to TP. You're never going to get a favourable engagement if you have the utility and then you're running into the site that has 3 people on it.
Now, I wouldn't say anyone's played clean Valorant here, so if I'm seeing a sheriff or a weird bite, why not? And BBL are going at a bit of a pace now. They find the wall early,
यार ये वॉल ट्रिगर होता है ना यूरो इससे ये
get
थोड़ा
that gone,
बीटी
do the job. It's going to be noted now.
ये क्या रिपोजिशन करना ही होगा
Homework, nice and quick here.
Yeah, much earlier for BBL to be pivoting away. The early protocols. Prowler sent out won't know anything side of Aves, but
अभी सीन है कि कुछ इन्फो है नहीं
actually Sugetsu and Elite
unless सुगेत्सु इन्फो लेता है फट
mitigate
ये
this
बाप
risk
इन्फो
will be spotted here.
चालू कर चालू किया क्या उसने
The Vice utility steps towards
नहीं
the
चालू
side.
किया
Speaking
ना
of Vice, Elite does get Yampy down. Now we're going to have the ult on top of this one. Levin turns on the dime and actually does get down the player, but we're getting money again. We're getting messy again. We're down to Sheriffs. And they're winning out. It's a 3v2. I'm waiting for the plant 25 seconds. That's going to be in play soon. War going to be dealt with early, but that's still just only to allow for this retake to get started. Martin and Sadak going to have to run this back.
Water rising.
Waiting out the divide right now. Watching the former utility to fall back on here.
Oh,
Going through the knife through. Bit of a throwback, but still Martin. Drop Magnum here. Prophet responds, but Sadak found one.
Yeah, it's down to 1v1. Sociable
उसको पता है शायद
sitting pretty, sitting patient. Behind the water though, Sadak now drawn away. He knows what he's got to do here. Time's not on his side. He's trying to go for it, but Sociable delivers a
मारने
pace
का chance तो
safeguard
था
thrifty.
भाई क्या मस्त
Of
मारा
course he
उसने
does. Of course. That's how BBL get to 12.
अति जवाब कहले वो स्पैमर्स को दे दो
Buddy.
एक्सक्यूज
Buddy,
मी
that's the conclusion here. against Sugetsu and Elite in a position to stop this from happening. A disgusting shot from Martin, by the way. And also from Profek.
आतिक केला क्या कर रहे भाई? Nice. ये एक्शन में अच्छा राउंड था. जीतना था.
Big boom to the energy for BBL to find themselves map point.
इनकी बराबर हस्ती है टॉक्सिक बातें पढ़ के.
Plenty of ultimates available for Carmine Core here though.
Hot flash. Oh!
Get
out of here! I thought he ate that completely and utterly, but Sadak!
We can still have OT. 4 ult से भाई.
We're talking about the
मेरा
energy
दिमाग
maybe
ना खराब
increase a
कर
little bit
वरना
for
मैं
BBL.
आऊँगा
That's
आपके पे.
gonna swing the pendulum back. Team rewarded elsewhere.
Shot.
Magnum will fall. Just Yampy left now. Carmine Core knocking on the door of double digits themselves. They'll still have the spike.
दोनों सिंगल आउट का वीडियो देखा. लव चैट में बार-बार बोलना भूल जाता हूँ जिसने लाइक नहीं किया है और सब्सक्राइब नहीं किया है. एक बार लाइक और सब्सक्राइब कर दे उसके बाद आराम से Raj bhai, thank you for the first super chat and the smiling face, and thank you for the 100 million Kototi.
30 seconds left.
All is.
Oh, the flash isn't going to help things. So
एक notice करना सारे राज नाम वाले लोगों के पास पैसा
never going to help, but
बहुत.
oh, then all the vice utility, no fun plants.
But they all came back through the same way.
Scanning ahead.
13 seconds as well.
10 seconds.
I can't even make it up. I can't make it up, KC.
क्या लगता है?
I'm going to make it up to double digits. 12 to 10 now. Gotta say as well, Sadak with an absolute beauty on those double doors.
Yeah,
Noti.
Actually, the first round, you really see him have huge value like this.
4 ult, 4.
Shutting down a
4.
push through double doors.
और ये राउंड में उतना अल्ट यूज भी नहीं
There's so
आएगा.
many situations where they got themselves
और
back
अगर
in
एलिट
control.
बाय ने थोड़ा मार
Next
लिया तो
round is just
5 अल्ट हो सकता है नेक्स्ट राउंड के लिए.
Disgusting purchase.
Now, hold on.
Quick, before it changes.
No,
before
no,
it changes.
I'm not doing. I'm waiting now because I can just do this one. Look on the right side of the screen, boys and girls. My non-binary pals. Hell, I'll run it all down. But at this point, look at the ults. Look what we've got. We've got a little snowbally round, don't we? But then again, the sheriffs. Which one is it? I can't tell you. I thought I knew Valorant, and I've been severely wrong.
And BBL did just get a thrifty a moment ago.
Yeah.
This time around, though, Elite will open up. Levin will fall. Still threat. Sociable.
Why do I feel like it's like in their favor? Okay, it's fine.
It's gone. Yeah, it's fine.
Sugetsu just like
Oh my
Binks.
crispy
Not
मारा
offside, mate. And over to B.
भाई कितना crispy
Come on,
मारा.
I'm playing A. Oh.
कुछ crispy ने मारा. Revito.
Don't do it again. Look at the mini-map, man. Look at the mini-map.
Get me out of here.
Magnum's going to be able to lurk through mid as well here.
बस gun भी और winnable भी अभी.
Right.
Oh, what have we done?
Right,
अब
Yampy's
इसके
getting
वजह से
ults as
मार्टिन
well.
को अल्टी मारना पड़ेगा for info. Post plant में.
When does the penny
30
drop?
seconds
Because
left.
Yampy's like, surely there's got to be somebody still on. Like,
Just do it. Just go. Come on, you've won weirder rounds. Don't let the time run out.
10 seconds on the reveal
go,
as well.
just go.
Please go.
Let's go, Yampy.
Please.
Let's go get that spike down. There we are. They're like, surely not.
Not ready yet.
Even they can't believe it.
Post plant ult भी है.
You can
Oh
sprint,
my
boys. I promise you.
god.
Thank God
There's-
Carmine Core have not moved an inch.
BBL are like, God, they really weren't.
Right.
Like now you're worried about luck. Surely if you're KC.
Aves and Martin have ultimates.
Okay, yeah, there we go. One's
It's
used.
got to be, right?
Yeah. Martin's always good on these. Martin's always good on this. Oh.
एक दूसरा spot नहीं हुआ
Make too
है.
much
दो
of it, yeah.
दोनों spot हो गए.
Elite's gonna find Magnum.
करनी है उसके
Yampy
पास.
is done. That's fine. That's
Oh.
good. Cool.
लेकिन मार्टिन का अल्ट गया.
Yeah, we weren't worried at all.
मार्टिन का अल्ट गया लेकिन चल गया. इलाइट भाई का अल्ट आया.
I mean, they sacrificed Martins, but they actually come back in with the same number of ultimates here.
Yeah.
Yep.
For round 24. Almost
Noti to goti language आती भाई.
round.
अभी तो अच्छा बंदा था.
Slipping into the mud. Foot caught in mud.
Quagmire.
Cute, good Kayla. Love you. That's a good name. That's a good name.
It's been another weird map. A very different scoreline.
Back to EVA.
Binks by girlfriend.
Since I've been gone.
गुस्सा है मनाओ कैसे block करके.
Okay,
एक
so
दिन block करेगा ना.
Lemon and Yampi,
उसका अपने आप
lovely
दिमाग ठंडा
combined ults here on the other side.
समझ रहे हो कि लड़ने के लिए है ही नहीं कोई.
Everything.
किससे लड़ेगी?
Not Martins.
एक दिन block
I mean, a
कर.
chance to potentially get Profek or Magnum.
Who's next?
Their ultimate as
अगले
well.
दिन, oh, I'm sorry, Babu.
Evan looking to
Simple
Here we
बात.
go.
maybe set up the Hunter's Fury.
Trying to do the little body block on it. Alvis has gone down. This is nice. That's beautiful.
OT,
BBL
OT, चार
just
उल्टे,
need
OT,
to push it
बीच
across the
OT.
finish line. But the three against them. Sugetsu, Mr. No Nonsense, Martin still standing, and Elite with ult. There are chances here.
They are stacked up here. 11 will find Elite
Yes, not.
through the smoke, and now a 2v5 presented
चारों
here
ult
for
shine
Sugetsu
होते
and
हुए दिख रहे हैं
Martin.
मेरे को.
Operate's going to be difficult.
हाँ, तुम
to
लोग को
work
दिख
back
रहे
in
हैं
on
क्या
the
chat?
retake.
So yeah, switch out for that.
चारों ult
Do have
shine
the
होते हुए
divide
दिख
on
रहे हैं.
Sugetsu. You got to use it. You got to just go for this now. They're leaving it quite late in the day. They're trying to use everything they can, just maybe try and get towards the back of the side. But I think we know how this goes. BBL just about getting there in the end. An in zone
Close था
flawless.
भाई. Close था. Close
As
था.
Yampi trying to get the crowd.
हाँ ये बात भाई. Yampi by W है भाई. Yampi by W है.
Drawing a blank there from the crowd, but all tied up now as we go to
ये
the
block
third
हुआ
map.
है ना मेरे से तो he knows. मैडम जस्ट सेइंग मैडम जब भी आपने ब्लॉक किया था ना तभी मेरे को मालूम भी नहीं पड़ा था कि मैं ब्लॉक दूँ क्योंकि उसके बाद मैंने आपको मैसेज ही नहीं किया ना ही आपका चैट खोला सो जोक्स ऑन यू ब्लॉक पता ही नहीं भाई इसे कहते हैं कोड जब मालूम में ब्लॉक होने वाला है उसके बाद हम खुद ही इग्नोर करते हैं W baby W Sigma boy, Sigma boy, Sigma boy, 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 Sigma boy, Sigma boy. हाँ? Good. वो वाला क्या था वो?
Red Bull gives you wings.
एक दिन मैं भी जाऊंगा विजिट देखने अबे उससे याद है मेरा फोन मैं तो प्रीवियस में वहाँ पे मेरे को स्टोर से सामान चाहिए ऐसे को मेरा फोन अपने लोग किसको सपोर्ट कर रहे हो फिलहाल तो मैं खुद को सपोर्ट कर रहा हूँ क्योंकि मेरी बुंडी दुख रही है तो खुद को सपोर्ट कर रहे हैं अपन और जब हम वापस इस चेयर पे हम अपना बुंडी प्रस्तुत करेंगे उसके बाद हम केसी को सपोर्ट करेंगे क्योंकि केसी समझ रहे हो तो ऐसा कैसे हम करना सपोर्ट कैसे
You be the witness. At a time, turn a repeat to a 3P, yeah. Got the franchise on me, you more like GEELI, yeah. 21st century, you all the way BC, yeah. Old boy been washed up, I'm nashed up in TT, hey. Came out the womb like this, hit the pedal and room right quick. Gotta get it, we going up, way up, might land on the moon. Who step in the room like this? We breaking the rules right quick. They killing the mood and up in the few, might land in a tomb.
We will be getting a map 3 in this series. BBL, what a comeback on that map. We are showing you a bit of a KC right now just to see how they're going to regroup and be able to bounce back here. I'm your hosting, so I'm joined once again by Kakuka and Billy. It's such a KC thing, right? Every single time they go to a map 3, it almost feels like it's because they could have 2-0'd, but you have to give it up for BBL, Billy, to be able to close that out.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, we know that Pearl is kind of BBL's bread and butter, right? And I was a little worried for them picking into Pearl, going up against someone like Eng, who could have easily anti-stratted a lot of the stuff that they already do, because of course they didn't make any changes. So I was a little bit apprehensive, and I think that we got to see a couple of flaws, but other than that, they managed to pull it over the line.
I also saw some nerves in some of the instances, but also let's take a look at how BBL started turning things around, because the beginning of the map was a bit shaky for them, but then they started finding solutions or finding new ideas to do on the map. And a couple of rounds were also due to this conditioning and them starting to push onto mid to catch KC, that they were trying to play this set rounds that we've mentioned in the past down to a T, and them not enabling them to do so.
Yeah, I think as soon as they started doing this push out mid and out A main as well, they were doing a couple of times, they were able to kind of catch KC off guard, right? They weren't expecting it all of the time, and I think that happened after a timeout as well. So obviously the coaching staff really doing their homework on KC and how they like to play, and kind of just saying, look guys, we need to start being more proactive rather than just letting them come towards us.
Yeah, exactly. And especially think about how the score turned out to be, a 13-11. So it's almost going into overtime. But when you have like a shaky start, or it's so important to get this rounds, or even if it's just like, even for this couple of rounds, do this and then put them in an uncomfortable position, and then we'll see from there.
I'm surprised that they were caught off guard, because it's just BBL doing BBL things. And I guess they didn't anticipate it in those rounds specifically. But Perfect, I know not the greatest performance on Clove, but going back on the Astra, this is his bread and butter, and I fully expected him to do very well there, and he did, which I think was one of the reasons that they managed to even push it to a map 3.
Oh yeah, exactly. Like, look at the numbers compared to what he was performing like on the first map to the second one. There's almost no color, and I think it also has to do with the comfort. To some extent, I want to know how prepared that Icebox composition was.
Yeah.
Because we know that we were so excited this year to welcome Perfect into our league, because we knew that it was going to be one of the names that we would speak about. So I want to see more of what we saw on this map, even though I think this was pretty shaky from both teams. I understand that they're like nervous because of how important, like, yes, they've had a couple of months to catch up onto things, but now everything is like the moment of the exam, right? Like, you have to pass it. Everybody's looking at you. What did you bring? What did you cook? What did you...
It got sloppy. It did get sloppy at points, and I think that's why there was a bit of back and forth. But yeah, Profek as a player, I think that, like you say, it was more about comfortability for him being back on that Astra. I think as well, thinking back to the Clove, like, why did they choose to start on the attack? I thought their defensive would be so much better. So yeah, I think the way in which he's able to use Astra and help support his teams is what we got to see more of on this Pearl.
Everything went back to normal, right? Like, you know, we have Martin going back to the Yoru.
Love it, Binks. Love it. Can close to 5 likes.
As well.
477 likes हो गए हैं जो लोग ने लाइक नहीं किया लाइक कर दो स्ट्रीम को Loon must kill na?
Fracture is a little bit of an awkward one, of course. Like, it didn't look great for BBL when we got to see them play it in kickoff. They ended up going 8-13 against Fnatic, so it wasn't a strong point for them. And I think going into this, I want to see what changes they've kind of made. I think previously, they didn't really look to implement that Teho, which we see a lot of teams doing in Fracture in kickoff. So I want to see if that's something they've taken away from that experience.
I think it is so interesting because we were speaking about the compositions for KC moving into the new maps that are coming in and the ones that are we're focusing on how much they love the harbor. You're going to see it in too many occasions sometimes. Actually, when we were in kickoff and they were playing that Fracture, this is the map where they run the Tejo, and I expect them to make maybe a couple of changes or a couple of adjustments, but it is something that I want them to explore, because even though they didn't win that map, I want them, of course I think that they've probably done this in scrims, but I want them to see themselves playing within this meta and how far they can take it, because they can be a very good team in it.
I cannot believe I'm saying this, but I actually quite like the Harbor on Pearl. I don't want to see it on Fracture, I don't. But I quite liked it on Pearl. Yeah, I really did. I enjoyed it. But I don't think we're going to see it on Pearl. I also think both teams have had so much time, not only to work on themselves, but to watch what was happening at Bangkok. You heard it from Safe. There's no point trying to reinvent the wheel. We played against G2. That Lotus comp was the best. We just yoink it, we bring it back, and we're going to do that. So I'm hoping some of these teams
में एक ही के
watched
अंडर
Masters Bangkok and maybe Billy
तो वो
get
साइड मेरे को
inspired
कुछ
by
नहीं मालूम
some of what the teams are doing there on Fracture.
Good luck making that argument with Sadak and Eng. Like, I don't think that they would
True.
listen to you whatsoever. And I think as
Wait
well
करके
that
देखो
we shouldn't be disappointed if
हर
they
कोई
don't take
देख
things from
लेगा
other teams, because I love the fact that
तो
people can
शायद
get so creative with this
पता नहीं
game and kind of innovate with all of the different compositions that we're able to run. It's something
पुराना
I
वाला
keep like
पीसी मेरे
going
को दे
in
दो
on,
एक ही
but
पीसी है
there's
मेरा
so much diversity now that I don't
मैं
want to be in
जो
the
दिया था
winning.
No,
Yeah, Billy's like, I hate winning. Yeah.
आपको कभी Valorant try करना चाहिए
Like, I
excuse
wouldn't be
me
mad if they cooked something up that they've come across themselves, that they've cracked through.
I think that to me is not only about the compositions. I like that we have.
मैं सिर्फ 2 मैच की वॉच पार्टी देखने आया था 9 बजे से बैठ आउट 2:30 हो जाएगा सिर्फ 2 मैच में वाले too much different अरे पहला मैच नहीं गया तीसरा मैच वरना 3:30 4 बजे को भी इधर का
to move away from that double duelist that they were running, where it was sociable. Actually, if I'm not wrong, playing
कॉम्पी
the
के लाइनअप
Euro
में
and
कैसे
then
उसे
living,
टीम
living
बनाओ
playing the,
लाइक मैंने रैंक के साथ
the race, but I
विनर
actually
विनर
like
खेलो
it. You know, it's a composition that we've seen in the
रास्ता
past.
अपने आप खुलेगा
Everybody's going to be very comfortable. Magnum with the Cypher, I think that this is very suited and easy for them.
आपका
I
टोटल
wonder
सेटअप
though
का
why
प्राइस कितना होगा
KC just
पता नहीं
decided to go for the Jet in particular, because what I was going to say, I'm looking at BBL, and especially with them starting on the defense, I want to see one, with this change, the productivity, and also so important, the retakes. When we speak about having shaky
Fnatic का
rounds,
मैच कब है
the
पता
retakes
नहीं
are the
देखना पड़ेगा शेड्यूल
one of the things that suffer the most from it.
I think as well, when I'm looking at BBL's composition,
Theo
I'm
Breeze
really intrigued to see
done
Sociable
Astra
on that
done
tail. Something that
Jets
we're
versus
seeing
Euro
at
basically
all. So seeing him jump onto that,
Fracture
I think
में
yeah,
I
beyond
would
Breach as well, it's
prefer
like, that's welcomed. We enjoy watching Yam
और
beyond
बहुत
Breach, but yeah,
ठीक
the
फूक
Sociable
करने वाला
tail
सीन है
is
तो
a big thing that
BBL
I'm
का
going to be
कॉम
looking into going into
अच्छा है
this,
लेकिन
into
अगर
this match.
Yeah, I love that. Of course, it's his
घुसने
debut.
घुसने वाला है तो भी
Usually
BBL का
Yampi,
कॉम बच्चा
and also,
BBL जीतेगा
like you guys said, the Yoru Breach Teho at this point is just shoved down our throat.
हेलो बंगा हेलो
Breach Teho, that's not something you see very often. Do you have a preference?
मेरे बुआ के बेटे को
I
ना
mean,
दोस्तों को
I am
चिढ़ाऊंगा
a
excuse me
Euro enjoyer. I think that there's too many things that you can do with it, and not only, yeah, I think that
ये
I'm
माथे
gonna
पे
go for the
एयरप्लेन लैंड कर
Yeah, of course,
अभी
Magnum
2
back
मिनट
on that
पहले बोला
side,
मैं
but
अच्छे में
rolling
गुरु
back
करके
the
हाथ
years,
में
it is
घुस
vintage Magnum, but this is it.
Please
One
love you
last
love you
chance.
too
Whoever takes this
just
match
saying
hands in
आज
hand,
अपने
will be
members
walking away with a
only
win.
मैं 8 के
Thank you, Yinzu. I wasn't sure how best of threes work,
अभी
but
का
now
मेरा
I
देखो
know.
भाई
Whoever wins now
हाँ
wins the game.
अभी का
Michael, your
देखो
thoughts on this?
20 rupees
Groundbreaking. I can't believe this rule change has actually come into play.
It's been a minute for you, Michael. It's been a minute.
I feel bad for. Why have you
हाँ,
dragged me
यही
into
life
blaming
है
Sue?
We like you, you know.
बड़ा पाव
Led
भी
me down
महंगा
the path I had to follow. But anyway, Magnum on
if
the
Binks
side.
reads this I'm gonna buy membership
This is one
Faraz
of the things we're talking
bye
about, obviously, with the whether or not
सारे
it's going to be a
chat
role
पढ़ता हूँ
switch
मैं
and Magnum's comfort levels, right, coming into maybe a bit of a question mark, and I don't think we're going to have all the
membership मिली
answers
just
today.
notice yeah बहुत gifted हुआ
Win, but these are the sort of things that would be curious about, you know, Vac stepping out and Magnum coming in here.
big friend from
on the
Nepal
other side
love
of
you
things. The Jet, a little bit
पर मैं
spicy,
Esports सीन आएगा
considering
क्या इंडिया में शायद
Martin
पता नहीं मैंने वो गेम देखा भी नहीं है
basically running away with
No
the
idea how
Euro
it is.
performance previously. I mean, doing really, really well in what was a 13-10 scoreline.
If I like Jet.
I'll remain open-minded.
Yeah, and like clearly there's going to be a method to it because Martin's great in other roles, right? It's not like he's this kind of needs to be on a Jet or nothing works. So, yeah, I don't know.
I mean, it's a
What's
similar.
the plan? Yeah, like how,
It's a similar sort of argument with Sadak and Aves. The utility can really put them in a position to succeed. Any resistance on the way in here, but walk out towards Dish on the other side. Not sure actually if anybody's going to get a favourable engagement on the way in here. Sidelines will be cut. Team will get ahead. Actually, Sociable will find
Hello?
Sadak.
I'm going to try and watch this back from
The top
another
of smoke.
The angle. Martin seemed a little adrift there, didn't seem aware of the possibility. And Profek just hungry for it in the end. It just going to finish the dinner of the other, but Aves in a battle with Magnum on the back lines. Magnum trying to buy time, just gets battered. Yeah, he had to pick up the pace.
He gets you now isolated, but he's back against the wall. He could potentially deliver BBL though, both kills necessary. Just making sure he was dead.
Auto buy
Just around on the board here for BBL. Just caught off guard here.
Oh, fair enough.
Yeah. Maybe just a little bit of confusion, but decisive here to clear Martin and the BBL. Continue with that early round of confidence that we've seen in the other maps.
Cotton match अभी भी दिमाग से नहीं जा रहा दो टिके दे love you क्या लगता है कौन जीतेगा बीबीएल का एक्चुअल में स्ट्रॉन्गेस्ट
reconsidering maybe Profek as well
ये इतना बड़ा मैप में ना योरू दिमाग का वो कर दे
settle the two bulldogs and a Spectre.
Sorry, what?
Bit my tongue.
Oh gosh.
Blind अच्छा था बे.
Going out on solo adventures against even. Surely we've learned from map 2.
Blind अच्छा था. Almost line of fire में मर गए थे.
I remember it honestly at this point. Even on pistols, every team can seemingly win. No one can play clean.
And I mean, it's the worst of your inventory to give up as well. There is another bulldog in the hands of Sociable, but
that was above a minute. It felt.
I mean, not that you would justify giving away the Spectre.
No, sure.
If you're going to go aggressive with anything, it would be that.
Oh, wow, help matters. Yeah, no, keep going. Lovely stuff. Okay, no harm, no foul. Don't remember a thing. No bulldog was dropped or harmed in the making of this round. Lovely stuff for BBL. Making up for, but it's small things, and again, when it was so prevalent in map 2, I get nervous when I don't see people playing quickly or taking these sort of risks and going for these sort of fights.
At best,
what, you farm a couple of kills?
Yeah, exactly. It is a huge risk.
Yeah.
Like I said, if you want to put a Spectre in a position like that, sure, you know, a couple of ghosts or anything like that, but...
Or Levin who can get out of there.
Yeah, exactly, yeah.
Cool.
Some sort of contingency to it.
Almost the blind.
Not going to matter too much. Sociable.
Kill मिला ना trade हो गया.
Himself a slither to play with.
वो तो एक साथ मार रहे थे करके line of fire हो
I don't
गया.
think. Still, yeah, actually cautiously cleared. Sadak will find a kill.
सड़क by है.
That was really heads up from them to kill, like continue to clear that so diligently after having the kind of salvos go through all of this sort of stuff. That's wild.
अब Vandal होगा.
Remember, they can kind of pause for a second. There's always that temptation if you're BBL, you go fact-finding.
To try and respond to it, yeah.
Even
especially on Fracture
as
well.
6 years is good. It's good.
They can
but
really spiral out of
240.
control with these first engagements.
Game will feel different.
The map's going to get a little bit tricky here because Levin's right behind them. Beautiful. It's Profek to nab it, but it doesn't matter who gets it, because Sugetsu should be down. Oh my god, Sugetsu, how did you win that? Give me that POV, I don't understand it. Profek still cooking them with the ghost. Now they're going to flood through front by Dish. Magnum,
by well,
out of it. But Yampi is there on the case. That's the spike dropped. What is going on here? It's gone topsy-turvy again. Just Yampi alive. We got the player with the spike earlier. And... Martin, you're going to hold this for your teammate, right?
For a second there, I wasn't watching the cross.
He was not. And I was like, Sentinels fans feeling nervous about it all, but Martin's on the case. They got a nice little crossfire. All good.
बंदा आपसे ऐसे वॉच पार्टी में सीखते रहो हम जाएंगे विसिट फिर लव्स levity.
I mean, he went down swinging.
Yeah, headshot comes out, but
all good.
Can't close out the kill. 2-1 now. Kept in check early on at least.
आपका stream देख के mood fresh हो गया Binks sir. Always support you. Thank you energy.
It's like I was genuinely quite surprised that they even cleared it that diligently, but it makes sense now if you know does get spotted.
A little bit we need to calm down, guys.
Wise words.
Getting a bit more involved in that sort of stuff as well. He was quite talkative on that map 2 as well.
Lots of new agent, Theo is broken.
But again, if he's kind of...
Yeah, I can't say historically we've had many player cams where Sugetsu, not necessarily calling the shot, but giving that sort of feedback.
Yep.
Double duelist में वो बहुत काम करेगा.
So he actually caught off with the
double duelist
stun ahead of the dash. So, a committed swing elsewhere. And this is exactly the sort of scenario we're talking about, right? An investment of utility, maybe some sound cues elsewhere on the map, and BBL think, okay, cool, let's take some space elsewhere.
और लेना थोड़ा भारी पड़ गया यार.
Pushing anywhere near Dish.
Or just anyone, really.
Yeah,
if you've
just profit.
If you've invested into a weapon, you're not allowed to push dish.
They should certainly know that now. Oh! I escaped the mud. We'd see some beautiful Valorante child game, but Magnum, give me a vintage 1v2 here. Give me a little rollback. Not now.
Tied up, and BBL now going to be in a difficult position financially. I feel like we've almost had a carbon copy. The first 5 or 6 rounds have kind of gone the same way.
It's like Groundhog Day, just over
yeah.
and over.
At least now, BBL, you've got to make a mental note of rounds like this where with this composition, the breach in the tail, and with the jet as well, you can really make your opponent sweat. Again, fault line comes through, you hear the dash. You've almost got to anticipate that rush coming through, which is why we see BBL commit towards dish, but...
Sorry. He's there again.
Sorry. Right there.
He won't be punished today.
I'm language.
Said no investment, but...
You're allowed.
Faraz bhai, thank you for the membership. Mere jaan ke tote.
Big away.
I think KC, with the correct approach here, stacked up. They don't want to let any of that nonsense get into the back lines, but pause for thought here, and already Levin tucking himself in on a side. Does have Yampi here in support as well.
Exactly complementary positions as
no.
stand though, so it feels super innovative. Levin's done great with the Sheriff before.
Ek hi banda hai pe.
It's not like Yampi has no
Should be easy.
Can certainly aim. Pressure feels like it's coming his way through sand. You can see the investment of Util trying to buy a little stall here. On the side, I don't think it's going to quite cover too much. 11 does have to get out of there. Yampi disrespecting the smoke and plays ahead of it. 11's still unnoted. They have no idea about him. If he'd gone away into the smoke, then it would have been something totally different, but they can feel it in the water. This is close enough. This could be panic station still. 13 seconds. It's certainly not feeling comfortable. Profek takes down Martin. It's down to 8 seconds now. We're running low on time. They are not looking comfortable. Sugetsu, he hasn't got time.
Oh my
God.
Another melon moment, you could say. Again, I think just absolute paranoia. Sugetsu backing away. I say backing away, coming off the plant here. And it's you've got to wonder what it is that throws this into chaos. Like you said, the clock, sure, but some of the positions that players end up in was the smoke drops. Being caught out under drop. It's strange. Like I said, you could almost justify Yampi's kill and to an extent Levin as well.
Yeah.
But they are traded quickly.
Yes.
So what else
What's going on?
Yeah, what else has gone wrong there?
That's not a good look to be seeing so consistently. Is that the Spanish line?
Why you were supporting KC?
It is just Uli. Uli's in the building.
We need to get
a lean out of the window, see if we can spot him.
Soundproofing on Uli's booth.
Who needs a crowd when you got Uli, right?
Actually, yeah, no, just open it up.
Yeah. You know what
this reminds me of? This reminds me back to the meta.
It does. It does.
When there was just one paper-thin wall separating us from Uli.
Now, if you do hear yelling in the background, it's Uli.
Just stick a crowd mic up there.
Can't we? It'd be fantastic.
3, 2.
Sound like we've lost it. We go back through. KC pumping the brakes. I mean, that loss is not a pretty one. It's certainly not going to make you feel good about how you're approaching the map. But we go back into this stunned. The rhythm just doesn't feel there for KC.
An opportunity here to punish Levin. Solo anchor here.
He's having such a tough time, but
Spike noted as well. Actually, he comes down, finds the second. Sugetsu will fall, and furthermore, Yampi finds Sadak Elite. A 1v5 presented with a Sheriff. Likely, BBL will find their fourth here. Bladestorm not even really having a say in this round.
When we put the question mark to the Jet, I was kind of hoping to see more by now. It just doesn't feel like it's playing anything. It feels out of rhythm a little bit. I want to see if once they get onto a decent buy here, we do have an in-zone flawless there for BBL. Once they get into a decent buy, clear their heads hopefully against that horror show of a loss up against Sheriffs and Classics. I want to see what it looks like. What's it meant to do in the system here? What's it meant to get past, breakthrough? How is it meant to help?
Yeah, you ask what the benefit is of
no ball ho sakta hai. Bhai 5 to 6-2 kar sakte wo log.
Especially on a map like this.
That's what I think we haven't seen in the first 6 rounds.
Bhai.
Ultimates, the divide, one away. Sadak 2 off the
map
Rolling
attacking
Thunder.
hai. Yaar defensive ho raha hai. Ye map to heavily attacking hai.
To throw in the mix, but Rolling Thunder set
like
out by
8-4-9-3 kind of
space. Can KC backfill this? But no, they can't sociable. He's found 2. Avers will finally trade it out.
I know exactly where you are.
KC left, licking their wounds.
And again, you're looking at that Elite just getting punished on his 11 now. Lingering right. Oh, he didn't expect the walk through the smoke, but Magnum and Yampi quickly there to make up for any of those potential threats. But that started with a bang. Social getting 2 more. I don't know how he did that. Bailing him out, I thought he was absolutely caught there.
I mean, that is ultimately the best situation KC can find at the start of a round on Fracture. Getting this deep. I mean, Sadak caught with a flash in hand as well.
Love you, bye.
Yeah, they've caught up now with the muting. EBS have really.
There's been a message.
They've locked in.
There's been a message.
It's been escalated.
Okay. Let's see what we've got. So, 2 Guardians, Avers and Martin with that, and then Sheriff. But by all accounts, that apparently is a full buy these days. So, with Ult now ready for Sadak and Sugetsu, they've got a couple of key pieces here. Now, Prophet this time doesn't fancy lingering around by Dish. Good look here. There's 3 players potentially looking for a body to drop. And they are responding, reacting to just Martin, and that's it. Faith put towards Levin. It's already isolated Sadak, and now they've spotted the drop down.
Invested here, but everybody's creeping ahead of it.
Oh, Sociable.
Yeah, Sociable. Levin's still on the hunt as well.
He's in such an awkward predicament as well. Like, that position is so hard to clear out. He's absolutely doing him in. Sugetsu again. It feels like really one of the main players to show up today.
Crazy
still so nasty, but it doesn't get you around. BBL up to 6 now to the mid-2 of KC. And this is the bit that hangs a little heavy, doesn't it? Because in reality, I don't want to see the likes of Sugetsu when he's hitting prime form. He's looking good. And KC just look a bit out of it.
My favorite player.
Looking quiet down on that side of the stage as well. You expect some problem-solving, troubleshooting to be going on.
And again, when we talk about KC, Mike, talk about the start of the day, they're meant to be the strongest and early parts of the season when they get to come in with this blank canvas, paint it how they want, come up with these crazy ideas.
Evan still gets one.
I'm amazed he got one on that. Was traded in though.
But again, pick up the pace now. Obviously, there's a little bit of space created. Oh my god, finally, but Prophet punishing Sugetsu on the back of that.
Prophet holding this together. Avers, Martin, Elite. Trying to find some security on the site. Elite's going to get them a little bit of a step towards that, taking away the player who's up towards heaven. Still controlling the space as well. 3v3, a fair and even post-plant finally, it feels like. Magnum. Back through from Dish. Valuable information from that position. And Avers, now he's going to get cleared out here, looking at the util. Not much to give it away, but Yampi just shoulder checks Elite. And now we're down to hoping the crossfire pays. What? He makes a fumble, it's on Martin. Great shot on Sociable. but the plant ain't for you, and Yampi's going to get that to half every day of the week.
W.
भाई
मेरे को लगा हाफ करके छोड़ देगा बे.
It certainly isn't pretty.
It's definitely not pretty.
Rules don't pick.
Again, initially, there was 2 players stacked on door, so I'm not sure how Yampi's got away with just like hard clearing. Maybe missing the reposition here. I didn't see exactly how that kill came about, but Prophet gifted one. A freebie onto Sugetsu.
He got some balls, that guy has some balls, bro.
I mean, nearly got away with it.
Yeah, very close to.
चल मैं बोलूँ तो 2.
It's just a direct approach. There is a split. It's 3-2.
उसका blind नहीं था ना नहीं.
Dish, oh, one part of the 2-man team here. Off towards Dish. See it here, Elite on the southern side working up towards B. Ult going to come in, maybe a couple of question marks. They don't like Levin. Look to find information. Spots nothing towards A, so I'm waiting to see if someone does maybe move a little behind it. They are actually. Oh my god, he's going on it! He's going on it! Beautifully played in. But he does get handled. Again, Sugetsu, it feels like where the buck stops for now. Can anyone else join him here?
Dual Theft will go through. Rolling Thunder also. Martin looking to follow up on that pretty quickly. BBL giving anything away just yet. Maybe looking to deny the plant a little further until these smokes drop.
KC looking at this reposition. Trying to take the fight towards Martin's the one to get Magnum. People trying to work forward. They've got a decent site. They've got to fight their way forward here. Aves doing well on Yampi. So Prophet and Sociable trying to take that space back, but they just can't land the shots cleanly enough here. Nothing more to be done. Carmine finally looking a little bit more on the same page.
And looking composed as well. In a situation previously, we've seen spiral out of control for them. Early decisiveness and really never, like I said, commits to this. Martin looking very sharp there on the replay. Yeah, unfortunate not to get the second kill for Levin. Again, maybe biting off more than he can chew.
10-5 is still not a good up.
He's in a deadly position to make the post plant more uncomfortable. In case he ended up playing towards CT anyway, but that lurking pressure could have been a difference maker. KC progressed towards A. It's fairly loose hold with the stack over towards B.
So this should be a free round.
Yeah, in a situation, is he gifted one? KC have been happy to.
Yeah, they've been known for being generous with their lives. You got to keep in mind the purchase is lacking in a lot of areas here, Guardians, Sheriffs, and it feels like KC.
What?
Oh, what have I said? What have I said?
Hello?
It's still a 2v2. Sadak, he's down on 29 HP. It's on Avis, really. Suddenly got to step into the limelight and hold this together. They're trying to get a little tricky, but Carmine Core just about holding it together. What is in the water today with these Sheriffs and broken buys?
I mean, somehow this is the one we come out with the 6-6 scoreline in the first half. Coming into it, Carmine Core going to be fleshed out with a few ultimates to play with. Certainly not felt clean on either side. Sociable finding 2 headshots here. Yampi again finding one amidst the chaos. I think that's a key word. BBL again showing that they can constantly be a threat in those chaotic rounds, and it's KC to struggle to really keep them in check. Like I said, they have played the, I guess bigger picture-wise, they've played the better Valorant in terms of stacking up for some of these executes, but it's BBL to make them sweat time and time again.
By BBL, 10-5, come on. 10-5 pistol round, David.
Look at it, haven't really been impressed by the Jet. Hasn't really lit my world on fire more than anything else. Quite liking what we're seeing from BBL.
Pistol round to jeet jayenge BBL. Ye round.
Sticks around. He's in the right place here. Haven't seen him posted up towards tower with that operator yet.
Jeet gaye.
And Martin could be absolutely drawn out of the sky if he does try and fly in on this one. Forced off the angle initially, but
fault line will force a consideration
Uh-oh.
of a rotate, but it doesn't come through. Trying to bait some steps. That'll be within earshot here.
Let's attack.
KC flip-flopping back and forth here.
They haven't forced anyone away. You still have Levin towards tower. You still have Profek holding towards A main.
30 seconds.
Rechecking Sugetsu like that is
probably
not the shout.
He's been rechecked a few times.
I know exactly where
Okay,
you are.
okay.
Divide it.
The divide here though. Levin gonna have to play ahead of it. He's gonna get down one, but he gets caught. Martin gonna find him. Catches prey, but the time is low. If anything goes wrong, oh, Martin! Keeping him safe here. Planting, he's got to play bodyguard, because that's it. Look at the time. Spike's in now. But do they know about Magnum? They seem none the wiser. Now they certainly know, but he's in. He's made it through his sociable, coming on over. It's a long way off, and now the trade out on the post-plant positioning.
Hard work almost done here to bring it to a 2v3. Now BBL can reset, stack up. X-Ray Elite looking to be the thorn in the side.
Oh, Magnum! Super sharp! Now sociable. Can he get across the pitch?
No.
Sugetsu! Going down there. This is done! Elite can't do anything, surely. Magnum's just going to keep him busy! That is near on unforgivable and unforgettable. BBL pushing up to 7-5. KC will be kicking themselves for that.
Situation where, like I said, BBL
Dusra round.
chaos, able to make KC sweat and drive it home to find a 7th.
मुंबई का रात को आएगा बाप रे क्या प्लेयर्स है ना सेक्सी प्लेयर्स और कितनी रात ये गेम खत्म होने के बाद वेट नो रिवर्स हैपेंड याप गेम्स अच्छे गए कोई तो बोला था वन साइडेड गेम देखने में मजा नहीं आता देखो इधर बिंक्स यार सेक्सी है तो लव यू यार चैट में कुछ सीखो साहिल भाई से ये होती है सपोर्ट लव यू यार fuck is back 50 gifted incoming मतलब बस बहुत सेक्सी दिखते हो यार तुम लव यू यार
Well, by all rights, it is a close half scoreline.
Who is hype up? दूसरा caster.
The method in which we got here, I can't put my finger on. Right? We've seen some brilliance from the likes of Sugetsu in my mind, some beautiful work.
Yeah.
But BBL caused the most perfect chaos at the same time too.
Yeah, I hate to say it, we've seen
और वो काम हो गया तो मैं शायद
sort of the wrong reasons to celebrate some round victories for KC. Like I said, for me, expectations coming in was going to be fundamentally sound Valorant. Right, regardless of comps, you know, maybe bring in a couple of questionable changes. We saw the Harbor again, but it's another map. I'll be honest, Icebox.
कोई 50 देगा तो मैं मैच
You can kind of
करूंगा
write that off now, seeing the other two maps in this best of 3. Unless we come out here, KC have a very, very, I guess, comfortable second half. But bear in mind versus Giant X, I think they managed 4 rounds on the defense. So this isn't really where you look towards KC to shine.
तरह के हाथ में हिंदी में टैटू देख 3 साल से देख रहा हूँ मेरी जान.
Call that recency bias, but set up here with the stun.
कल दोपहर को वैलो आएगा मेंबर जोन में.
We'll find his one.
Afternoon वैलो stream.
Got a little laboured at the end.
We struggled to get into it. I think him and Elite both sitting at like 5 and 11 after that first half.
All eyes turn towards Martin though, holding on the site. On his own, he is a mile away from anyone else here. He's doing so well. 2 big kills. He can't quite make it to a third. Got a little too paranoid of every other angle the threats could contain. But now it's Sociable and Profek. Oh, no way! Does he get two of them there? Carmine Core asleep at the wheel.
It's just disrespected again. I said, and this time BBL putting themselves in a chaotic position. Now looking as if they're playing into that.
Round.
And rewarded once more for it. It's just such a committed position here.
Technically 4 round बोल सकते हैं क्योंकि इसके बाद एक और round.
Yeah, but just bear in mind here, spike drops by the way when Profek falls. So
4 round
this is the intention the whole way through. That's the call when these smokes are still up.
They sting those sort of choices and those sort of rounds. Martin, no TP to be had here. Slowly has to limp away as Aves does go down. BBL start taking steps elsewhere.
All the way back onto the side. Profek by Martin and Sadak. And actually, Sugetsu on top as well. Little bit concerned if this trend continues.
Yep.
King is king.
It's tricky.
Welcome to
it
the
really
Cardos premium
because
group
again,
of
it's not like
members.
BBL have a terrible buy here. We've seen what the Stingers can do these days. They're so good.
पहला है आज का पहला. Love you यार. Love you.
That one Vandal though with Profek. I want that.
You have to.
W.
See if, I mean, Casey,
excuse me.
by how the first 2 rounds have gone.
Lovely from Martin there as well. Really
क्रॉस
crisp.
पिक किया था एमिन के लिए लेकिन वो ऐसा दिखा
कि
एमिन में कोई बंदा नहीं था मतलब थोड़ा वीक था.
Over here. What on
Spotted.
earth?
I think he spotted him. Yeah, Magnum can punish that.
How? How are you able to get towards tower?
मैं कर रहा हूँ मुझे
No
कैंसिल.
call
अरे
to the player up.
भाई
I don't know what's
अभी
just
का
happened to
पहला
Elite. I
अभी
don't
का.
understand how that's occurred, but
बात समझो.
they've been given
अभी
almost
का
too
पहला
much
बोला.
space. Maybe the plans
वो
now
माइक ने
change
पकड़ा
because of
नहीं.
this. There's pressure coming in from A. That's on the way. So Martin
$25
will have
ले लिया
that
मेरे से.
B main
$25 मतलब
pressure,
कितना होता है?
but it looks like Profek's already looking this way. Now whether or not he continues to, yet to be seen. But they're pausing. Profek does go down. That was that backline pressure on the rotate from Martin, pushing out from A. Now, do they continue towards B?
Huh?
Yes, it did let off a shot
W,
there, so
W.
matter too much now. Sociable forced all the way out of
में
position.
क्या
Martin, his third on the round.
I think he saved this one.
Yeah, putting KC on his back.
में हुआ महंगा मेंबरशिप के वजह से लफड़ा.
Hole gets, I guess, filled at
जानने
this
के लिए
point.
बने रहे इस
I
एपिसोड
didn't
में.
take note of it at the start, but where's the utility? What's
भाई 4v4 के बाद बहुत अजीब खेला ना बेबी.
On this B site hold? Definitely want a review, but at least it won't be around loss here.
69, shout out to you, मेरी जान कटे.
I'm not sure actually if we're going to see that, so we'll have a chance to see the minute.
Yeah,
See it off the rip there.
I'm gonna try and keep a tab on this one. Because it feels
Don't
like
see next live पे.
if you are
Black
aware it's
player
open,
दिखने के लिए.
then fair enough, you'd be watching it, but he got completely caught off guard. That would have been the difference, it felt like, if Profek was able to live there.
Broadcast पे कल का schedule भेज देना
Martin
बंद पे. पूरा time live ही रहूँगा, टेंशन मत.
Leading the charge for KC. At least we'll keep things honest at the start.
चली कोचिंग कर रहे हो यार.
Round 16 here, 11 on the operator.
21 rupees.
Martin again looking to get ahead of the curve here in towards A main.
Oh god. Why do I? That felt like he could have had a 2-for-1 discount, but actually it's just, I say just Sugetsu. He's been a really big factor. So he's gone down, but Martin continuing his pathing.
BBL कुछ ज़्यादा अच्छा खेल रहा है.
Good disrespecting some of that utility for the flanks. This time around it's being watched. Magnum's on it. BBL are coming back over.
21 के नहीं रे बाबा. 210 rupees.
Team obviously will be, I guess, noted here from the previous round. 2 trips ahead of him.
बंदा एग्जाम है मेरा
आज. Just going to
बेस्ट ऑफ लक मेरी जान की टोटी.
Anticipating.
The anti-Martin.
Yes.
And I guess this is the counter to the counter to a degree. They're trying to get him to do this, trying to get him to flank, and Magnum wins the fight. Well done in the end by Magnum. His patience pays off. Now, do they get the springboard to the site itself?
So you've got to be careful here of Profek because he's about to make waves on drop, and that's it completely unconsidered here. Abbas will fall, and yeah, it's going to force a very early save decision ahead of the plan coming through.
Profek loves it. She couldn't get him away from him.
Yeah, no, you've got to assume he's there.
Every round.
Valorant is a very good game.
I mean, that felt like such a nice little read from BBL. Right there, that whole round felt like, okay, well, maybe we can...
They baited it out as well.
Yeah, pressure a bit, see if we can get Martin to push. Yeah, got him, cool. And then the patience. Oh, it's just beautiful from Profek. Works out well. An in-zone floor.
Binks, bye, my GF cheated on me. Varun, bye. बात एकदम सिंपल है. आपका नाम क्या है? वरुण गेमिंग. समझ रहे हो? उसने क्या किया? गेमिंग.
And bait Martin into one of these flanks once again.
Yeah.
Another situation, we're not surprised to see the KC timeout come out.
Ooh.
Family को ज़्यादा प्यार करो.
Faces.
Family को ज़्यादा प्यार.
Semi-checked out already.
That is my
point.
point.
To redeem a hydration and a posture check in his Twitch chat, like the poor guy, he's going through it. You know, he's sat up.
There's been some really frustrating round losses for KC tonight.
And it's forgivable when we're in kickoff, right? I think there's a lot more freedom and a lot more, hey, it's okay. Recent rosters, it is gone. They've had weeks now of prep. And it's not. These are not the issues I expected.
Weeks of prep, but also something to come away from kickoff to build upon.
Yes.
And that's what I don't think we've seen tonight necessarily. It's kind of a back to basics approach, which would have been my expectation at least. I don't know if that is shared by many, but that was certainly coming away from kickoff. That's what you want to see from Carmine Court.
I was certainly with you on it. For now, it looks like BBL, better time spent. Again, though, I do think BBL were impressive during the kickoff performance. I think, was it losing out to TL and I want to say Heretics in the end, which is pretty reasonable. But as it stands, maybe there's recovery. I'm talking like KC are in there. Great, they're not. It's just that
they're just 4 rounds down.
Yeah. It's just been how they've been getting. Oh, woo. Easy, Tiger. This. Okay, Lever gets punished on that. Nice, quick positioning from KC just to surround it. And catching him in the middle of no man's land.
Go ahead. Stand your ground.
Profek in a weird spot here.
Yeah, sure.
He gets it falls, but Elite almost caught sleeping on the reaction.
There's at least going to try and deal with the player creeping through from Arcade, and that was the one that had the spike, so Yampi going down leaves that very, very vulnerable. A 3v2. Oh my god, what is going on? It feels like BBL is just determining the pace every single time, and it's chaos.
आर्केड से पुश किया और एस्ट्रा को कोने में बिठाया और उसका एस्ट्रा का एंगल खाली करने के लिए और साइड खाली करने के लिए वैसा वाला अल्ट मारा कि बाकी जगह पे उनके प्लेयर्स है और बीमेन क्लियर नहीं है. बीमेन कैसे क्लियर करेगा? एस्ट्रा को अकेला नहीं भेजेंगे, अल्ट मार देंगे.
It's really going to sting.
सीधा उसके एंगल पे आएंगे भाई.
Because you're leaning towards conceding the 12th as well. Bladestorm here for Martin.
That was after a timeout as well.
Yeah.
Notoriously, statistically, they convert the next.
Oh. Shooting from a different dimension, it seems like. What?
How's he gone and done that then? Give us that one back, please, replay team.
Exactly.
Alves, I wouldn't go.
27 lakh. कौन तेरा 10 कितना love you यार?
Lever's just gonna go in. Look at him. Look at this guy. Please, someone fight him properly. He's just giving them the sight. He's giving them the first 2 kills to get to elite. Scrap it. Move on to the next one.
Spike planted.
Yeah, I mean, just another bizarre scenario created by BBL.
Yeah.
BBL का मैच देख रहा है BBG मतलब.
So gets to an elite left to try and recover something here, but.
Hey, Binks, एक लड़की पसंद है 2 साल से पर
BBL on the brink of finding series point here.
क्या करो बताओ.
Just a minor blip in the second half.
I'm amazed at this from BBL. And again, I want to give them a lot of credit. I know we've been quite critical of KC to an extent, but BBL, as you have rightly pinpointed, they cause that chaos and then they thrive in it as well. They are doing really well. Those individual flare-ups where they look fantastic, find those little points to prove and manipulate the opposition. And it's just Sugetsu to survive with a Vandal.
10 बार
6
उसको
rounds
बोलने का
to go.
जरूरत नहीं
I
है.
hope
मैं
we see
प्यार
this on
करता
the
हूँ
replay.
उसको, प्यार करता हूँ.
Because it just
करना
felt
है.
ridiculous,
कौन?
didn't it? Well,
It was an elbow at best.
रात को पहाने मैक्सी
But I mean, yeah, basically, I mean, from the other perspective, 11 was all X-ray. There was nothing poking out.
Love you,
this is
love
almost a
goodbye,
clean
love
half
you.
as well. You look at it, just that round 15 drop into KC. Here we go.
I mean, some positives to pin your
Not on
hopes
my
to
pose, Astra
Sanak
on
and
Fracture.
Aves
Astra
with
is
their
always good.
ultimates.
You can pick Viper also, but Astra is always good.
And that's
Astra
about
is
it. And
buff
Aves
right
going to claim a kill. 11 gone down. That's big. Good scalp to claim. A dangerous player through and through. Sugetsu can't fall here, though. He has been a saving factor of KC, giving them big kills. My word. All this for me? Just
flattered.
Honestly, it's like, and no one did anything. Brilliant. I'm still here. Magnum, he's got 3 players watching. Emea going B. All right, so what do we have? Aves here.
Magnum
Good
finds, if Magnum
stall.
finds one here.
Oh my god, if he does. And he's in the position for it.
Yeah.
This lurk could be big, right? But it's Sugetsu. He's been sharp. Yeah, he's still good for it.
Don't
Sugetsu's
get
so clean with that.
it.
And they kind of paused for the possibility of that actually working
क्या
out.
लगता है comeback?
Oh. Okay. This time.
50 gifted, let's go.
We're
कौन
one by
सा
one.
50 gifted
Did not
भाई?
work. Oh. I've learned.
When you out-clean Sugetsu.
That's mad.
Yeah.
It's mad.
Killed the rat.
Yampi.
30 seconds
जैसे
A 1v3.
जैसे उसने उसको देखा रिटर्न भाग रहा था. Shit, sorry.
Will get caught by the stun.
Go one back. Oh. Oh. Util everywhere.
No, 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 no.
No. We're good. We're fine. We're fine. Everything's
Well,
fine.
must-
Actually, thank God Yampi's not throwing the ult out there.
मस्त हो.
Damn.
KC will cling to life. But again, all things
40 ही
considered,
कह दे.
only 2 surviving there.
Yep.
So the money not going to feel
कल
comfortable
जाऊंगा
just
उसके पापा
yet.
को मिलूंगा और सब बता दूंगा. Excuse me.
What?
Those three-
It was like facing the opposite direction as well.
PCM
that's
में
rough,
कौन
yeah.
PCM भाई?
Thanks for
Guys,
running it
run
back
by
in
run.
slow
हाँ,
mo.
कौन
We can
PCM?
do a revenge sweep, amazing revenge sweep. Just run by run,
अच्छा,
guys.
पिंकी क्या बोली?
Round by round.
Third of the round by round.
I think he called it a reverse sweep. A map 3 reverse sweep. That's not what that is.
If you say with enough confidence, it's fine. Replay team's been on today. Love that.
Yeah.
क्या है रे?
Americans
डरते
could
हैं क्या?
Never.
LOL blocks खेल रहे हो डरते हैं?
They're waking up. They're just coming online.
True. Almost.
But it's an off day for them, so they're definitely not going to be here.
It's Tarek watch party.
This is when you know when to give up.
Please.
Don't be silly.
We need some of you.
Please, Tarek, watch the games.
Please एक बार DVD game members only करो with random. DVD क्या है भी?
Yeah, a chance
HVD पता है
for
भाई.
Casey to build back in. Not a ton of positives to build it around, though. Like I said, this has
I
been
लिखती है
a blip on the timeline of the second half.
देख रहे हो ना members को भी मिल रहा है.
BBL, an opportunity
This is when you
to
give
buy
up.
back in here, and also, actually, loose change in the bank behind us as well. Levin, Profek, and Yampi with their ultimates. Some influential
क्या spam कर रहे रे
ultimates
बेशरम.
as well.
चुप हो जा.
4 players on B. Only one
भाई
towards
बासुंडी
A.
members है भाई. बाकी
So
वाले.
Martin, who has been very good, needs to be very careful. 11 gonna get checked on. TP's out, and if they've even got an inkling about this, Martin.
मिल गया.
I mean, the guy is really good. He, as I said, he has been solid, but there's no really getting out of jail here. Calling for support,
I think it's
calling for
over.
help. He's trying to get out of there. He gets
It's
dragged down
over.
out of the sky, but he's going to make it into safety. Dipping
It's
behind the wall, but he dips back in as a
over.
glance.
It's
Sees nothing though.
over.
But they are going towards that side of the map.
Be able to get the plant down behind the divide.
It's
But a full
over.
5v5 in the post plant.
God.
It could get messy here. Levin still with his ultimate to play with.
KC के पास
Here we go,
alt है
Util
Astra का
coming
लेकिन.
flooding on in. It's Zadak with the first takedown, Levin. Good little spot up towards that drop down, but a flying Martin gets traded out. Sociable still there. A 3v3 coming down simple in the numbers now. Down to a 2v2. Back and forth. The Magnum goes down to Getsu. Excellence again when they need him.
What the
Bit of a backbone for this team. As said, I thought it was on Martin at the start, but it was certainly Sugetsu by the end of it.
Hello?
It looked lethal as well on that second kill. Then another chance, a lifeline delivered to follow up here. Martin's selfless here. On the retake. A bit more energy now. Things looking very flat earlier on the stage for KC. Who was that?
My teammates have never responded this well to round by round, guys, don't worry. They're believers, they're on board. Martin again, checked on early. And they go, nah, we'll go the other side. Levin has a look towards A, shows a bit of it, but he's going over towards that B side of things, and he's found a very vulnerable player here. Stuns in, baby, with Shorty v Shorty, but he's switching up. Phantom instead rips away two, and this time Sugetsu's down as well. So is Elite. The site is open.
A 3v5 now for KC to try and recover. The final hurdle here for BBL.
Yeah.
Easy.
And actually the flash comes through. Obviously not caught, but noted at least. It's getting problematic now.
Till done. Time to go, you can't wait any longer. You got to make it count now. 5 against you, so much to do and so little time. Sadak with 1, with a second. Needs 3 more though, and that time is ticking. Magnum takes away Sadak, leaving just Martin and what feels unwinnable. Oh, and look at it, the util just being smothered on the side. BBL, 13-8 in the end. Stop any chance of a comeback from KC.
2-0 wala game.
I mean, all things considered, like I said, problematic series for both teams to get a hold of.
Technically, KC 2-0 win tha na.
With what's happened so far this year already, with dealing with Chiwa obviously not being here, Vat coming in, Magnum coming out to have that performance, being able to close out so confidently, actually, which is something I never would have imagined me saying about BBL. But really embracing, you know, being the kings of chaos here, especially on Fracture. It's something they definitely need to dial into, Lauren.
No, I'm really enjoying what we saw from BBL here.
Chalo, members only aao,
I want to see more from KC when it came to like their steps of progression.
Green chat bench,
I feel like we've seen it from BBL when we were talking about kind of kick-off, how they look dangerous, look good. We were talking about
guys, that is
top end in that group as well. They had the...
That is it for today. A good 5 to 6 hours of stream. Not bad, not bad. अभी जाएंगे members only करेंगे कल सुबह को मेरे को जल्दी उठना पड़ेगा, फिर दोपहर को मैं करूँगा वैलो रैंक पुश मेंबर्स ओनली में, और फिर शाम को मैं शायद से ट्राई करूँगा 7:30 के आप 7:30 के पास आने, तो 7:30 से 9:30 गेमिंग करेंगे और उसके बाद वॉच पार्टी करेंगे, क्योंकि अगर ये टाइम पे वॉच पार्टी और सिर्फ वॉच पार्टी किया ना तो फिर मैं मिस करूँगा तुम लोग, ठीक है? तो थोड़ा जल्दी करने का ट्राई करेंगे, ठीक है? राइट, मज़ा आएगा सबको नए गेम देख के। क्या है वो रात वाला गेम है? इतना रात को सब गेम्स नहीं खेल सकते भाई, दोपहर को तो अभी स्क्वाड है। रोहित भाई थैंक यू फॉर द 6 months। Okay guys, bye-bye Adi.
By Yumpy and Magnum from BBL. Bit of a reunion, Mini. When was the last time you saw Magnum?
Long time. भाई ये बंदा W बंदा है, W इंसान है ये बंदा।
Oh wow.
चलो guys, bye-bye, see ya, adios, adios, take care, see ya, मिलते हैं members only में in 5 minutes, ठीक है? Bye, love you, bye.
No chance concealing what deep down I felt for you.